Welcome everyone to WrestleMania. It is night 2 of our massive extravaganza, and boy do we have a lot to cover on this one, because in addition to all of the good old-fashioned WrestleMania of it all, there's also news hitting the airwaves about the WWE being sold to Endeavor, the parent company of UFC. I've done some digging, I've got some extra, but first and foremost, this is a WrestleMania stream and there is a lot of WrestleMania to talk about. So many people already here. We have comments from Kang, David Leary, Timothy Bellis, Zane Charles, one sec. Sai, Bailey, CCC, Thomas Phipps already here, Mark, Aled, and then on the Twitch side we have Omega, Ofa, and Sean as well. So a lot of people already in the chat before we've even pressed the button. Sorry, I was a little overwhelmed with all of the names there. I very much appreciate having so many of you here so often already. Thank you everyone for joining me. So we have a few questions already in, some of which I cannot answer yet and some of which I still have information coming in for, but in about 3 minutes I have a tweet going live pointing out what information I do have. I have further clarification on the status of Vince McMahon, Triple H and the like as regards the potential for a WWE sale. I will be diving into that one quite a bit. But let's read some comments to start with. Omega saying Tom Colohue, or for saying more like Collar. Woo! Guessing a Charlotte Flair fan. Omega says, how did you like night 1? I rated it very highly. We have the potential for the best WrestleMania of all time here, and I do stand by that. And Sean says, hello again, Tom. On the other side, there are some very nice comments that I want to read out. For example, Bailey saying, hello, Tom. There's a lot happening right now, guys. I'm losing track slightly. I do apologize. Quite a show last night, and thanks for leading the conversation. CCC also saying thanks for all your hard work. Sai says, this is as regards Bray Wyatt. There was a little bit of news there. Bray's usually so guarded about his story, but he is directly a source on a piece of news that I will be talking about shortly. Timothy says, hello Tom, do you think Bobby does an open challenge tonight? Yes, I do. I think we will be seeing Bobby Lashley in action tonight, and I think will be a match and a segment. So a lot to cover there on that one. Timothy says, this is amazing. Zane says, hi Tom. Mark says, evening. Hope everyone in chat is well and ready for night 2. Alan is here saying, hey. James Temple says, hi Tom. Do you know the running order of night 2? I can read that out, James. It was posted earlier in the Discord. I want to say a quick thank you to Mark who posted that, stating that the running order will start with Brock Lesnar versus Omos, then the women's tag team showcase match, then the Intercontinental triple threat between Gunther, Drew McIntyre and Sheamus, Bianca Belair versus Asuka for the Raw Women's Championship, a recap of the Hall of Fame. The second to last match would be in Hell in a Cell Edge versus Finn Balor, and we will close, of course, with the main event of Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes. So keep your eye on that one. Ed says, hi everyone. Hello, Ed. And Brad Becker says, hello, Tom, as well. Joseph says, Tom, there's been plenty of teasers for The Rock for night 2. There has been plenty of teasers for The Rock for WrestleMania since September, and yet we still are yet to see him. Buckspaceman says, Tom, if the Endeavor deal goes through, I refuse to pay 60 or 60 bucks for pay-per-views. I will pirate proudly. Now, I do have a little bit on that, which I will be discussing as we get closer to it. Timothy says, very excited for tonight. Also, the sale to them, it's a huge compared to Saudi. It would be more from Saudi, but I'm glad that we're not going in that direction if that is indeed the case. Sean is going full Star Wars for some reason. Hope you're enjoying it. Ofer is not a Charlotte Flair fan, but does have the Ric Flair shoes. Khalid says, hey Tom, my friend, now is the time. I'm excited for coming Team Cody Rhodes and Team Demon Finn Balor. Then I imagine you're going to have a very good night. Joseph says, Tom, has there been any news about The Rock? Nope. Dark Society says, Tom, I'm here. How are you doing, buddy? Doing very well, thank you. Welcome to the show. Zane Charles says, hello to the best wrestling YouTuber. Thank you kindly. Christian says, I wonder what Endeavor buying WWE means. Maybe a UFC WWE crossover event or something. It would not be a crossover event. It would be a joined company. Buck says, how did you do for night 1? I went 6-1. I thought Ray would put over his son. Shows he's such a selfish, bad father. I went 4 right, 3 wrong, which I'm absolutely fine with. Absolutely fine with. Oh, sorry, Thomas. Apologies. There's a lot of names. Thank you for calling me out on that one. Sean says there was a video of Grayson Waller in a skybox of NXT talents yelling at fans who were chanting, you tapped out. Good. Good heel work on his part. And Alyssa says, do you think Roman Reigns wins? Because I feel that over 1,000 days, do we think people will swerve, have him. Roman will not be winning. Cody Rhodes is going to win. Ken says, is Asuka winning the Raw Women's title? Yes. James says, so I'm going to watch the first match, then pause and go to the gym and watch the rest once I'm back. Fair enough, whatever works for you. Joseph says, The Rock did a video saying he's in Hollywood. It could show up or it could not. That's correct. Timothy says, I know I was just saying it's a huge win for the sale to Endeavour compared to Saudi. On that, I agree. And Khalid says, Tom, I can't wait to hear the Bray Wyatt news. Now, before we go any further with this, I do want to say that there is a lot I'm going to jump into in a moment about the news, particularly as regards Endeavour. So I would like you to do me a favour. I have just tweeted out announcing this show and what I will be talking about. There is a lot to cover and there is a lot that needs discussing. However, the Twitter algorithm does not really like links anymore. So if you're able to, please do me a favour and help me with the growth of this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste a link to the tweet, and if you can like and or retweet this particular tweet, I would be very grateful. It helps us with the growth of the channel and really does have a big impact in ensuring that we go where we want to go, gain some new viewership, some new subscribers, and we spread the news to as many people as possible, which is sort of our mission here, to get the news out there. So let's start then by talking about the Endeavour deal that's on offer. The Endeavour deal has been reported by NBC. NBC have been very clear, the reporter stating this, that the NBC runs Peacock, which is where the WWE is currently situated, though they do have a vested interest in this particular report, and that may be how they got access to this particular information. Endeavour would be purchasing the WWE in perpetuity and in its entirety. They would be purchasing it and making changes to the top level. Nick Khan, for example, would retain his role as president, but would not necessarily retain his role as CFO. He would be retaining CEO, but executive chairman would go to Vince McMahon. This does put the WWE Network as an entity in jeopardy. The Peacock deal has a long time left to run. We will not be returning to the standard pay-per-view model until at least that deal has run its course. However, the deal brings in a lot of money for NBC and a lot of money for the WWE, and I'd be very surprised if it doesn't also, after this, bring in a lot of money for Endeavour. So I don't personally believe that will be at that much risk. The big questions are as regards Vince McMahon and Triple H. Vince McMahon would become a contracted employee again, as he has done recently. He would be executive chairman. He would take a significant amount of money straight into his back pocket for the sale, and his shares would massively decrease. They would essentially buy all of his shares, but they would offer him some new stock in exchange of Endeavour by and large. So he would still have a considerable portfolio. He would become a contracted employee, and that would be his role. There are big questions about Triple H and his role. Will he be in charge of creative? I've been told that the plan at current is for staff to remain in situ. There would be no planned layoffs or changes should the deal go through, meaning that Triple H would remain in creative. Triple H would remain in charge of creative for the WWE if this deal goes through. At least that is how we will start. Whether or not that changes as time goes on, I can't say. But Triple H would be remaining in situ as per the terms of this deal. The new company which would be launched would be essentially Endeavour, with the UFC and WWE in their own significant sections. It is a legal requirement of the purchase that the WWE cannot be more than 50% of the resulting company, and as such the WWE would account for 49% of the company, with the lead of Endeavour looking after both separate entities, and essentially Vince McMahon looking after the WWE in its entirety himself. This is not another situation like the reports that came out about Saudi Arabia and their investment fund buying the WWE. That was nonsense. There was never any actual sale in place at that time. This is still in the bidding phase. A deal has not been agreed, but from what I can tell, this is a very serious bid that the WWE and particularly Vince McMahon are very, very interested in. One last thing before I get to the chat and answer your questions on it. What I want to say is that once again this is a significant success for mainstream media over the wrestling dirt sheets. The wrestling dirt sheets have been behind on any sales stories pretty much the entire time, and it's really affected the overall view of the wrestling dirt sheets over the last few months, particularly as regards everything Vince McMahon. Dirt sheets like, for example, the Wrestling Observer, anything purely wrestling, Fightful, they are struggling to keep up with the news coming out from the Wall Street Journal, from CNBC, and from the rest of mainstream media. It is a hell of a victory with that in mind. There is plenty more to talk about, including Bray Wyatt, including Bobby Lashley, and including Vince McMahon's role behind the scenes at night 1 of WrestleMania. I will be talking about that as we go through this, but we are right now in the WrestleMania pre-show. We've been live for 10 minutes. We're essentially doing a shock spoiler warning in the middle of this, but this is a night 2 watch along. I will be getting your predictions, I will be getting your general level of hype, and I will be answering your questions as well. So while I've got you, please do remember to share that tweet that I posted earlier. Thank you so many of you who've already done so. I can see that you're already diving in, and that will really help to ensure we get the numbers up. We've already gone up by 10 times the amount of views. While I've got you, before I start answering questions, please remember to hit like. We currently have 46 viewers and only the 22 likes. Every like helps, every chat helps, and every subscribe helps, because after the end of the show last night, we had gained 20 subscribers, which is an absolutely fantastic number, and really shows that what we're doing here is really being echoed by the, I don't know how to phrase it. It's really resonating, that's what I was looking for. It's really resonating with the viewership that we have. So a huge thank you to all of you for supporting. We are now at 2,260 subscribers. We gained 20 yesterday. Let's see how we do today. What's there to talk about? Bucks Basement says you went 4-3. How? Don't you basically have spoilers? Not for match finishes, and honestly, even if I did, by and large, I kind of avoid saying them. Usually I'll make my decision on my prediction about 2 months before the actual match goes live. That's what works for me. It would be kind of annoying if my predictions were right every single time. So 1, I don't know more often than not, but 2, even if I did know, I can't really spread it, can I? Yes, Joey, I did just jump into that, but I know you posted that beforehand. Thomas says, it's okay, Tom, should we do what we did yesterday? When we rank which matches we are looking forward to the most? Absolutely we will. We will be getting to that as we go through. Thank you very much, Jake Rudge, for subscribing on the YouTube side. I very much appreciate it. You'll get a notification every time we go live with our watch parties for SmackDown and pay-per-views and our spoiler warning news shows. Sean says, as always, Tom, people are scared for Triple H with the Endeavour deal. From everything I've been told, Triple H would be remaining in situ as head of creative, but the executive chairman would be Vince McMahon, and he would have the ability to change that should he choose to. Rosal says, hi Tom, so excited for night 2. Night 1 was so good. Rhea vs Charlotte was my match of the night. The main event ending was good, but I thought the match kind of lacked. What did you think? I absolutely loved it. I've already posted a full review with a full ranking of all of the matches. Personally, the Tag Team Championship match was at the top for me. Thank you, Thomas. Alyssa says, do you think Roman Reigns protects tonight in Lost Will Be... I think Roman Reigns loses clean tonight, Alyssa. Yes, Joey, we essentially got to a point where we were having an unofficial spoiler warning there. Dark Society says it'll be a long time before we have a tag team surpass the Usos 622 days as champion. And when Roman loses the title, they should retire the Universal title. I'm not going that far. Not going that far. Interesting, Joseph. I don't know what you did. Sean says, how many crossroads does it take down Roman tonight? 3. Marcel says, hi Tom, how are you? Doing very well, thank you. I'm actually okay for sleep. I've had a nap. I'm feeling good. Ross says, hi all, sorry I'm late. You are not late, Ross. You've only been, the show's only been going for 15 minutes. I appreciate you whenever you arrive. Thank you, Khalida, appreciate that. Joseph asking how much sleep I got. I got about 5 hours, but having a nap through the day has been a big help. Moxie says, how do you rate Night 1 overall? I think this year's WrestleMania has the potential to be the best WrestleMania of all time, which should tell you everything you need to know. And I think Night 2 might top it, given the quality of some of the matches, but I don't think Roman versus Cody is going to beat the tag match. Sean says, chances the Saudi government could outbid Endeavour? High. It's high. There is definitely a strong potential for an outbid by Saudi Arabia. They will be informed of this, and they will put up a fight for it. Ray says, what snacks have you got for WrestleMania? Maltesers? I have lots of Maltesers. Khalid's eating pizza and drinking Fanta. Steve says the main show starts in 2 hours still. 1 hour and 45 minutes. Christian says, how do you see the Endeavour deal playing a role in the USA and Fox TV deals that are about to be up? I think Endeavour will be very happy to have those deals in place. They want to essentially make the purchase nice and early so that they are able to negotiate those deals themselves. Fox and USA Network will be interested in working with Endeavour, much more so than they are for Saudi Arabia. Joey says, do you know if Vince is making any changes to the match outcome since it's at Mania? He is not making changes. There will be more information on that. I have something on Vince's role from night one in depth very shortly. Zane says, will Randy Orton help Cody win? No. Eric says, sourced by Liv Morgan herself, her dream Mania match is her and China in a buried alive Extreme Rules Bazooka's illegal match. I did see that on the bump, yes. Buck Spaceman says the ending of Rhea Charlotte makes me think Charlotte is going to be moved to Raw. Asuka and Charlotte at SummerSlam, where Asuka gets redemption. You wouldn't trust it with Charlotte Flair, would you? Gomar says, hello Tom, how is your day going? Going very well, thank you Gomar, welcome to the show. Khalid says, Tom, I thought there was daily news and rumours today, maybe tomorrow. Not on Sunday. Sunday we do not have the daily wrestling rumours. Joey says, I'd imagine they would want to keep Triple H in the big success he's had in his role. As long as they have Vince McMahon, they don't necessarily care all that much. To be blunt on that one, they don't care all that much who's in charge. As long as it's a guarantee of quality, Vince McMahon has built the company, they would have been fine with him as well. CCC says, do you like long title reigns? It very much depends on the situation. Different people can very much do different things. And Zane Charles says, have you got Cherry Coke? Yes, I do. That's very much our system here on the Tom Colohue channels, and we have ourselves Cherry Coke. Razar says, can I get a Twitter follow? Left a comment on your recent tweet if you don't mind. Absolutely, Razar. Absolutely. I'm not necessarily going to be doing it right now on stream, but what I will say is that I will keep an eye out and make sure that I'm doing that tomorrow when I wake up. 23 Fresh says, why didn't Vince McMahon just pass the company to his children? Because he didn't want to. It's that simple. He did not want to. Joey says, was Vince only there to give feedback on the matches, or was he changing the outcomes? Once again, as soon as I've caught up with the chat, I will start talking about Vince McMahon. Sai says, evening all, the main event is upon us. Dibble pepperoni stuffed crust is in prep. Lovely. Lovely. That's not a lot of sleep, Joseph. Khalid says, do you think this WrestleMania is better than last year's WrestleMania? This WrestleMania is only halfway through, and it's impossible to judge against a full WrestleMania. Eric says, if they do sell to Saudi, what do you think happens to the women and Sami and KO, all of whom would still remain with the company? Saudi are not going to come in and immediately fire people. They have no intention of doing that. That said, we don't know until the deal is actually struck, so it's massive assumptions. Buck says, Tom, curious how confident are you in the outcomes tonight? I got 4 right and 3 wrong yesterday. That should tell you everything you need to know in the confidence levels. To be honest, either if Asuka winning is the best for the booking, I hesitate it may not happen. I'm most confident about Gunther retaining. Zane says, I have a chicken sandwich to eat when I watch WrestleMania. And Razar says, honestly, as long as Saudi doesn't buy WWE and I don't have to spend money to watch WWE, I don't care. Just hope the talent gets paid well. UFC has some problems with that. To be fair, wrestling in general has always had problems with that. And Moxley says, is this a spoiler warning within a watch party? Seems so at the moment. Yes, there is a lot of news that we need to get through because it's certainly of interest to a lot of people. Jordan Darlow's here saying, good evening, Tom and everyone. Welcome. Christine says, it's highly predicted that Gangrel will show up to be in Edge's corner. Just wondering, what are the real chances of that happening tonight? The real chances of that happening are exactly the same as the amount of rumours going into it. Hogan says, for what it's worth, Endeavour seems relatively hands-off when it comes to the UFC, and Endeavour sale may not interfere much with the day-to-day of WWE. As I did say, my personal opinion and what I've been told reaching out to people is that the Endeavour deal would not initially affect the running of WWE. The idea is that the WWE would be its own significant entity within the Endeavour umbrella, and it would handle its own affairs. CCC says, any Jay White news? Nothing more than I've already said. Ross says, I'm working from home tomorrow, so looking to 4.5 hours of sleep tonight. Mr. Stumble says, do you think UFC fighters will have issues sharing a locker room with ex-con Dom? No, because they will not be doing so, primarily because they are terrified of him. Alyssa says, do you think still Peacock? The Peacock deal has years left to run, and they cannot exactly buy it out. That will still be going. Bismo says, Tom, we need to get Cherry Coke as a sponsor for your show. I agree. Joey says, if they went back to pay-per-view buys, I think they would lose a lot of money. Nobody wants to spend $80 on a pay-per-view every month. I don't believe they will be intending to do that, but it's not up to me. Khalid says, Tom is doing Raw tomorrow. I will be there. We will be doing a Raw watch party tomorrow evening. Yes, be sure to check that out. Razar says the stream has turned into a Sunday spoiler warning. Once we get through the news, we'll get back to the watch party bit. Buck says, post-draft, what's your prediction for champs and top stars moving? Bucks, I already have a video on the draft predictions. You can check that out on YouTube. And Ken says I'm eating spaghetti and toast. Interesting, spaghetti and toast. Vince McMahon was indeed backstage for night 1 of WrestleMania. He was also backstage for the Hall of Fame SmackDown, and he will be backstage tonight and on Raw as well. What I've been told is that he was supervising. That's the story that's coming out. He is on the microphone. He is in gorilla position. He is advising and guiding Triple H. Apparently, because WrestleMania is so big a show, he was asked and he also offered to come in and offer experience, guidance, and essentially work backstage to support anyone in need. He is essentially trying to ensure the show runs smoothly, all the balls being juggled do not drop, and he is very vocal in his role. That said, Triple H is still running, and on at least 2 occasions, Triple H overruled Vince McMahon, and Vince McMahon accepted that. This is also one of the reasons Vince McMahon is currently taking out a paycheck, and is currently listed as a WWE employee in this role as an ambassador, as a head of sale, as the strategic alternatives operator, and of course, as a support when needed for the experience required of him. So there is one thing left to discuss. 2 things left to discuss. Firstly, Bobby Lashley. There are still heavy rumours that Bobby Lashley is going to have an open challenge tonight. They were advertising Bobby Lashley yesterday, and with Pat McAfee returning in the way that he did, Bobby Lashley may well make an appearance. I don't necessarily think, though, that LA Knight will be the only thing in his path, if in fact LA Knight is in his path. Bray Wyatt has actually said, while sat in his car talking to a fan, that night 2 of WrestleMania is his night of WrestleMania, suggesting that we may see Bobby Lashley win himself a squash match and then something of an appearance from Bray Wyatt as well. Spoiler warning. There's always plenty of news to cover. There is always plenty of news to cover. Thank you everyone for sticking with me while I went through it all. And please do continue to share that tweet as we go through, as we get closer and closer to the point where we go live for the big show, as it were. I'm still going to be answering your questions, and we still have a watch along to enjoy. We need to find out our predictions for the 6 matches that are going ahead tonight, as well as the general level of hype. So be sure to like, subscribe if you haven't already, because we have 6 hours of WrestleMania action to cover over the course of tonight, and I'm hoping tonight will be a big show for the Tom Colohue channel. Thank you to the 2 more subscribers who have joined recently, taking us to 2,262. You know the deal, says, looks like WWE needs a new host after The Miz lost last night. All I will say is that Alexa Bliss is there and available if they choose to use her. Mr. Stubble says, does a great amount of babyfaces that won yesterday mean that Cody might lose? Nope, there is no connection whatsoever between the amount of babyface wins on night 1 and the main event booking of night 2. Joey says, what will happen to the TV deals with Fox and USA Network? They are up for renegotiation later this year. They are still going to be up for renegotiation later this year, regardless of who owns the WWE. CCC says, hope any buyout doesn't stop Gunther, Dominic and Austin Theory rising. Well, as I've said, from my understanding and what's been said to me, Triple H will be remaining in situ if the deal goes through. If Endeavour do purchase the WWE, Vince McMahon would be the executive chairman, the head of the company once again. He would take the payout and then get some small stock options in the 49% share of Endeavour that the WWE will become. Triple H would be remaining in situ, remaining in position as head of creative, and thus they should see no impact whatsoever in the booking. Keyshawn is here, welcome, saying LA Knight today. If LA Knight's at WrestleMania, tonight's the night. Bug says, Tom, I noticed a theme going on during WrestleMania with reactions across the world. It happened with Ray and Rhea. Maybe that theme is a spoiler for tonight with Asuka, Gunther and Finn. Quite possibly, yes, but what I will say is we also saw plenty of UK and they weren't necessarily involved in any match finishes. Also, Rhea is not from Australia, to my knowledge, she's from New Zealand. I could be wrong, I could be confusing her and Dakota Kai. Let me know if I'm wrong. Aled says, what do you think will be match of the night tonight? I think it will be Edge and Finn. There is no question in my mind that the match of the night will be Gunther defending the Intercontinental Championship against Sheamus and Drew McIntyre? But let's open that question up because it's a very good question, Alice. Let's open the question up. What do you think will be match of the night for WrestleMania Night 2? We have 6 matches lined up. Brock versus Omos, the Women's Fatal 4-Way, Bianca Belair versus Asuka, Gunther versus Drew McIntyre versus Sheamus, Edge versus Finn Balor, and Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns. For you, what will be match of the night? Razar says, I hate to say it, but I predict Vince will fully be back in creative by SummerSlam. That may be your prediction, but there is no indication of that from anyone I've spoken to so far. Bailey says, having the Peacock contract in play may be a good long-term play for Endeavour as a destination for UFC pay-per-views. Streaming provides better cash flow than trying to sell pay-per-views individually. Joey says apparently Bray was spotted in LA. He wasn't so much spotted as he's been there for several days. Blue says, is it weird that I'm just happy that it's not Saudi Arabia? No. Hogan says, I don't think they'd go from not charging to charging $50+. Maybe something small like needing Premium Plus instead of regular Premium to access PLEs on Peacock. To my knowledge, right now, there is no plan to make any changes to the current content model for the WWE. Gomar says, is there any update on AJ Styles currently? None whatsoever. He's not attended to make an appearance at WrestleMania because he is still carrying an injury. Alyssa is hoping to see Jay White answer the open challenge for Bobby Lashley. Khalid says, Tom, so Bray Wyatt might return tonight. If the idea is that if he's in LA he's going to return, then surely it was yesterday as well. Ross says, how will you research for tomorrow's spoiler warning with so much happening tonight? It may be a bit of a slow pace, spoiler warning. I'll say that. Because I may not be able to get so much, especially with so much to talk about today, but I will continue to try and provide as much as I can as well. They are recapping last night's John Cena versus Austin Theory match, particularly the John Cena entrance. Andy Barr says, are you hanging in there, Tom? Just about. I know I have about 5.5 hours still to go on this show, so I'm pacing myself, but there's a lot of news to dive into after all. Thomas says, Tom, we are potentially a couple of hours away from the Switchblade era of WWE beginning. I know. Mr. Stumble says, does it scare you that it required like 5 prison guards to control ex-condom and protect the 80k fans? Well, here's the thing. Dominic was well behaved. If he is ever not well behaved, well, we're all doomed. Ayush says, Jay White update. The latest update that I provided on Jay White is that the WWE are confident of the signature and AEW have all but given up on Jay White signing for their company. Alyssa says, who steps up when Cody Rhodes wins the belts? That's entirely up to the WWE. I think Finn Balor may be up there, Bobby Lashley as well. Blue says, late to the party, but I wonder if this means real crossover between WWE and UFC like Brock. They will be 2 independent companies which will be able to act independently. However, if you have the availability of all those contracted UFC stars, surely as a WWE entity, you'd want to use them and vice versa. Zane says, will any former AEW wrestlers show up at WrestleMania? There's about 15 of them in the crowd already. Bismo says, if it's true, glad to hear that Lesnar and Omos is the opening match. This is the one match that I couldn't care less about. Kang says, is this the most obvious main event outcome for a long time? I would not say so, because last year we had Roman Reigns versus Brock Lesnar for I think the 4th time. We all knew what was happening there. Thank you, Steve, for clarifying that I was incorrect. Rhea is indeed from Australia and not New Zealand. Keyshawn says, The Rock hinted he might meet the Bloodline face-to-face down the road. Do you think that means Roman will keep the titles? No. Ross says, as long as Dana White stays out the road, just like Vince, he's had his issues recently, although he thrives on controversy. So too does Vince. As regards to what people are most excited for, Joey says, I'm going with the IC title match, which I completely agree with. Buck says, Tom, do you think making Bianca Night 2 is a sign that she's losing since she completed the 1-year reign? No, I think they are just splitting the fact that they were always going to have Charlotte versus Rhea on night 1, and they wanted each of the women's championships on separate nights. Wow, Ayush, that's what, 15 questions? All of which are the exact same question. I think you got a problem, mate. I really do think you got a problem. Eric says, will the showcase match be on the pre-show? No. Did you watch yesterday? Did you watch? Ross is also most excited for the IC title match. Moxie says Edge versus Finn Balor or Gunther versus Sheamus versus Drew are going to be the best matches. Moxie, as usual, traditionally not answering the question. Joseph is most excited for Roman and Cody. Eric is asking, will Bobby do the open challenge? That's up to the WWE. Blue says IC title match has an all-timer written all over it. Joey says, do you think Bron Breakker could accept Bobby Lashley's open challenge? obviously, Braun Breaker is going to accept the Open Challenge, beat Bobby Lashley, accept the Open Challenge tomorrow to win the United States Championship. Jay White will also accept the Open Challenge, and LA Knight will also accept both of those Open Challenges. Those are obviously guaranteed to happen. Christian says either the Hell in a Cell or the main event match would probably be my match of the night. I'm genuinely not that focused on the main event. I don't think that's going to be the 5-star spectacle that a lot of people are predicting, but the IC match I'm all over. Bismo says Edge versus Finn is probably the one I'm looking forward to most. The Gunther match is a close second. Perish is here saying hello, welcome Perish. I did check out your preview earlier. Don't know if you spotted me. I know you spotted me a bit later, but I really enjoyed your call and your take on Belair versus Asuka. Mr. Stumble says since Phil Brooks is signed as a UFC announcer and Endeavour bought WWE, Endeavour has not bought WWE. I want to be very clear. No purchase has taken place. No purchase whatsoever has taken place. The rumour is very much that tomorrow they will announce a bid and a deal that is currently being worked on that currently that could potentially be signed off tomorrow. At current, nobody has bought the WWE. And no, Mr. Stumble, I will not get your false hopes up. No, Mark, I don't think you missed too much. We talked about Vince's role supervising Night 1. We talked about Lashley and we talked about Bray Wyatt. If you did miss out on those, by all means, just zip back, rewind the show and go for there. Blue says, don't want Jay White tonight would mean he'd probably lose. Jay White will not be losing his first match, and I also don't expect to see him tonight. Joey says, would we see UFC and WWE crossovers? If UFC and WWE wanted crossovers, there would be WWE and UFC crossovers. At 23, Fresh says, who is the most respected person in the WWE? Triple H. Chris is dropping hashtags celebrating Ed Fries and his love of Jay White, which we all know and all very much agree is a thing. Thomas says, Tom, I can't express this enough. The Switchblade era is nearly here. I do believe it is, and I'm very excited for it to finally begin. Zane says, I hope WrestleMania cheers me up seeing Man United lose to Newcastle. Well, sucks to be you. Razar says, I know a lot of people hated it, but I respect Cena for never turning heel and hurting all the kids who looked up to him. I remember going to WWE shows and all the kids would be in full Cena gear. Mark says, seeing the best wrestler in the world, Gunther, retain is what he's most excited for. Christine says, what if, and hear me out, Cody wins and Trips comes out and takes the title from him, instead gives him his own title or brings back the Winged Eagle belt tonight. None of those things are going to happen. Like, the question is, what if this happened? Well, then the answer is, that thing would happen. Called fantasy booking. Kang says, assuming Cody wins, in your opinion, which event would we see a first title defense? Backlash. Cody Rhodes is going to be a fighting champion. They're going to really make that clear straight away. Gomar says, going to say Gunther versus Sheamus versus Drew is going to be match of the night. If you've not already if you've not already said, let me know what your predicted match of the night is going to be in the chat. And Alyssa, Sai's absolutely right. You need to not speculate on stuff like that. We will be kicking you out. Just going to be clear on that. Joey says, would it be Ari Emanuel or Vince that negotiates the new TV deals? It would be both. Zane says, my wife thinks the women's title match will be the best match. Buck says, how would you book Bianca and Asuka and have Bianca pass out to Asuka's new submission? That's essentially where I would go as well. Bianca, I feel, shouldn't just lose this match. She should be absolutely inconsolably broken by this match. I want to see both women go to their limit. I want to see Asuka selling injuries tomorrow on Raw, and I don't want to see Bianca tomorrow on Raw because she is so hurt. I want to see a war. A war. Eric says, my pick is the IC match or Bianca Asuka, which once again, Eric, much like Moxie, not answering the question in any way. Mr. Stumble says, Vince McMahon versus Dana White, Battle of the Billionaires, WrestleMania 40. I mean, it's not like we can bring Donald Trump back in. He's going to be arrested. Mr. Stumble says, why is this rumour more credible than the Saudi one that was announced in January? It's a good question, Mr. Stumble, and I appreciate that. So there's several reasons this rumour is more credible. First and foremost is it comes from a well-resourced source. It comes from someone who has history of making reports like this, and it comes from a source, CNBC, who have a lot of checks involved and a lot of source checking as well. It is not a case. It is not a case that the original sources, for example, the DAZN source, the Body Slam source, that reported on the Saudi Arabia deal had that level of experience, expertise, and established credibility. This source has established credibility and answers at a much higher level to a much higher brand. It is mainstream media, not wrestling dirt sheets, reporting this news, much like the Wall Street Journal report on Vince McMahon that essentially forced him out of the deal. Now, beyond that, there is also, for example, the checks that we can do as sources ourselves. Now, I've been reaching out and I've been speaking to people as best I can, and what I can say on this one is that there is a lot of truth to it, I can guarantee, and I've been able to confirm a lot of it. As regards the Saudi Arabia one, I was the first person to pop on Twitter and say, yeah, this isn't true. I haven't heard a damn thing about any of this, and I cannot confirm any of it. And then Ariel Helwani, under the direction of WWE, confirmed it. Aled says, I know you don't really like hearing about Zero News, but he did say tonight he's being rewritten to change the main event. The main event is not being changed tonight. Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes is still the planned main event. Perry says, also, Tom, I did notice you when I checked in. Just want you to know how much I appreciate your love and support, and I will always give it back. Thank you, Perry. That is a lovely thing to say, and I really appreciate that. Ditto, absolutely. Anything we can do together, I always have a great time, and you know we'll be doing more. Callie says, hi, Tom. Hello, Callie. Thomas Phipps says, the IC match, easily no-brainer. Brad agrees, the IC match as well. Gomar says, hopefully the ropes are nice and secure for the Demon tonight, which is fair. Paul Heyman is being interviewed by Kathy Kelly backstage, sporting an interesting new look that I'm quite enjoying. The hair. I would give that outfit a very high rating. Paul Heyman, though, looks incredibly nervous. The loss by the Usos will have a big impact on Roman Reigns tonight. Joey says, if this deal goes through, would Vince have more power, or would he be in the same role as he is now? Technically, he'd be on the... he'd have the same level of power, but he would also have the head of Endeavour essentially his immediate call, so he could contact Endeavour immediately. Stuart is most excited for the IC match. Ross says, if they debut Jay White tonight, it would be brilliant. I only know of Jay White because of this show, and I'm occasionally watching New Japan too. I know Wrestle Kingdom is the big show. Jay White literally main evented this year's Wrestle Kingdom against Kazuchika Okada. Literally main evented it. He was their champion until January. Moxley says, Tom, do you see Roman kicking out of a crossroads today? Yep, the crossroads is established as a move that doesn't necessarily finish people off. Bailey says, Rhea Ripley is the lead story and photo in Adelaide, Australia's morning newspaper today. Zane says, I'd love to see WWE sign Rosemary from Impact Wrestling and see her in WrestleMania main event. Neither of those things are going to happen. Ross says, not sure what the other New Japan big shows are and when. They tend to do more in the realm of tournaments, for example, the Best of the Super Juniors, the Tag League, and of course, the G1 Climax, which is well worth your time. Alyssa says, will the new era finally... Will Triple H's new era finally begin? It began in August, so I don't know where he's been, but it's been 8 months of Triple H. Joey says, this report didn't come from Brad Shepard, so I think this is legit. Blue says, I hope the tag team showcases become a regular thing, much better than Battle Royals in terms of showcasing talent. You say that after night 1, let's wait until night 2 before we actually make that decision, shall we? Eric says, my final pick, the IC match. Thank you for answering the question. 23 Fresh says, are there any more scandals coming out from the WWE? Give it time, mate. Give it time. I'm confident. Joey says, is this going to be a regular thing now with Vince working backstage, or is he only doing it for Mania? At the moment, he's only doing it for WrestleMania. I expect him to be at more WWE events going forwards. Backlash, for example, he will be in attendance for. Joseph, if I was a WWE superstar, I'd be a heel that eventually got cheered. Andy's excited for the IC match. Ken says, who is your favourite wrestling YouTuber? I'm not able to watch too many of them, but I'm a big fan of several people who are in the chat right now. Ed Fries, for example, started on this channel and is absolutely taking the world by storm. Astrid, who I was trying to do a raid for earlier on Friday, spoiler warning. Lauren Goodnight starting popping up a lot recently, who I'm really enjoying the work of. And of course, Perish is in the chat, the head of our local establishment as well. Mr. Stumble says, do you think the Saudis are out of the deal now? They're involved in a big issue of a Swiss bank almost going under in March, which may hurt their finances to buy WWE. They are still planning to make a huge bid, and they will fight this because they want the company. Alid is expecting 2 spears at least, which is fair. Traffic says, good afternoon, Tom and chat. Early predictions, does night 2 top night 1? I'd say yes. That is a good question, and you know what? Let's take it to everyone. Traffic is asking, will night 2, in your opinion, be better than night 1? Night 1 made a tremendous start, We don't know for certain that anything can top it. So what do you think? Will night 2 top night 1 of WrestleMania? Perry says, do you think the fact Jay being pinned will be Roman's excuse to all of the Bloodline Mania failures to set up a Roman versus Jay feud? That is exactly what I think and exactly where we're headed next. I'm confident now that Roman versus Jay will be taking place at SummerSlam. Joey says, do you have any updates on Kairi Sane? Do you know if she has serious interest in a WWE return? I know you mentioned before Triple H really wants her back. The latest information I've already reported. William Regal has it on his docket to get Kairi Sane back to the WWE. As regards her interest, I can only speculate. Mark says, just caught up and looking forward to everything. Nice. Brad Becker just says, yes. Shogun says, oh, hell yeah. Mark says, yes as well. Andy Barr thinks night 2 will be better as well. Moxley thinks night 2 will top night 1 as well. Lots of excitement for that. Zane is a big fan of Wrestling Days. Fair enough. Wiggly says, Tom, is it true WWE being sold to Endeavour? No. The WWE has not been sold to Endeavour. Wiggly, if you check out the original actual report on it, in no way does it say that. So I think if that's what you're seeing, then people are essentially twisting it. Moxley also believes this is going to be the greatest WrestleMania in history, which is a bold claim, but not one I can necessarily dispute at this point in time, because as you guys know, we've started really very strong, and I'm very excited to see where we go from here. We currently have 53 people watching and only the 38 likes. If you've not yet done so, please do consider hitting the like button. It would really help with the growth of the channel. There are a number of different ways that we can guarantee the channel grows, and a large part of it just comes down to showing that you are engaged and interested in what's happening in it. So every like, every comment will make a big difference to the growth of the channel and what we are doing here. We have something called chat rate, and the more often people are chatting, the more often YouTube will essentially advertise this show to new potential viewers. So please do consider jumping in, asking your questions, chatting away, being hype with me, and going on from there. Aled says, I don't think night 2 will be better than night 1. Ross says night 2 will not top night 1. Definitely some differing opinions on this one. Definitely some differing opinions. Thomas says, I personally think night 2 will just be about Edge. Night 2 of the IC... I read that wrong. Will just about Edge night 1 with the IC match and the Hell in a Cell match. Mr. Stumble says it's impossible for night 2 to top night 1. XCOM Don won't allow anyone to have that opinion. Perry says UFC WWE potential merger is only Dana White's hope to work with Matt Riddle again. I mean, that might make the magic happen. It might do. Though what I will say is it's not a UFC WWE merger. I want to be very clear. It is not a UFC WWE merger. Endeavour would run the UFC and the WWE separately. It is not a merger. Wiggly says, lots of all the articles suggesting it's going to be sold to Endeavour or announced to be. The report is that there is a deal that is going to be announced potentially tomorrow. But to be clear, it's a deal, it's a bid, it is not the sale. The sale is unlikely to have gone through just yet. Alan says, Cody Vader Day is here, hopefully. The Cody Vader is in play. It was used by Valhalla yesterday. Wiggly says, Asuka is on night 2, so it will be good. Ashley Wigby says, hi, welcome Ashley. Brad says, will the demon be purple tonight? I'm actually really excited. I didn't expect to be, but there is a very, very new and interesting version of the demon that we're going to see. I'm not going to provide any more spoilers, but yes, the Judgment Day colours are indeed purple, and that is the main reason the cell has changed. Zane says, my dude always watches Cody Rhodes matches. He must be a Cody fan. Okay. Joey says, I worry Vince will try to make budget cuts again and fire Triple H talent like he did in NXT. He's not currently looking to do so. Triple H has found ways to essentially save a lot more money and make the WWE a lot cheaper to run without firing people. Shogun says, how are you, Tom? Ready for night 2 after night 1? I really liked being with you in the chat. So nice to see wrestling with wrestling fans like this. I'm really glad you enjoyed it. We started these watch parties and spoiler warning during a pandemic because I just wanted friends to watch wrestling with, and it's really grown into something incredible. So thank you, and thank all of you for being here. Ashley says, I hope Cody wins tonight. Sai says, I do not think tonight will top last night. They give me a thin crust pizza by mistake. I like thin crust personally. I do. Sean says, yes. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that that's a good thing. Alyssa says, 2-night WrestleMania is so much better. To sit through one night, think WrestleMania 35, pull the trigger on a longer pay-per-view. James saying, views are going crazy. They are. We are already, after just under an hour, on 329 views. And you know what? Now seems to be the perfect time to start asking for some predictions of what you expect to happen tonight at WrestleMania. So let's dive in. We have 6 matches to discuss, and we have a potential match order already in the Discord. Now, I'm actually going to close the Discord, but before I do, if you're not already a member of the Discord, I'm going to put a link to invite you to the Discord right into the chat right now, because we are growing fast over there. We are sharing a lot of news and information, and we are just genuinely having a great time. You are welcome there. The rules and community guidelines are up in the new starters area. It's pinned to the top, so I advise you to check them out to make sure that there are no issues there. But I welcome all of you to join the Discord as well. The first match I want to ask about, and I want to get your opinion on, is Brock Lesnar versus Omos, which is rumoured to open the show. Now, this, I feel, is one that not many people are that invested in and not that interested in, but what I will say is that it could certainly surprise us. It is Brock Lesnar versus Omos. I have Brock Lesnar winning this one, a face win to open the show. Omos, for me, has a level of charisma, but unfortunately this is not the platform where he can display it. I do have Omos having a good showing, but to be blunt, I don't see him picking up the win here. Who do you have between Brock Lesnar and Omos winning in the opening match of WrestleMania Night 2? Joey says, Rey Mysterio has had the best entrance so far. I prefer Dominic's. Joey says, let's see if anyone can top it tonight. Mark says, Raj Giri has tweeted this. The transaction with Endeavour would give WWE an enterprise value of $9.3 billion. Currently, their market cap is about $6.8 billion. What that means is that there has been a bidding war and the number has gone up and up and up. I suspect that there have been multiple bids by a Saudi Arabian investment fund. Razar says, I don't know, I kind of think Night 1 might not be topped. Brock Omos won't be a better opener. The women's showcase won't be better than the men's. Also don't think the Raw women's title will top the SmackDown title match, which is fair. Mr. Stumble says, what was your favourite advertisement integration from last night, Tom? For me, it's probably the bottle of Prime. I like that KSI went through the table. I like that he was willing to do that for the cause. I gotta respect it. Joseph says, Tom, do you think there's a chance Solo costs Roman the belt? There is always a chance. No. Joey says, without any spoilers, have you heard of anything big being planned for the Raw after Mania tomorrow? Yes, I have. Yes, I have, with no spoilers. James says, Cody win, Omos win, Edge win, Liv and Raquel win, Asuka win. James, stick with me. There is a reason we are asking for your predictions individually. So I'm going to take that you have Omos winning there and just leave it there. Hector says, hello Tom, hope the stream has been going well. I was out celebrating my brother's birthday, but I'm not sure how this possible Endeavour sale will go. It's better than the Saudis, so there's that. We did open with that, Hector. There is actually quite a bit of news about 10 minutes into the stream. If you want to pop back and just catch up, I will recap some of it as we go through, depending on the questions coming through. Welcome. Hector says, Brock F5ing Omos is going to be a sight to see. I still can't get over the fact that essentially Brock Lesnar's finisher is named after the refresh button on a PC. Brad has Brock. Steve Engblom says Suplex City. Aled has Brock Lesnar winning. Shogun says a Brock win. Bailey says a Brock win as well. Thomas says, Si, would you be able to keep track on predictions before every match to see who got the most right, like you did last night with how we rated each match? Si, is that something you're able to do? If not, Thomas, that may be something you want to take on board as well. If Si is not able to do it, could be a fun one. Timothy says Brock as well. Zane says Lesnar will win. Mark is still bringing in some Raj Giri. It says Raj Giri has also said some personal thoughts on WWE possibly being sold. There is a lot of synergy between UFC and WWE, so you'll probably be seeing a lot of departments being... There were a lot of layoffs after Endeavour bought the UFC. Endeavour buying UFC paid off greatly. Last year the UFC generated $1.3 billion in revenue, which is only slightly more than the WWE did. James says if the Brock match had another person, it would be great, not just a one-on-one. Then Thomas says, I've got Brock as well. Joseph says Brock to win. And Sai says, wow, that's 2 takers on Discord already. 2 Undertakers. Wow. American Badass and the Dead Man indeed. Andy says Brock wins. Ross is saying, I'm not invested in this. Brock will win, with Brock helping Omos look good. Omos, unfortunately, has not been winning many matches. But what I will say is that the WWE clearly have high hopes for him. Sai says Brock wins in under 5 minutes. Kang says Brock will definitely win as well. And Stuart has Lesnar for the win. 23 Fresh is asking a good question. What is your favourite storyline of all time? Thinking about it, I'm going to have to go with what many people think is the best work that the WWE have ever done. Mae Young giving birth to a hand. It just, the emotions that I felt in that story. Poetry, theatre, magic. Ross says, I liked KSI going through the table. Traffic has Brock as well. Joseph says, Tom, there was a short YouTube video of Cody arriving. Great. Good that he's there for his match. Ross says, Chad Gable was outstanding. I agree wholeheartedly. Zane says, have you tried Prime Energy Drink? I've tried 3 different flavours. All of them have been bad. All of them. Shogun is shouting Finn. Mark has Omos winning. Thomas says, Tom, would this spoiler for Raw have anything to do with Switchblade? I breathe... It's not the right word. I breathe with the Switchblade. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. It's not wrong. Don't clip that. Ross says pretty much everyone in Tag Team Showcase looked good, which is absolutely true. Sai says New York Times, Wall Street Journal and Brandon Thurston all now reporting a deal with Endeavour is close. So a lot of sources now backing this, confirming what I've already reported as well, and what I've been able to find and add to this story. Timothy has Brock winning. Trekopedia is here, welcome mate. Says, is Endeavour news real? We went through this with the Saudi rumours, so is this going to be debunked as well? I have been able to confirm this. It is also now being confirmed by New York Times, Wall Street Journal and Brandon Thurston, as Sai is putting out there as well. So I can say this is very different from the rumoured Saudi deal, which was always, and I quote, nonsense. I was the first one to pop up on Twitter and say there is nothing to this, it is completely incorrect. It was then confirmed by Ariel Hawani. Mr. Stumble says I want Omos to destroy Brock, start an undefeated streak. He also beat people up as a ninja in 2020 if I remember correctly. Yeah, that sucked. Ashley says Omos will win tonight. And also Cody Rhodes. I did not realise that Cody Rhodes was taking on Brock tonight. That could be a very fun match and will eventually happen. Zane, I have no idea who you're talking about. Hector says, wasn't sure how I was going to feel when he first started doing it, but Cowboy Brock has to be my favourite character of his. It just seems to be just him being him. Pretty much it is, yes. James says, Shield has to be the best storyline. Mark says, face storyline all time is just The Rock versus Austin or just the Bloodline. Once again, Mark, also not answering the question. Mr. Stumble says, do you think Mae Young's hand is as much of a brat as Dominic? No, Mae Young's hand is a very well-reasoned gentleman. We've seen him back on WWE TV. He got that. Especially when you consider how much he probably got bullied at school for being a hand. Dane says, will MVP get involved in the match? Probably, kind of. I reckon he's taking a bump. Traffic says the Mae Young storyline was a classic for sure, but thought he'd go Kane and Lee to having a baby. Guess not. Thankfully, that was out of my time. Thankfully. It didn't make much sense at the time. A horrible experience for everyone involved. But, you know, we got through it. We survived. We just about survived. We've already gained 5. Yes, Si, thank you for the update on Discord. We've already gained 6 new subscribers within the first hour of this show, and I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's taking the choice to stick with us. You will get notifications every time we go live with our SmackDown watch parties, our pay-per-view watch parties, and our spoiler warning news shows, where you'll get plenty of more information on this one. If you've not yet done so, please consider sharing and hitting like on the tweet I shared earlier. I will post it again in a little while to try and keep those numbers coming in. And I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's already put the word out there. I'm going to go ahead and retweet your quote tweet, Dave Leary, because every quote tweet gets a retweet when it comes to here. 15 link clicks, so link clicks. So a lot of people checking it out based on you guys sharing that tweet. Okay, next up, I want your predictions for the second match that is apparently going to be taking place, the Women's Fatal 4-Way Showcase Tag Match. Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez will take on Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler, will take on Natalya and Shotzi, and will take on Chelsea Green and Sonya Deville. Now, I know what most people are going to go for here because ultimately I'm going there as well. Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler are in this match to essentially protect Ronda Rousey from the fact that she is having to work injured. Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler, for me, there is absolutely no potential for anyone else to win this match. It is about as clear as it can possibly be for me that they will be picking up the win, and there will be no real competition presented to prevent them from picking up that win. That's who I have, and that's who I believe will be picking up this win. Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez should get to show off a little bit, should get to show off what they are able to do, but others such as Natalya, for example, will just be pretty standard of what she's doing. Sonya Deville, she's there to take a pin, not necessarily the pin, but she's there to do the job essentially, and it's unfortunate, but we are where we are with this one. It seems pretty clear that Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler will be taking the win. Okay, just catching up on the chat a little bit. Perry says, now that it's April at FTR leaving AEW, we will find out very shortly on that one. Personally, I still can't say with any real... I can't make the simple statement that this is going to happen, but what I will say is that FTR have been unhappy in AEW for a long time. Tony Khan has been making some big promises. It really depends how much they trust him to keep them. It's also worth mentioning that they are currently going through a bit of an issue with the AEW locker room as regards their support of CM Punk. Mr. Stumble says, can Dominic, Cody Rhodes and Mae Young's hand form the second iteration of Legacy? No, but they should. Hogan says it seemed unlikely that news of a sale would be broken by a wrestling news source. CNBC initially breaking the news should have been the tell that this may be more than just smoke. Indeed. I do think that's very telling. When it comes to the big wrestling news, it simply no longer comes out of the wrestling dirt sheets. The Wrestling Observer, Fightful, PW Insider, they are not reporting anything really seismic in the world of wrestling. Massive Marquez says, is Lita going to get a push even though we can't see her thong anymore? She's currently a champion, and yes, we don't see her thong anymore. The world, thankfully, has moved on, Marquez. And hopefully, so have you. Sai says, just to be clear, New York Times and Wall Street Journal are reporting that on their own, not quoting CNBC or even sourcing it. Brandon Thurston is quoting all three, which means that they have independently verified the information that they are putting out. Alec Thompson has Shayna and Ronda winning the tag match. Bailey says, for those outside the US, CNBC is very closely connected with the financial markets and Wall Street. Thank you for that, Bailey. Shogun also has Shayna and Ronda. Traffic has Ronda and Shayna. Thomas has Ronda and Shayna. Ross has Ronda and Shayna. Mark says, I want Raquel and Liv Morgan, but Ronda and Shayna is going to win. Brad has Ronda and Shayna. Bailey has Ronda and Shayna. Bucks Basement says, Tom, Fightful reports there's something planned after the women's tag team match. Could it be we get a WWE Women's Tag Team Championship match tonight? It is not impossible, but I find it unlikely. Ross says Shayna all the way. Andy Barr says Baszler and Rousey win. Mark says looking forward to seeing the Karen contribution is going to be. I'd imagine that's Chelsea Green. Zane says I enjoyed Hulk Hogan versus Sergeant Slaughter storyline. That is paint by numbers if I've ever seen it. Sai says I'd have definitely said Ronda and Shayna before Ronda went on her octogenarian rant. Still likely winners, but Liv and Raquel as a backup. Mr. Stumble says Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler win. Invite Dana White from the front row into the ring and announce the sale live at Mania. Little do they know, it was Shane that signed off the purchase. Timothy Bellis goes off keel to Liv and Raquel. Thomas says might not be able to do it as my Excel is taking ages to update. Well, I appreciate that you attempted on that one. Razar says Ronda and Shayna should just take everyone out in that match and have a dominant win. The other teams are just thrown together. It wouldn't hurt them and help Ronda and Shayna become legit threats again. Alex says any news on if LA Knight is going to do something at Mania tonight? Nope. Stuart also has Ronda and Shayna. Alyssa says, do you think Liv and Raquel eventually win the tag team championships? Eventually is a very long time. And Marcel says Ronda and Shayna will win. Ronda and Shayna. Ronda and Shayna. Hector says, I have Ronda and Shayna as well, but I hope that Ronda and Shayna's one-on-one feud is fueled by the fact that Shayna feels like an afterthought because they only came out to Ronda's music because it's frustrating. I think by and large Shayna accepts that, but I do feel if you want to see that turn, living in Ronda's shadow will certainly be a big help overall to get Baszler out of that shadow indeed. We are 1 hour into a 2-hour pre-show. Kayla Braxton is talking about Dominic Mysterio getting spanked by his daddy, and she seems to really enjoy talking about that, which is fun for everyone in the whole damn family. Mazin Marquez says, I can see Cody winning, then a huge stare down and respect of Roman after the match, only for Cody to be attacked by Blue Meanie to close out Mania. Okay, sometimes I definitely feel like you get the humour here. Hayden Gibbs says, if women's wrestling, who is watching the stove? Well, Hayden, if you are here, then who is being a bitch backstage? Mr. Stumble says, is it weird that we cheered a father spanking a son on live TV last night? Not at all, because ultimately, that's wrestling. Wrestling, as we know, is a Republican enterprise, and they will convince you to cheer for child beating if they decide to. Thomas says, even if I can't do a spreadsheet tonight, I may be able to do for future events. Maybe we could create a little league. That'd be cool, Thomas. If that's something you're interested in doing and that you want to do, I'd be thrilled to have that and support it as best I can. Marcel says, how long will the main event be, do you think? About 46 minutes. Perry says, heard Raquel was scheduled for a push prior to Charlotte coming back, so I wouldn't be shocked to see her getting the win. That was indeed the plan, that Raquel Rodriguez would be getting the Royal Rumble match against Ronda Rousey. That, of course, did not happen, and ultimately that was where the push was supposed to end. Jordan Poole says, hi, looking forward to tonight. Me too, Jordan, welcome to the show. Zane says, will Shane O'Mac return at WrestleMania? Nope. Shane McMahon has no dealings anymore with the WWE, has no business ties to the WWE, and is unlikely to be involved going forward with the WWE for any particular reason. Any particular reason. Hayden Gibb did subscribe, and I'd imagine is now unsubscribed, because why would you stick around after cracks like that? Alex says, do you expect a Roman backstage segment tonight? Yes, I do. Oh, my voice better not go. I am not going Michael Cole. That's not happening. Jordan Plays, welcome, sir. Am I going by Jordan or Brad today? Says, huge opportunity wasted if he loses it. Massive Marquez says, if the titles get split, hopefully they can make the WWE Championship the main title. Then Cody throws it in the bin and pulls out the... Okay. Yep, you're going. You're just going. You're on timeout. Alyssa says, hope Shayna Baszler comes out and not Ronda Rousey. Well, in that case, it would not be a tag team match. Perry says, if WWE has a new design for the men's championship, do you think more redesigns are coming? Yes, but that's been rumoured for a while now. There is a whole lot of reports going back a while about the idea of new championships, particularly the tag team championships, with Roman Reigns essentially presenting the Usos with some new belts. Now, I do want to say we're up to 2,267 subscribers. I'd imagine we're going to lose a couple because I've been muting people for being utter dicks, but I still want to say a massive thank you to everyone who has hit subscribe already. If you are currently watching, we have 72 viewers, but only the 46 likes. If you're able to, please consider hitting that thumbs up. It really does help the growth of the channel and really does ensure that YouTube is further advertising everything that we are doing here. It really is a big help to what we do. Ken says, how many crossroads will it take for Cody to win? Marcel says 5. I maintain 3. And Sai says, this pre-show panel is out there wondering if they've got a new boss. I mean, I don't hate the concept. I do actually quite like what they're doing with the Snapchat filters. It's quite fun. Not very focused, but it's quite fun. Hector said, the chance we see a Mr. Dustin Rollins in the crowd tonight help celebrate his brother's victory, or would that have to be approved by Tony Khan? That would have to be approved by Tony Khan, as would an appearance by Christian. Christian has already been contacted by the WWE via AEW as well. James says, someone's already gone. I don't think anyone got booted yesterday. No, I don't believe anyone did get booted yesterday. We did have to deal with a few people, but yeah, I think a couple of people have definitely come in hoping that they can cause some havoc. Into the Wrestleverse says, hey man, we are ringside row C tonight like last night. Well, Into the Wrestleverse, are you on hardcam side? Or where else are you? Because we'll keep an eye out for you. Peter Englefield said, don't mute me because I have the tables. Looks like a great night tonight. I hope so, Peter, and don't worry, I think you're pretty well established here. Jordan or Brad, whichever you prefer. I want to say thank you for that donation. Says, Tom, don't you think taking down the entire bloodline in 2 days is a bit much? I don't think the entire bloodline will be utterly destroyed and utterly finished off. I do think there is still a part to play, and I don't think it will be absolutely completely, conclusively finished until SummerSlam time when we get Roman Reigns versus Jay White, but I do think there are a few more nails to put into that coffin. Thank you once again for that donation. Very generous of you, and I massively appreciate it. We have a backstage showing of Cody Rhodes with his child and his wife heading down to the ring. Brandy Rhodes is starting to appear a little more often. We will be seeing more of her as they try and pitch Cody Rhodes as the family man. Gotcha, Wrestleverse, thank you. Kieran says he meant Jey Uso, not Jay White. Thank you, Kieran. Did I say Jay White? Did I say Jay White? I did not mean Jay White. I said a lot of words wrong recently as regards Jay White. I did not mean Jay White. I guess I'm not getting as much sleep as I should. I guess I'm not. Let's do another prediction, because we have 55 minutes left before we get to it. Let's talk about the match that is apparently planned to go third on the night, and that is the one I personally am most excited for, the Intercontinental Championship Triple Threat. The champion Gunther defending against Drew McIntyre and Sheamus in a triple threat competition. Of course, this means that Gunther doesn't have to be pinned in order to lose the championship, and I've got to be honest, Drew McIntyre pinning Sheamus could be how this goes down. Gunther for me will be retaining, that is my personal prediction, but there is a lot of momentum and a lot of rumours around the idea that Drew McIntyre turns heel. Not necessarily at WrestleMania. I think if he does, it'll be on the Raw afterwards or the SmackDown afterwards. But for me, I have Gunther retaining, continuing as the Intercontinental Champion, and also Drew McIntyre attacking Sheamus and turning heel. That's what I have for this one. What do you have for the Intercontinental Championship Triple Threat? Gunther versus Drew McIntyre versus Sheamus. Hector says, say this Endeavour deal goes through, I feel like they're deliberately going to be happy that they have someone like Cody Rhodes as essentially the face of the company. He's marketable, a family man, very likeable, and he will be a company guy through and through. Historically, not something Endeavour care that much about. Have you seen some of the champions they have in the UFC? I reckon they're not that worried about it personally, but we'll see how it plays out long term, because you never can tell with this one. You never can tell. They are highlighting the Seth Rollins intro from last night. I'd imagine they have altered the audio again. Thomas says, seems like you have Jay White in your mind there, Tom. I wonder why. Hogan says, waiting for Brandy to debut so WWE can do Flair versus Rhodes in 2023. Wrestleverse, I've already dealt with Massive Marquez. I don't know what they think they're doing, but we'll be keeping an eye on them. Shogun says, Gunther. James Kemple has Gunther with a double pin. Kieran says, we will take the Seth Rollins versus Jay White at SummerSlam though. Seth versus Jay White is definitely something that has already been pitched to try and convince Jay White to come to the WWE. Aled says, I had Sheamus winning, but I changed to Gunther. Brad Becker says, Gunther. Bucks has Gunther winning. Bailey has Gunther winning. Marcel says, how many chops will Gunther give? I say 20. Into the Wrestleverse can see a Drew heel turn as well. Gomar believes it will be Sheamus. Mark has the Ring General Gunther retaining. Marcel has Gunther. Andy Barr has Gunther. Hayden Gibb has Gunther. Razar says, I got Drew winning and changing his character a bit after. Now, Hayden, I did mute you. There's a reason for that. You are on thin ice on this one, but if you can keep up with the chat, you are welcome to stick around. Ross says, Sheamus for me. Thank you very much, the Dude4220, for becoming a channel supporter. That is one of the many ways that you can support the growth of this channel. As a channel supporter, which is $1 a month or $12 a year, you will get access to behind-the-scenes videos, and long-term, we will be doing live streams purely for members only. So please consider that as well. Shogun says, Gunther win and McIntyre heel turn coming. Jordan Plays has given us another donation. Thank you very kindly. Says, I encourage more of you to occasionally super chat. Tom, he's staying up till 4 5 a.m. His time for our enjoyment and asks for nothing, unlike JD types. To be clear, that is you saying that, and you're welcome to say that. But as you have in fact said, I'm not going to ask for that. If you would like to donate in a financial manner, you are welcome to do so. However, there is no requirement to do so. No requirement whatsoever. As long as you are here, you are helping the growth of this channel, and I appreciate all of you. Sai says, odds on this are surprisingly close, but I'd like to see Gunther. By the end of tonight, he'll likely be their longest reigning champion, and there's potential to play that up. Thomas says Gunther definitely wins. Sai says, guys, lots to look forward to enjoying tonight. Thanks for joining us early. Can we be considerate and have a think on what we want to say? Won't start any fires, and if we still say it, don't expect to stick around. Sai is, of course, a mod. We have other mods who will be dipping in and out. They will be keeping an eye on you. I've already made it clear by who I'm muting, who may well need to be kept an eye on. OLE, welcome, says, good evening, Tom and friends. How are you all doing? Welcome, OLE. Traffic says Gunther retains. Keith O'Toole says Zayn and Owens have done it. They are the new undisputed tag team champs. Into the Wrestleverse as I see Drew winning and turning heel. Stuart says Gunther, but would love it to be Sheamus. Hayden Gibb, you're not for here. You're not for here. 23 Fresh says, is Molly Holly the nicest female wrestler ever? Hard to quantify. There's a lot of very nice people. Moxie has Gunther all day. All day. Jordan has also become a channel supporter. Thank you kindly, Jordan. There are multiple options for how much you would like to offer as regards channel membership. Channel supporter is the $1 or $12 a year option. There is a channel member, which is $5 or $60 per year as well. You'll get access to the same thing, but it's up to you how much you would like to donate. James, already in hand, don't you worry. Aled says, I'm off, need to get ready for our stream. Have a good stream and a good night, everyone. Thank you for joining us, Aled. I hope you have a great time, and I hope you do good work over there as well. Zane says, what time does WrestleMania finish in the UK? It will probably be around 5 in the morning. Bismo says, Tom, how much money would it take for you to take 3 straight hard chest chops from Gunther? I've interviewed Gunther twice, and what I can say is that he would not be willing to do it. He would not be willing to do it, simply. Jordan Plays says, hey Tom, did you see Tiffany Stratton on NXT not getting caught doing a moonsault off the top of the ladder from the ring to the outside? Hope she is okay. I did actually catch that. I saw a clip of it, and it did not look like a good landing at all. Eric says, my predictions are I have a wild card, Liv and Raquel, Brock, Sheamus, Cody, Asuka, and Finn. Mr. Stumble says, do you think ex-con Dom can get the match results reversed since Ray used an illegal object of the strap and should be disqualified? That is actually a fair comment. No one really considered that. Into the Wrestleverse says, is this your full-time job? It is not my full-time job. I do have a full-time day job that I've taken 2 days off the following 2, Monday and Tuesday. This is essentially a hobby that I've been able to monetize thanks to the generosity of so many people. I am into my 3rd year. I started January 2021 because I wanted some company to watch wrestling with during the pandemic. It's grown massively, and I'm extremely proud of what we've been able to achieve. So, yeah, that's where we are. Andy Barr says, I saw that fall from Tiffany. That was bad. And Jordan says, unbelievable there. So we have just under 50 minutes left, and we have 3 matches left to predict. So let's get to it. Apparently the planned match to follow the Intercontinental Championship is the Raw Women's Championship match. This will see Bianca Belair defending against Asuka. And it does seem as though Bianca Belair versus Asuka is one of those matches that a lot of people really aren't sure about, which is a good thing. It really shows that both women are in a good position and could really be the one to take this one home. I personally have Asuka picking up the win. I think Bianca Belair's championship reign has run its course. I think over the last 3 years she's been champion more often than not, and it's time to move on. Asuka for me is a fitting winner, the right choice, and I really think she will freshen up the division and give us some new competition. Alexa Bliss versus Asuka is already something that's been mentioned as an example. Bianca Belair has beaten everyone on Raw already. I would have her lose, go to SmackDown, take on people such as, for example, Rhea Ripley, Charlotte Flair, Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Ronda Rousey, and more, because all of those sound like new and interesting matches that we will not be able to get if Bianca Belair remains as WWE Raw Women's Champion. Who do you have winning the match between Bianca Belair and Asuka? Who have you got? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the chat. Zane says, will we ever see Bron Breakker versus Cody Rhodes in the future? The future is a very, very long time. It's impossible to answer that question. Razar says, Angie also slapped Dominic and it didn't cause a DQ. I thought that was weird. Very fair. Jason, how you doing, mate? Says, did you happen to address Bayley's cryptic tweet this morning? Wonder if there was any news to it. Here it is. And sometimes the most romantic love story comes to an end by. The suggestion seems to be that Damage Control may be breaking up after WrestleMania. Ross says, Asuka for me. Zane says Asuka will 100% win. Kieran saying even the bookies are 50-50 for this one. The Dude says, I have Asuka taking it. Bianca has held the title for a while now and could use a move to SmackDown in the draft to get some fresh new opponents. Buck Spaceman says, I hope Asuka wins because she needs it. If she loses, she'll be buried. I don't agree on that one, but I do feel it would certainly harm the new character that she has, as you lean into afterwards. Eric says, Tom, is ex-con Dom scarier than nails? Nothing scarier than nails, mate. Calm down. Bayley has Asuka with outside interference. Who from Bayley? I'm interested in who you think will be providing the outside interference there. Brad has Asuka. Into the Wrestleverse says, The Fiend tonight. There is a tweet going round that shows Bray Wyatt in his car stating that tonight will be his night of WrestleMania. So if he's going to make an appearance, I would expect this to be the night. Sai says, poor Bianca and Asuka are on a hiding to nothing following the IC match. I'll take Asuka as well, but no change in direction yet. I think we get Bianca chasing for a while. Personally, I do think they will start, much as the Women's Championship match of last night did, start quite slow so they are able to start competing with that triple threat. I don't think it's impossible that they start to at least match it. Jordan says, I predict Alexa Bliss interferes. Andy says Asuka wins. Stuart says Asuka wins. Mr. Stumble says Asuka with the help of Great Muta for a double misting. No, but I think the mist may be involved. Mark says Asuka. Shogun says Asuka. Thomas says Asuka as well. Bismo says getting a bit bored with Belair and Asuka deserves a title reign. Hector says, I don't know if you saw this on the network stream, but on Peacock they showed a Snickers ad with Bron Breakker and AJ Styles, and I've talked myself into this being a thing. It is just a commercial. It was shown on the network as well. Eric says Kana, which is a variation of the character that we're seeing for Asuka at the moment. Hogan says, I'd personally have Bianca win to keep her Mania streak alive, allowing for a full-fledged Asuka heel turn and title change at Backlash. Also want to keep Bianca on Raw to keep her away from Rhea. I certainly think that is a strong possibility that this match happens at future pay-per-views as well and keeps going with the feud. Personally though, I think Asuka's already firmly a heel, as I have reported exclusively on Twitter, Asuka was a heel the moment she came back. Keith says, Brock and Omos is going to be a great match. Nothing like two monsters going at it on the grandest stage of them all. Well, it is just a monster off. James says, don't you think if a champion holds a title for a crazy amount of time, it's better than losing the belt and winning a few times? Like holding the title for 1,000 days would be better than a 4-time champion. Yes, I agree. Traffic has Bianca winning this one. Chris Kane is saying, Switchblade era tonight. No. But Mr. Stumble says ex-con Dom should have a conspiracy film crew like Sammy had a few years ago. He got screwed by a biased ref and biased commentator Michael Cole. He called him a bozo. Was that supposed to say bozo? It says bozo, and I'm rolling with it. Ross says, I'd like to see Deonna Purrazzo rejoin WWE when she becomes available. She's posted she's there supporting Chelsea Green tonight and she's really good. I do believe she's really good. I believe she's really deserving of big opportunities, and I do believe there is interest from Triple H in a return, especially given how far she has come since leaving the WWE. Marcel has Asuka picking up the win here. Eddie is here saying, with the sale of WWE to Endeavour, do you see Tony Khan having more difficulty signing and re-signing talent? No, I think the reason he's having difficulty signing and re-signing talent is that AEW is in a lot of trouble right now compared to where it was. Razar says, I don't know. I think Bianca's retaining and the feud continues. Maybe Asuka wins at Backlash. Bianca's 10 days away from becoming the longest reigning Raw Women's Champion. Is she? Wow. Because Becky lasted forever with that thing. Bayley says outside interference Alexa, which sets up a feud with Bianca as Asuka moves forward with other opponents. Ken says, will we ever see Bayley become babyface with her ponytail? Do you mean going back to what she was? Because the WWE aren't going to do that. Alyssa is giving a hard boot to Asuka, but is also sick of Bianca Belair. Who do you like, Alyssa? Mark says, Conor McGregor has tweeted a pic of him holding the WWE and UFC titles. The man knows how to get a crowd annoyed. Ken says, they always dance to Bayley, turn it up. 23 Fresh says, in what ways is AEW in trouble? Primarily, ratings are nowhere near what they were expecting. The CM Punk situation has caused serious unrest backstage. John Moxley now joining that particular situation. They've also had to rewrite a lot of what is going on, and MJF's position is not particularly secure. Those are the main reasons, but also they're having trouble signing the big name talent because Triple H is now back in play in the WWE, and he's a tremendous draw to people. Eric says, who do you think Cole dislikes more, Ex-Con Dom or Top Dollar? Well, Top Dollar wasn't on the card, so right now it's Ex-Con Dom. And Joseph says, Tom, who would love you like to see come back tonight? Big E. I would love to see something backstage with the New Day where we see Big E return, not in a wrestling capacity. He has not been cleared and he's not going to be cleared for a little while yet. A full video will be going live on my YouTube channel over the next few days with Big E's return schedule. But what I will say and what I can confirm is that we are not going to be seeing Big E return to wrestling anywhere yet. Not yet. Thomas says, I might be alone here, but I'd love to see McGregor in WWE, especially as a manager. I don't think he has any interest in being a manager, but I would certainly enjoy seeing him mixing it up. Chris Kane says, Charlotte versus Rhea title match last night was one of the best women's matches of all time. I hate to say for the women because I don't want to keep them in a box, but still a great match. I get what you mean. You could say it was one of the best matches of all time, and ultimately if you don't like putting it in a box, there is an answer to that. Don't. All of this is perfectly doable. You don't necessarily have to. Now, what I will say to everyone watching right now is that we have already grown by 8 subscribers within the first 80 minutes, an average of a subscriber per 10 minutes. That would make me very happy if we kept that up. I don't expect we're going to, but I'm very much enjoying it, is what I will say. The show so far has been viewed 869 times, which is actually a greater level than we had for night 1. The peak so far of viewership is 72, which is absolutely tremendous. Again, yesterday's show peaked at 50 and really shows that what we are doing here tonight is resonating with people. The beauty of a 2-night SmackDown, particularly for streamers, is if people dropped into night 1, it's going to be advertised to them for night 2, and that is helping us to grow. WrestleMania starts in 40 minutes. There are 2 matches left to predict, but WrestleMania starts in 40 minutes with Brock Lesnar versus Omos. What we're planning to do tonight is something very similar to what we did last night. We will ask you after each match to provide a rating. Si, I don't know if you'll be keeping track as you did yesterday. That was a pleasant surprise, certainly. But we'll ask you to give a rating of what you thought of each individual match. I am really hoping that they're going to be as good as they were. Eric says, do you have a video planned for Riddle's comeback? Nope. 23 Fresh says, could you see Moxley leaving? I could not, no. Mark says, Paul Heyman has tweeted back to Connor saying he is a Roman Reigns wannabe. If the WWE were going to do it, surely that would be the match. Keith says, I think I would have liked to have seen the New Day reunited. Could happen. Absolutely, it could. Joey says, I feel like the women's tag match is too predictable. Everyone expects Ronda and Shayna to win. CCC says, heard KSI versus Lashley could happen. KSI and Lashley certainly seem to be trying to make it happen. Mr. Stumble says, do you think WWE will ever pull a trigger with a female performer winning the Undisputed Universal title like how Impact had Tessa Blanchard? I think Charlotte can do it. No. The WWE plan very clearly to keep those championships separate. Bailey says, we all know it's tough for wrestlers to walk away from the ring, but as a manager, Big E could be the next generation's Paul Heyman. That is not a bad shout at all and very much worth considering. Joey says, I think you got a viewership increase because of the sale news. Also, what I will say, and this is a perfect opportunity, the sale news certainly I think probably did help the spoiler warning nature of how we started, but also a large part of how we got there is you, the viewers watching today, because I put out a tweet when we went live and I posted in here saying to people, please do join us and help share that tweet. So what I'll do now is I'll post that one more time because it's an hour and 20 minutes later. If you are able to, and we have a lot of different people here now, if you're able to, please remember to hit like on that tweet, retweet if you would like to. If you quote tweet it and put the show over, I will retweet your quote tweet. Okay? So I'm keeping an eye over the course of the show. One of the easiest ways to advertise is literally something so simple as that. Just trying to get a tweet out there and really make it work long term. So if you're able to, that is one of the easiest and most powerful ways to help the channel grow. By taking that tweet, hitting like, hitting retweet, replying if you'd like to as well, and that will really help me to get the word out there and help the channel grow. So please do consider that. Sean says, most of the panel picking Omos. I believe they will be wrong. You are not alone in that. I certainly believe that too. Mark says, according to Raj Giri, Jason Jordan produced the Charlotte versus Rhea match. Ken Thompson says, do you think Denise Salcedo is a good wrestling journalist? I wouldn't necessarily put her in the journalist camp. I think that's sort of not quite what she does. She's certainly more of a media personality, a special guest appearance. She is, in fact, on my YouTube channel. We had her join us for a debate way back when about Retribution and their role in the WWE, in case you want to check that out. So search my channel for Denise Salcedo and you'll see her there. Sai says, I'll not be keeping track tonight, but I'm all for taking part. Good to know. Stuart says, just thinking I'm getting old. Actually remember watching Muta debut in WCW. Into the Wrestleverse is kind of a long question, I do apologise, but if Cody does win tonight, and there is indeed a twist of him only winning the WWE Championship, does he still wear pink socks with his suits? Serious question. I understand how serious a question that is, and that's something we need to consider. The pinkness of the socks is a key indicator of someone's willingness to do the job. So if he's wearing the pink, we all know that he's doing it right. Funny, Joey, funny. Keith O'Toole says, when's AEW Double or Nothing? No idea. By all means, give it a Google, because I honestly, I have no idea whatsoever on that one. I don't follow AEW all that stringently, and that may be one of the main reasons why I have absolutely no idea. Thank you very much, Mark, for retweeting that tweet. I will hit like and retweet your quote tweet right now to try and help get the word out there. I very much appreciate it. We also have the Discord. I posted a link there earlier. I'll post another link a little later on. But it's nice to see a couple of additional people joining. The Dude and Gomar joining the Discord as well. Bear Hudson joining as well. Perish as well in the chat. Lots of hellos from everyone as well. So if you'd like to talk wrestling, there is a wonderful, wonderful place to do it in our Discord. We are currently on 92 people within the Discord. We share a lot of news there. So if that's something that interests you, by all means, stick around. Mr. Stumble says, did you just indirectly call Bret Hart the biggest jobber for wearing pink? Yeah, I did. Thank you, Lauren, for the clarification there. Joey says, will there be a collab with Zero News coming in the future? No. Brad Becker says, quote tweeted, thank you, Brad. And Hogan says, easiest way to remember for Americans, Double or Nothing is Memorial Day weekend, All Out is Labor Day weekend. Eddie says, NXT Battleground in the same day. Lauren says, hello, Tom, so proud of Cody Rhodes, that little bitch. Thank you, Into the Wrestleverse, and thank you, Thomas Phipps, as well. I will I'll pace it a little bit, but I'll be sure to retweet all of the quote tweets as they come in. I don't want to do them all now so that people get essentially fatigued of the tweet and get sick of seeing me, but I will make sure all of those quote tweets get retweeted as we go. We've already had 18 additional views because of you guys advertising this show, and if people are willing to click on it on Twitter, they are much more likely to subscribe. So every little does help. We are very close now to 1,000 views before the show has even started. That's where we are right now, and that is a testament to the work that all of you are doing to help support. There are 2 matches left to make predictions of, and that leaves us with the Hell in a Cell match. Edge versus Finn Balor. Now, this is supposedly going to be the Brood version of Edge versus the Demon King Finn Balor, the leader of Judgment Day. And within Hell in a Cell, I would imagine that's supposedly going to leave Damian Priest very little to do as a way of getting involved. If it's a clean match and a clean finish, Edge is definitely in the ascendancy. But there are rumours of Gangrel being involved. I have heard tell of Christian being contacted as well, which certainly raises the question, will Edge be alone and will Finn Balor be alone? This has the potential to be overbooked to hell. Really heavily overbooked on this one. That said, I have Finn Balor picking up the win. Edge has won plenty of matches already. He really doesn't need the additional rub. For me, this is the moment that Finn Balor finally, conclusively picks up the win, vanquishes Edge, and walks away, because my God, I am sick to death of this feud. Keith O'Toole says, saw Bobby Lashley win the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. He did indeed. Everyone let me know who you think is going to win the Hell in a Cell match between Edge and Finn Balor. Drop it in the chat. Will it be Edge or will it be Finn Balor? Ken says, did you know Rob Becky is a wrestling fan? I did not. Traffic has Finn. Shogun has Finn. Mark has the Demon King Finn. Andy Barr says the Demon wins. Brad Becker says the Demon Finn. On the main roster so far, the Demon King Finn Balor has lost only one match. And that's because the turnbuckle randomly broke because spooky. That's the thing that happened. Sai says, I'm going for Finn, given Edge's history of putting over the current roster. Hogan says, I'm a little sad I didn't think of the I wish WWE all the best and their future with Endeavour joke first. I have been seeing that so much already on Twitter. Sick to death already. Lauren says, give it to Devitt, boys, unless we're getting a brood set up. Joey says, imagine Conor McGregor on WWE TV. He'd never be allowed back after cussing someone out. I suspect that would be a job for Paul Heyman to try and make sure he doesn't get allowed to talk. That said, I think MVP would be very good in that role as well. Bailey has Balor as well. Ken says, why did WWE kick out Edge from the Judgment Day? Because Edge ultimately, once he left Judgment Day, it offered a huge opportunity to Judgment Day to expand and grow without him. Alyssa says, predicted the WrestleMania main event for next year starts. Okay, so you're asking me who I think will main event next year's WrestleMania. Let's open that up to everyone. Who does everyone think will be the main event of next year's WrestleMania? Personally, I don't think it's going to be Roman. I think we're going to head back towards Cody Rhodes versus Seth Rollins. For me, that will be our main event of next year's WrestleMania. Into the Wrestleverse, as I can see Orton helping Edge tonight. There are hefty rumours of a return for Randy Orton. In the beginning of February, I posted a video stating Randy Orton's return schedule. It's certainly got a lot of views since and a lot of questions further, so check that out if you're not sure what the plans are for Randy Orton. It's on my YouTube channel and well worth checking out. Joey says, hopefully Balor moves on to the Universal or WWE title picture. I do feel Finn Balor and Cody Rhodes have plenty to get their teeth stuck into. Ken thinks Edge will win. Thomas says Finn, and hopefully this is the end of the feud and then Edge can put over some of the younger roster, maybe even a Jay White. Sai says, speaking of overbooking, I wonder if this match is where Wyatt makes an appearance and forget the Lashley angle ever happened. True. After all, we have a lot of darkness going on, and Bray Wyatt versus Edge is something that creative have pitched previously. Bray Wyatt versus Edge is something that Bray Wyatt has been looking to do. That said, Edge, to my knowledge, has been sort of avoiding that one because, as with many in the WWE, he's simply very nervous of working with Bray Wyatt. It doesn't make quite a lot of people nervous. It makes me nervous. Keith says, Edge, I kind of like Finn, but if anyone can pull it off, Edge should win. Mark believes, as regards to main event for next year's WrestleMania, Cody versus Gunther or Gunther versus Brock. Ross believes that Finn will win the match. Thomas believes that next year we'll see Jay White versus Cody Rhodes. Joey is talking about the match between Finn Balor and Roman at Extreme Rules, saying it sucked and they turned the whole thing into a cinematic match. They kind of did. It wasn't great. It really wasn't. Brad Becker believes next year we will also see Cody versus Seth. Andy Barr thinks Cody versus Jay White. Bailey wants Seth versus Gunther. Stuart believes that Finn Balor will beat Edge. Eddie Gomez says, I'm very happy for the WWE sale because Tony Khan will not have more money to buy his toys. I mean, the WWE potentially being sold does not affect how rich Tony Khan is. I feel I should point that out. Lawrence says, just think of the insane outfit Seth and Cody would bring for the main event. It'd be like the walk-off scene in Zoolander. The drip will cause a flood in the arena. Into the Wrestleverse thinks next year's main event will be Kenny Omega versus Roman Reigns. Ross says, I'm glad the Red Cell is away. I'm not a fan. And Joey says, can't blame Edge. Nobody wants to feud with puppets and supernatural garbage. Stuart thinks next year's WrestleMania main event will be Cody versus Gunther, which after the Royal Rumble, a lot of people are of the opinion of. And Traffic says Austin Theory versus Sami Zayn should be next year's main event as well. Moxie has the Demon King winning on this one. Hector says a Judgment Day version of the Demon entrance is going to be so good. Moxie thinks next year's main event will be Jay White versus Cody Rhodes, and then corrects and says Gunther versus Cody instead. Wouldn't hate Sami versus Cody. There's a lot of face versus face in these, and honestly, I don't hate that as a concept. After all, it's worked pretty well for everyone involved. Worked pretty well. I'll take it. Okay, Eddie, but that doesn't really have any impact. Doesn't really have any impact. Ross believes that Cody versus Jay White will be the main event next year as well. We have just broken 1,000 views. It is very possible at this point that by the end of the pre-show, we'll have more than half of the views that we had for the total show yesterday. What I do want to say is that right now, we are on 56 likes with the 55 viewers. If you have not yet done so, please consider hitting that thumbs up. Yesterday, we finished on 72 likes. We are already just 15 away from that level. If we're able to surpass that, I'd be very, very happy indeed with that. Traffic says I just don't see another WWE champion holding the belt for a whole year after the run Roman has had so far. That I agree with. I don't necessarily expect we're going to see that overlap again either. CCC says, is AW in trouble? Not really. No. They are not really able to compete right now with the WWE, but they never have been able to. Into the Wrestleverse, is that Pepsi in a Coke glass? Nope, it is Cherry Coke in a normal Coke glass. I am not a heathen, Wrestleverse. I'm not a heathen. And it upsets me that you would think that of me. I am suspicious. Right, who can we quote tweet? We're up to 6 quote tweets. Some of them have already been shared. Who can we do? Who's next? Brad Becker saying, give Tom Colohue follow and you won't be disappointed. So that's Mark, Brad so far, and Dave Leary. That means Peter, Thomas, Ross, you are next on the list, gents, for those quote tweets. Thank you everyone who's essentially really helping me advertise the show tonight by being so supportive. We've got quite a few people joining the show purely from that tweet already, and I very much appreciate all of you who are helping me to grow the channel as we speak. Ross says, if Jay comes, then I'm assuming they promised him huge things. They have literally promised him massive things, and I'm really expecting good things from him. He'll be landing on his feet, I promise you that. Joey says, do you know if Vince is going to be booking any more matches and storylines post-Mania going into Backlash? The head of creative is Triple H. The head of creative going forwards is Triple H. Vince McMahon should not be making booking decisions, but what I will say is that we've already had Vince McMahon making changes to this year's WrestleMania card. Wrestleverse just says, thank God. Zai says, you say you're not a heathen, but your views on roast chicken crisps and now thin crust pizza are well documented. Roast chicken crisps can go to hell. Can go to hell. And yeah, I like a thin crust. I like it crispy. I don't like to basically get full on bread. I don't know if you've watched Scott Pilgrim, but bread makes you fat. Keith O'Toole says, could Stone Cold Steve Austin make another WrestleMania appearance? Yes, forever's a very long time. Declan Stevenson, welcome, says, what is the adult beverage you're consuming for night 2? It is not an adult beverage, it is Cherry Coke. Is Cherry Coke adult? Is Cherry Coke kinky? Why did nobody tell me? Am I declaring myself a swinger accidentally? Because I'm not. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate that. Wrestleverse says, I have earphones on at ringside watching this at WrestleMania. Well, hopefully, once we go live, I'll be able to see you, mate. I'm looking forward to it. I'm forward to trying to spot you. It'd be great fun. Moxie says, I also wouldn't hate a heel Drew versus Cody at WrestleMania 40. Moxie, I just want to say thank you once again for not answering the question at any point. You're asked to pick a main event for next year. You've now chosen 3. You are nothing if not consistent. Moxie says, Tom, is it true that the WWE promised Jay White a Cody Rhodes level push? Moxie, you're asking me to confirm my own report. Maybe think about that one. Also, thank you, Declan Stevenson, for subscribing. Very much appreciate that. You will get notifications every time we go live, and the shows that we do here on YouTube are Monday and Friday spoiler warning news shows, where we detail a lot of what is going on in the WWE. At the beginning of this show, we covered quite a bit of news as well, particularly about the Endeavour sale. Triple H's position long-term with the company, what Vince McMahon is doing at WrestleMania yesterday and today, and also a little bit on Bray Wyatt, the WWE Network's future, and the TV deals for USA Network and Fox. So we cover a lot of news. We also do full watch party watch-alongs for SmackDown and every single pay-per-view that you may want to check out. Joey says, I wonder if we'll get that rumoured Sanity reunion after Mania, since the roster are going to be reset. Well, they've got everyone in play apart from Big Damo at this point. Hector says, Tom, where do you see Paul Heyman post-Bloodline? Maybe he could take time off, then maybe represent a new client. Maybe called up Grayson Waller could be a great pairing. Honestly, I'd put him with Bron Breakker. I'd keep him with Solo Sikoa. I might even have them as a tag team for at least a brief amount of time. I just really enjoy that as a concept. Why not, you know? Why not? I'm just closing a few apps that are on in the background that could annoy me. For example, Steam and Skype are still open for some reason. Microsoft Teams is open. I never even use that. Eesh. To try and make sure we don't have any issues with the technology. Sai says picking free headline matches is maybe a good shout. Maybe Mania 40 is a free-day event. Into the Wrestleverse. How can we truly know that isn't Pepsi in that glass? I'm worried, Tom. Worried. Well, Wrestleverse. How would you know? I might be a secret heathen. All my friends are heathens. Don't you know? Kiefer Tool's got to go. Bye. Mark says, Braun and Heyman sounds good. And Joey says, I think Braun should turn heel. He feels too forced as a babyface. Heyman then might be the perfect person to completely abandon Roman and head into the waiting arms of Braun Breaker. Alyssa wants Cody Rhodes versus John Cena for WrestleMania 40. Personally, not for me. 20 minutes away from the start of WrestleMania. We open, apparently, with Brock Lesnar versus Omos, and there is one match left to predict. Be sure to hit like if you haven't already, and subscribe. We are now on 2,268 subscribers, meaning that we've so far had 9 new subscribers on the show. Welcome everyone who has just joined to the Tom Colohue Network. The final match to predict. The final match to predict will be the main event match, and I do feel this is the obvious one. This is the one we all kind of feel confident with one way or the other. Roman Reigns defends both the WWE and Intercontinental Championships against Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes, who won the Royal Rumble and returned after a major injury that he suffered training for a Hell in a Cell match against Seth Rollins. Who do you have? Roman Reigns or Cody Rhodes? Let me know in the chat. Roman Reigns or Cody Rhodes? I very much have Cody Rhodes. I cannot imagine a world in which Roman Reigns leaves with the championships. I just can't see it. For me, Cody Rhodes has been put into the position, an absolutely unstoppable and unimpeachable position, where he is the chosen one. And as we know, chosen ones usually do pretty well in the WWE, particularly under someone like Vince McMahon. He is the chosen one. For me, Cody Rhodes will be winning the WWE and Universal Championships, and then afterwards will probably be relinquishing the Universal Championship as he is staying on Raw. Moxie believes that Cody is winning. Let me know in the chat. Fill the chat with your predictions for Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns. Traffic says, no matter what any of us guess for the next main event, we can all be sure at some point Roman versus The Rock will be reported to be the main event beforehand. It's been reported for the last 4 years, and for the last 4 years, it's been wrong. Hogan says, I'd love to see Heyman and MJF. The dynamic between those two would be so much fun. Peter says he should have a sign saying Tom Colohue says that, and then the tables. We need spoiler warning t-shirts. We need to finally make this happen. People going to the shows can rock a spoiler warning t-shirt. I'd absolutely love it. I mean, I feel massively self-indulgent and a proper narcissist whenever I say it, but it'd be lovely. And Mark says, whoa, Cody. Brad Becker says, Cody Rhodes. Steve says, Cody Rhodes wins it in 21 minutes. I still remain confident with my prediction, 46 minutes. Thomas says, adrenaline in my soul. Cody Rhodes is going to win. Wrestleverse says, Cena looked slow last night and not bothered at all. Might have been different on TV. That is kind of the pick, what we felt as well watching it. Sai says, I'm going to say Cody, but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. Stuart says, Braun goes heel with Heyman and becomes Big Papa Pump Jr., chainmail and all. I wouldn't do that. Let's not go backwards in that way. But I would definitely pair those two up. Shogun says, Cody Rhodes, it's a new era. Marcel says Cody as well. Bailey says Cody. Ashley says Cody Rhodes wins in 30 minutes. As we're doing the times, let's jump in on that. How long do you think the main event is going to be? I say 46 minutes. Steve says 21. Ashley says 30. Jump in. Let me know how long you think the main event is going to be, not counting Roman's entrance. If you want to say how long Roman's entrance is, by all means do that as well. James says, I think Roman will try to walk off and Sami and KO will be waiting at the top of the ramp. I don't see that. That's not very Roman. That doesn't mean it's not going to happen, but it's not very Roman. Stuart says Cody. Traffic says that's got to be Cody winning. Gotta be Cody. Lauren says, I know how I want to win and he's my favourite little bitch. Little bitch Scalari. Wrestleverse says I can see 3 crossroads and Roman still kicks out. I can see a Shattered Dreams and a Bionic Elbow from Roman Reigns. Well, then there's going to have to be a ref bump because a Shattered Dreams is the most illegal move in the history of wrestling, surely. Stuart says, we know who'll report Roman Rock as well. Same person who always reports it. For 4 years in a row, Dave Meltzer has reported that Roman Reigns versus The Rock will be at WrestleMania. He has then reported that Roman Reigns versus The Rock will not be at WrestleMania, and everyone has reported both of those, and Dave Meltzer has gotten rich off rumour killing his own rumours. Timothy says Cody. Ross says Cody, although I'd love Roman, the IWC would lose its mind. As regards the length of the match, Brad Becker wants 47, just to be a bit of a dick. Ross says Cody, although I'd love Roman. I've already read that one. Mark says can't wait to hear Samantha Irvin introducing both of Cody and Roman. Shogun is going with 40. Thomas is hedging it with 45 minutes and 30 seconds. Mark says a 40-minute match. Lauren says the main event will be 42. That is, after all, the answer. Timothy says 50 minutes. Leon, how you doing, mate? Says, hi, Tom. Hope you're doing well. Doing very well, thank you, Leon. Welcome to the show. Traffic says 53 minutes with entrances an hour and 12. I do think the total segment will last more than an hour, personally. I really do. Traffic says... I already read that one. Hogan says, pretty confident Cody wins. I hope they retire the Universal title and he remains a lone world champion. But unfortunately, I think they're splitting the titles after Mania. That's what I see as well. The titles being split. I need a cushion. My back is not doing well right now. I've been in this chair a lot recently. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. Marcel says the main event will be 50 minutes. Stuart thinks 33 minutes without entrance, 60 with. Cody Rhodes does have a pretty special entrance involved. A lot of lifting. Wrestleverse says they have a piano entrance for Roman tonight, also a special entrance. Is it? Wrestleverse, what's your thoughts on that? Peter says if Cody didn't win, then I will start watching MLW. Jordan says, Tom, 0 chance that we see anything Randy Orton or RK Bro related tonight. Correct? Not correct. It is not a 0 chance. Randy Orton is in attendance. He is not cleared to wrestle. However, that doesn't mean we're not going to see him appear in some way. Personally, I think we may see a backstage vignette including a couple of names, such as Randy Orton, Big E, maybe even Stone Cold Steve Austin. Into the Wrestleverse says, outside the arena sounded like Finn's demon theme song. Zane says, is Dave Meltzer a top bloke? I've never met the guy. Never met the guy. Though he definitely has not used my name when reporting what I report, so that's been awkward. Been very awkward. Thank you, Moxie, for the clarification. I did not mean to say that one. Moxie says 43 minutes. Megan is here saying hello. Welcome, Megan. How are you? And Moxie says Roman's entrance will be 2 minutes. What, you think Roman's just going to pelt it down the ramp? That'd be hilarious. I'd be down for that. Bailey says John Cena looks slow, as did Lita. That's about getting old. Let's appreciate what a 45-year-old Brock Lesnar and a 46-year-old Bobby Lashley are capable of doing. The Undertaker is not much older than they are now when he was wrestling Roman Reigns at WrestleMania 33 and could not keep up. Ashley says 1 hour and 10 minutes. Joseph says, Tom, if The Rock is there, I will be so happy. To my knowledge, I don't believe he is. But again, I wouldn't be too surprised if he pops up backstage. Joey says, I think they're doing Omos and Brock as the opening match so Brock can leave early. Brock does have a habit of doing that. That's a fair point. Sai says, do we have any picks for a Lashley opponent if it happens? I'm guessing Bron Breakker gets a call-up. It's a good question. Let's open it up to everyone. Sai has asked the question, if Lashley does have an open challenge, who do you believe will be the one to get the opportunity? Who do you think it's going to be? Joey says, I hope Gunther gets a special entrance. Ross believes it'll be a 32-minute match, 20 minutes for Roman's entrance. Shogun says, wait, did you say something about Bray earlier? Didn't hear very well, sorry, can you resume again? Bray Wyatt was asked a question when he was driving in his car whether he'll be at WrestleMania. He said night 2 is his night. Zane says, Cody match will last 42 minutes. Joey says, were there any journalists that were rude to you in person? Nope. Not a single one was ever a problem in person. It's funny because many of them say they long didn't like me, and yet they were the ones shaking my hand and saying how much they enjoyed my work in when we were there. It was lovely, lovely. Stuart says, what the hell is that behind Byron? Wrestleverse says, Gangrel spotted inside Sophie about 30 minutes ago. Again, Wrestleverse, I'm going to need some sourcing here. Going to need some sourcing. But for most people, it's not really a surprise. Some of those names you'd expect. Oh, Stuart says the giant green jelly bean. Yeah, I spotted that. It makes me very confused. As regards the open challenge, if it happens, Mark is saying LA Knight. Traffic is saying LA Knight. Timothy Bellis is saying Dolph Ziggler, which will definitely make people very unhappy. Stuart says LA Knight as well. Thomas says, I've said it once and I will wish it into existence. Jay Switchblade White. It is Switchblade Jay White. Joseph says, I'm going to say Uncle Howdy. I do believe if we're going to see the match between the two of them, Bobby Lashley will have a open challenge, have a squash match, squash LA Knight for example, and then we'll see a vignette of Bray Wyatt declaring himself for Lashley again. Shogun says LA Knight carrying cross, the Fiend for Lashley. No worries, Thomas, no worries. Horsey is here, welcome Horsey with a very generous donation. Says, good evening Tom, fell asleep last night as a Mysterio match was happening. Couldn't stay awake, I really can't blame you. It's like 5 in the morning is a big ask, So smash it tonight Tom, as per, smash those likes people. Thank you Horsey, welcome to the show. Pardon me. Hopefully you're able to stick around and stay awake for this one, or if not, by all means just have a nap. Whatever works for you. WrestleMania starts in just 9 minutes. You may be able to watch some of it, but certainly I hope to see you as company. Ashley says LA Knight. Joey says, is Uncle Howdy going to jump on Bobby Lashley? Maybe, maybe not. 23 Fresh says, by this time next year, will all MJF, the Young Bucks, Chris Jericho, Kenny Omega and CM Punk be in WWE? No. I really enjoy when I get asked questions that I can just say no to. Like, conclusively, no, that will not happen. Roman says, I'd love for Roman to pelt it and run all the way down the ramp and do a Titus and fly under the ring. That would be hilarious. Megan says, the longest match last night was just over 24 minutes. Will Roman's entrance beat that? Probably yes. Probably yes. 24 minutes really isn't long, but Triple H really likes his half-hour blocks for matches. He really prefers every match to be in its own dedicated half hour. We're expecting a lot for this night's WrestleMania that hasn't been announced yet. 6 matches is not enough to fill a 4-hour card, not in Triple H's world. So I would expect a lot that has not been advertised and has not been announced. That said, half-hour blocks all the way. Maybe we get more Pat McAfee. Maybe the main event, as Roman prefers, goes on forever. So he says, you too, Tom, if you need a nap, just shut your eyes for a few seconds. I'm here for the duration, mate. I've been on for nearly 2 hours. We've got 4 hours to come. I haven't even been focusing on the kickoff show because there are so many people chatting away and keeping me company. Thank you, everybody. I don't know what that is, Joey, but I'm scared. Wrestle versus Brandy should accompany Cody. Brandy is accompanying Cody. She's been shown backstage already. John says, what's our boy Nick up to tonight? Do you stay in touch with him and text him during these events? Not while I'm streaming, but by and large, I definitely stay in touch with Nick. We chat quite often. We have quite long conversations after we record sometimes. I just have a great time. I have a lot of respect for Nick Barbatti. I wholeheartedly enjoy doing Nick and Tom's, and for me personally, it's probably the best work that I do. Personally, I know there's some amazing work on PW Torch, but I'm really proud of Nick and Tom's Intercontinental adventure. It is the gayest thing I've ever done, and it's been running much like this show, for more than 2 years now, and I'm having a great time doing it. Even if, for example, PW Torch didn't want to continue us on the Daily Cast, we would bring it here, and you'd have live shows, you'd have recordings, you'd have the show here. I think, I don't know if I can speak for Nick on this one, but Nick and Tom's has a special place in both of our hearts, and we have so much fun that we'd definitely be keeping it going. Oh, gotcha, Joey. That makes no... right, okay, Omos, right, gotcha. Zane says, Zach Gibson will answer Bobby Lashley's challenge. Well, you'll need to take your shoes off, Zane. Ross says, I'd like it to be LA Knight. Shogun saying, last one for Jericho in the WWE at some point other than a Hall of Fame ceremony. I don't think he really intends to. He's kind of done everything he possibly could. Joey says, we're probably going to get the open challenge or some kind of segment to fill it. I think we're going to get 2 separate unannounced segments. 2. Horsey says Austin answers it maybe. I don't see that, but I would enjoy it. Lashley can work snug, he can work slow, he can protect. It would work. Stewart says we're going to get another tractor. Why not? That really helped Brock. Really helped the match in general. Wrestleverse says apparently the Elite and Ricky Starks are backstage here. Again, Wrestleverse, you're giving me no sources, so eventually I'm just going to stop reading what you're saying there. Apparently it doesn't work on this channel. Oh, Keela, welcome. Says, been following since last WrestleMania, but my first time catching anything live. Your content has renewed my interest in wrestling after not following for years. That is a lovely thing to say. Thank you very much for that. That is a lovely thing to say. I'm glad you're enjoying wrestling, and I'm glad to play a part of that. Welcome to the show. I am really glad you can attend. Joseph says, could Zack Ryder come back and face Lashley? Everything is possible. Everything is on the table. Thomas says, I'd love if Pharaoh accompanied Cody during his entrance. Think it would look epic. I absolutely would not. He's taken that dog out there in front of the pyro before, and it is not a good thing. Jordan says, Nick and Tom is the best show on PW Torch. No offense to the others, but they don't hold a candle. I very much appreciate that. We're, as I say, very proud of the work that we do, and yeah, we definitely keep it going. Dane says, have you met Nick in real life? Nope, absolutely not. We were paired up by Wade Keller, but we live on completely different continents, so we don't really have the possibility. Joey says, when do you plan on launching a website? It's not something I've really put too much thought into just yet. I'd make sure to put a lot of effort into thinking about a website before I then launch it, but it's something that's on the agenda. Horsey says, we have the Hall of Fame, don't we, as well tonight? That will kill 15 minutes. Probably, yes. That's the pee break right there. Joey. Wrestleverse, if you're the source and you're there live, why would you say apparently? Have you seen them? If you're the source, that means you have personally seen them. So why are you saying apparently? I'm confused. So I said I'd be thrilled if LA Knight had a match with Lashley tonight. If it's a loser leaves town match. Mean. Megan says, if I missed some stuff, I apologise in advance. I'm basically down to one working eye right. I'm sorry to hear that, Megan. Very sorry to hear that. You don't need to worry about potentially missing anything. You're a big part of this chat, and I'm very glad to have you here to keep us company. You've been here since the beginning, as far as I can recall. I don't even know for certain why you were originally joined, but I'm very, very glad that you did, because you've been a huge part of what we do here. I hope you're okay. And if you need anything, just let me know, okay? Just let me know. Thank you, Wrestleverse. I'll look that up. And while we're at it, let's do another quote tweet. There are 2 quote tweets left to do. Thomas Phipps from 28 minutes ago gets a retweet. Ross Menzies still with us in the list to come next. Megan says, I refuse to let a sinus infection get in the way of enjoying WrestleMania with friends. Tough as always. You are absolutely unbreakable, Megan. I have nothing but respect for it. Hogan says, personally, I think it should be someone that could get squashed by Lashley. They can have a bigger star out after the match. I'd save LA Knight for a different segment. I don't think LA Knight gets a segment if he's not squashed by Bobby Lashley. Funnily enough, Booker T's Shucky Ducky Quack Quacks have both been the main events. We're up to 1,213 views already. We have already gained 10 new subscribers. We've had some donations. We've had some new members. We've had 65 likes. We are only 7 likes away from beating our record from yesterday. Night 2 is certainly off to a great start. I hope we're all having a good time. One more time. We started with this question. Let's end with this question. See if it's changed over the course of it. What for you is going to be the match of the night? I went with the Intercontinental Championship. I'm still there. The Intercontinental Championship for me has match of the night written all over it. Ross says Paul Heyman has called Conor McGregor a Roman Reigns wannabe. He has indeed, which is always a very exciting prospect. Moxie says, Tom, do you think we'll get a Roman Reigns backstage segment today? Yes, I do. Dom says, what's up, Tom and chat? Don't forget to hit that like button, or we have 4 words for you. All roads lead here. Timothy still thinks the triple threat. Shogun also the IC match. Thomas says, Conor McGregor has just said he would break Heyman's jaw in 3 places. Looks like we might be getting a match between them. Interesting. Joseph is more excited for Cody versus Roman. The main event for me makes me nervous. I don't know if it's going to be a huge match quality. Roman likes to work from the top. The story isn't there for me. But over the course of the show, let's see if it changes. And Gomar says triple threat IC match as well. WrestleMania is about to begin. How hype are you for night 2? They have confirmed we are opening a Brock Lesnar versus Omos. Yesterday, the level of hype was through the roof and we got delivered a magnificent show. Out of 10, 1 being not hype at all, 10 being so hype you're basically ready to explode. How excited are you for WrestleMania? Because it's about to kick off and the roof is about to come off the place. Dom thinks Asuka and Bianca will have match of the night. Mark can't choose between Cody versus Roman or the IC title. Shogun is 10 out of 10 for excitement for this night of WrestleMania after last night. Certainly that's up there. Moxie says 8 out of 10 excited. Dom is an 8 out of 10 as well. The level of hype is through the roof for WrestleMania as we get ourselves a then, now and forever. If you're watching this on catch up, this is a time to sync up your watch party. We are had then, now, and forever. Sync up. In 3, 2, 1, together. Thomas thinks the IC match will be match of the night. Mark is 10 out of 10 hype for WrestleMania. Thomas is 10 out of 10 hype. We have America the Beautiful happening one more time. Who have we got? Jimmy Allen, Grammy nominated and ACM award winner, will be performing America the Beautiful. He looks terrified right now. That's a big crowd. Oh, his voice is amazing. I really like that it was a lot more muted and subtle yesterday. They seem to have followed that up. Traffic says, I'm most excited for the main event, but match quality wise, I'll take the triple threat. Traffic is 10 out of 10 on the hype-ometer. Timothy is 10 out of 10 on the hype-ometer. Ashley is 10 out of 10 on the hype-ometer. Jordan is 9 out of 10. Andy Barr is 10. Stuart is 9. Gomar is 9.5. Ross says, here we go. Jordan says, really looking forward to the triple threat banger after banger after banger. LP Soldier says 8 out of 10 because I'm only excited for Cody versus Roman. Then you must be very, very excited for Cody versus Roman for such a high score on it. They've just added a whole load of music before the last line. I'm very confused. I wonder if you can actually hear the audio because he's not quite in sync. Peter says triple threat for me. James says where is the cell? The cell's up there, don't you worry. Mark says Raiders outfit 8 out of 10. I mean, he's wearing a lot of bling. Like a lot. I like that his earplugs look like guitar picks. I respect that. Stuart says he got dressed up for the occasion. Jaden is 8 out of 10 hyped. Jason says the poor guy looks terrified. Must have told him he was singing at the performance center. Then he walked out there. This is one of those where if you get it wrong, If you get it wrong, that's your career. I think he took some liberties with it, but his voice is very, very good. Ross is a 7 tonight. Peter says wrong choice to sing this. Mark says his voice is amazing, which I wholeheartedly agree. James says the cell is literally not there, though. I will have to keep an eye on that one. Have to keep an eye. Thomas says, are we going to be rating the wrestlers' gear and entrances again? Probably yes. I had a fun time doing that. Had a fun time with it. Kevin Hart is introducing us one more time. Hogan says, I have to agree that America the Beautiful over Star Spangled Banner. If you're going to sing it, absolutely. As a Brit, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get why the song's so important. But then again, they do the national anthem beforehand at England games, and I'd rather they didn't. I don't get it. So he says the cell is there, it's just not red anymore, which of course means it won't stand out. Traffic says, good shout on the sync, it's always about 20 seconds behind for me. Mark says the cell was there yesterday, it is really high up. Eric says, Tom is a Snoop Dogg belt he had. Do you think Triple H will make it an official belt? No. James says, must have missed it because the chandelier is there. Sai says, who do you think is getting a big entrance tonight aside from the main eventers? So, what do we think on this one? Let's open that up to the chat. There's a number of people who could well be getting the big entrances. A lot of money has been spent on the entrance, for example, for Logan Paul, for Seth Rollins. Quite a lot of money spent there. Understated entrances for the main event. But I did like the outfit worn by Charlotte Flair, for example, outside of the fact that it was a bomber jacket and I didn't like it at all. Tonight, you know Roman Reigns is going to have something real sartorial. You know that. You know Cody Rhodes is going to have his Cody Vator because we've already seen it in action. Who else do we think gets a real big entrance? Jason says, the more I thought about it, the more brilliant Dom's entrance on night one has become for me. I loved that. Really playing up to the character that he is portraying and really playing up to the whole wildcard element that he's enjoying at the moment. Bailey thinks Bianca gets a big entrance. Jordan says, no cell. There is a cell, don't worry. Dom says, I think Finn, the Demon King entrance, and in fact, as Eric says, Edge and Finn, those two, that's going to be a winner. You just know that's going to be a big moment for everyone involved. Hopefully, it's going to be dark. That, of course, is why they're right before the main event. Mark says Asuka is going to have a sleeper entrance. Interesting. Hogan says Bianca, Asuka, Roman, Cody, Edge, Finn seems like the special entrance matches. It's starting to feel like this night of WrestleMania will be even more expensive than the WrestleMania night that came before. Lauren says Balor's entrance I feel will be big. Jordan says if Bray is there, would love Code Orange to perform Shatter live. That may have been the plan. And it may have been cancelled since. We are having the introduction to the hosts of WrestleMania once again, already in the ring, The Miz and Snoop Dogg. I would imagine there'll be lots of mentions of Pat McAfee and Tiny Balls. Also, apparently Snoop Dogg can make matches at WrestleMania. So, where's Sasha? Stuart says Finn, Edge, and maybe a proper orchestra for Gunther. I would love the proper entrance for Gunther. I'd love it. Shogun saying Finn got a big one. I've heard that. Oh, big entrance. Right, okay. Steve says Hollywood hasn't seen a match this big since Big Show versus Akibono. Eesh. Jason says if Demon King has to crawl all the way to the ring, you better start now and get in line because Roman should start heading down now too. That would be a hell of a crawl. One hell of a crawl. The Miz basically throwing out everything major that happened on night one. And for everyone who was at night one, the crowd remain hype. Thomas says, I'm hoping for an orchestra for Gunther. 23 Fresh says, maybe a Sasha surprise. No. She is not under contract with the company. If she does show up, she may be in the crowd. She probably is in the crowd, to be fair. She'll be in the crowd supporting Bailey. Yeah. She's absolutely going to be there. We are opening with Omos versus Brock Lesnar. Snoop Dogg struggled to get out of the ring there, but thankfully the zoom was way out. Eric says, do you think Cody will ever get his smoke and mirrors entrance back? If he wants it. MVP looks incredible. Omos getting the usual entrance, essentially, of a camera underneath. Start with a crotch and work your way up is essentially what they tell people. Shogun saying new music. I didn't even tell, it's incredibly generic. Stuart says, see, we know The Miz is lying about him making matches. Was it not him that made Seth versus Logan? Fair comment. Corey Graves is so bright, my eyes are burning. And Michael Cole alongside him, hopefully with his voice a little bit more recovered. Are we going to the Spanish commentary team again? Yes, we are. They lost a table and gained a Bad Bunny yesterday. We're a big part of the overall show. Jason says Brock likes to go first so he can leave and get on his plane back to Saskatchewan, Canada. That is true. That is proven fact. Megan saying Brock will be home before the main event. He will. He has a private jet, so he'll just go home and probably won't even watch the rest of the show, to be fair. Hector says it still makes me chuckle that MVP still uses the cane. The knee injury may have fully recovered, but that doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't still have a few problems. Also, he looks damn good with it. He looks damn good with it. I've always thought I should get a cane myself. How do you guys think I would look with my own cane? And I don't mean like the wrestler cane. I'd look very good with my own wrestler cane. But, you know, it'd be a good backup. Joseph says, Tom, what do you think of Kevin Hart introducing it this year? Big movie star he is. I think that's absolutely fantastic. I still remember the SummerSlam that was held by Terry Crews. I really enjoyed that one as well. Absolutely love it. Stuart says, MVP, sinister minister vibes. Thomas is rating outfits and entrances, saying the outfit for almost a 4, entrance a 1. The outfit's good. He looks dominant. He looks imposing. MVP has dressed to match with the black and red. You're absolutely right, though. The entrance is just him walking down the ring. Or walking down the ramp. Jaden, welcome, mate. Says Mercedes said she's not watching. Interesting. Can only imagine Bailey must be a little disappointed with that. Shogun says the old music for Omos was better than with this music so generic. Bailey says I liked it when they recognise the 8 or 9 different announce teams, that they still do this but off-site. They do not. It's rare, recently at least, that they actually recognise the Spanish announce team. A big pop for Brock Lesnar as he makes his entrance. He is a big recognised crossover star. Also, fun fact, previously he has contracts which clearly state that he can compete in 1 UFC match a year. Brock Lesnar may well be the big winner of a WWE impending sale to Endeavour. Joseph says, Tom, would you want to see Alberto Del Rio back? No. I don't need to read anything else he's saying. I don't want to see Alberto Del Rio back. Every now and then, he makes a point in interviews and saying, oh, WWE want me. They don't. They don't. Same way that Goldberg, they don't. They absolutely do not. Jason says there's not much better than a smiling Brock. Brock with a smile on his face is one of the most terrifying things in the world. One of the most terrifying things in the world. Brock Lesnar, happy. I am scared of a happy Brock Lesnar. It tells me scary things are about to happen. And I am nervous. I am nervous. Shogun says Brock. Thomas says standard Brock attire, so I'll give it 5, but entrance gets 6 just for the pyro. Brock and his pyro is a wonderful thing. It's a shame he no longer does the jump onto the ring and gets the extra pyro. But yeah, he's been wearing the same thing since 2013. And I literally mean the same. It's the same pair of shorts. He's been wearing the exact same pair of shorts for the entire time. Yes, Christian Bailey's match was last night. Maybe Mercedes did watch that one. Peter says a great pop for Brock. Eric says, do you think they'll give Zelina a push for Backlash? Maybe. I don't know. And Jason says Brock is wishing he took his jet to the ring. They got there. It takes a while to get down to the ring. Megan says no tractor for Brock. Boo. I mean, I wouldn't trust Brock Lesnar to drive that all the way down. The crowd are sounding hype for this one, which is confusing. I see a guy literally playing on his phone in the front row. Not a great sign. And we are off. Opening with Omos versus Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar getting straight involved. Now, Brock is going to sell for Omos. he is going to sell. That's the plan. That's the idea. That's what's going to be happening. Brock is going to sell hard for Omos. But Brock also prefers his formula of how matches go. What that means is German suplexes, F5s, finisher spam. The issue is, I have no idea what Omos' finisher is. Stuart says, wonder how many UFC heavyweights really want a shot at Lesnar if he's healthy and 100% fit. I would imagine most of them. If you're in the UFC, you're there to fight. Thomas says, how long do you see this going? Which is a good question. I'll raise that for the chat. How long do people see this match going for? Personally, I think this will be at most a 15-minute match. Triple H likes his 30-minute segments. So I think at most it'll be a 15-minute match. Brock doesn't like long matches. He likes high intensity. He doesn't really like to work too long, and he likes to go home as soon as possible. So at most 15. What do people think? Jason says it'll be 6 minutes. Gomar says prepare for 10 minutes of finisher spam. Eric Fanky saying the tree slam is Omos' finisher. Eric says 4 minutes. Bailey saying 10 minutes, and Patrick saying 9 minutes. Can't see this match going particularly long. Megan says I was thinking more about 7 to 10 minutes. I'm still going 15. So far the pace is moderately slow, but they are making it clear that Omos is physically dominating Brock Lesnar. The bear hug is a way to slow it down. Brock Lesnar's calling this match in the ring. For anyone who's not aware, there is production going on, but Brock Lesnar likes to call it in the ring. MVP, I feel, will also be involved. He's on the outside. I can imagine him getting German suplexed. Traffic says 9 minutes. Mark saying 12. Andy Barr saying 10. Jaden says 9. And Thomas says, I think 10 minutes. And then F5 to MVP after the match. Stuart is going with 15. And Ashley is going with 14 minutes as well. The length of the match that we are expecting. Brock Lesnar staggering around the ring now. The hit in the back doing that much damage. A body slam as well. Brock Lesnar is just being thrown around. Dom says 8 minutes as well. Omos now mugging for the hard cam. And Eric says, I always liked Brock's dagger tattoo. What, the cock sword? I remember the cock sword. Looks like a dagger when you compare it to Omos. Omos back to the bear hug. I think so far the match has only been, 4 minutes? But it's been strong so far in the Omos camp. Gomar saying Omos is boring. I'm sorry, very difficult to be excited for Omos. You're certainly entitled to your opinion. Shogun says Suplex City versus Slam City. Not one suplex so far. Brock's offense has basically not been there. Mark says, okay, I changed my mind. There's a choke slam from Omos there. Our first attempt to cover. Brock kicks out. He was looking at the ref the entire time. Mark says, okay, I changed my mind. Brock is winning with the amount of damage he is taking. Stuart says, not many that make Lesnar look small. So what I will say is this match so far is better than I was expecting. I do believe these two men did have a point to prove. The fans were not really behind this. So if they're able to put on a good match, I think the fans can afford to be pleasantly surprised. Our first German suplex. It was not a lot of height on that one, but the fans are really behind it. Stuart saying no wrestler turns 3 shades of red like Brock Lesnar. Our second German suplex, and that was a much better one. Almost picking up a lot of air there. Really helping Brock out. Eric says, do you think we get Bobby back with the Hurt Business? Eventually, yes. Shogun just says, whoa, ho, Suplex City. I added a bit there. Hope you don't mind. Peter says the crowd are loving this. This is what WrestleMania is all about. Spectacle. Spectacles and showcases. And that's definitely what we've got. Brock going for the F5, but he's selling the weight of Omos. He goes down. Omos has been working on his back. SBM says, true, I was thinking the same thing. It's better than expected. It's a solid start. If this comes out better than John Cena versus Austin Theory, that is awkward for everyone involved. Brock going for the F5 again. Gets it this time. And that, I believe, is that. Brock Lesnar picks up the win. Joseph saying it lasted about 6 minutes. Bailey saying 6 minutes as well. That is about 6 minutes, yes. Very brief match. Brock Lesnar essentially hit 3 moves, 2 of which were the same move, and then wrapped it up. Justin says, honestly, adequate. Which I think is fair. Gomar likes the energy from the crowd. The crowd were definitely into it. It didn't overstay its welcome. It's not going to be one anyone watches a second time, though. Omos is already on his feet on the outside. They're going to try and build this up as very impressive for Omos, but ultimately, it kind of wasn't. There was only one attempted pin. He didn't really hit any big moves. Not great for me. Not great for me. So as we did yesterday, I want to ask for your opinions. I can see so many people already on it. But what was your opinion of the match? Rate the match between 1 and 10. What did you think of that match? Shogun saying F5, thank you and goodbye. Sai says that could have been a lot worse. No harm done. 6 out of 10. Justin says go take your jet home now. Jason on his prediction says 1 for 1 on time of the match. SBM says short and sweet, a solid 5. Thomas says I'd give that a 6 out of 10. Shogun saying it could be worse, 5.5 out of 10. Jordan is saying we'd give that a 6 out of 10. Horsey saying it's much better than expected. Jason says 5 out of 10. Eric also agrees it was a lot better than expected. Brock now heading to the back, limping slightly, selling pretty hard. I definitely don't think that's his last match in the WWE. Do you? Justin says 5. Gomar says barely decent. Jaden has given it a 6 out of 10. Patrick giving it a 4. Bailey a 4 as well. Mark says 7 out of 10. Made Omos look strong, but Brock is Brock. Moxley gives the match a 5. Stewart gives it a 5 as well. Andy Barr giving it a 6. Horsey has given the match a 6 out of 10. A 3 from Dom. Horsey also expecting 3. Gomar gives it a 4.5. Eric has given it a 7. 23 Fresh says, is Shane McMahon Bobby's opponent tonight? No. Virginia Crum, welcome, says 3 on that one. Blue has given it a 5. Timothy says 1 out of 1 on his predictions. I'm also 1 out of 1 on my predictions. How are you guys doing on your predictions so far? Joseph gives it a 6. Timothy gives it a 7 out of 10. Horsey quite rightly saying Brock has a sweet deal. Let's be honest. He will literally just go home now. He'll go find Vince, give him a hug, and then bugger off. Traffic gives it a 4.5. Ashley is giving it an 8, which is high praise indeed. The Dude gives it a 6 out of 10. It served its purpose and got the crowd hot. Carmelina is here saying hi. Do you think Chi? Who's Chi? Would you be able to clarify that, Carmelina? Shogun says no way Brock retires with this match against Omos. Ross gives it a 5. CCC gives it a 6. Horsey says tonight is just Cody's night. You say that, but I do think there are some good matches lined up. I really do. After the first 2, we'll really warm up pretty quickly. Blue says fans got what they wanted. Brock throwing the big guy. Very true. We didn't want too much, did we? Peter gives it a 7 out of 10, says a good start. As regards predictions, Carmelina is 1 to the good. Timothy as well. Shogun is 1 to the good. Horsey saying it takes him longer to warm up, which is true. Took him longer to get down on the ramp. Carmelina just says Jay. Right, so do you think Jay will turn on Roman tonight? No, I do not. But I do think Roman will turn on Jay. Jaden is 1 for 1. James says, I think when Vince is actually done, Brock will retire. And Horsey says, imagine the hourly rate. Liv Morgan is on her way down to the ring. I believe she has new gear. Okay, so they've gone for a theme for their gear, and I like it. I like it. That is the 3rd outfit that I've seen Liv Morgan in so far in the last 3 hours. Bailey says Brock will literally be home in Saskatchewan before Roman finishes his match. Eric had Omos, so he's 0 for 1. Ashley is 1 for 1 as well. Sean just said that was a quick match, which I think is a fair assessment of what we have just seen. I am also 1 for 1. I give that match a 6. It didn't outstay its welcome. The crowd were into it. I was into it. We really just needed to get through that one, and that is exactly what happened. Natalya and Shotzi on the way down. Natalya has made an effort to be thematic by wearing a helmet similar to Shotzi's. I'm disappointed that there's no tank, but imagine falling off that ramp. Like, you can't really take the risk there. If someone's going to fall, now's the time, because this is when Mandy Rose did. Eric says, next we get the fatal 4-way tag match. Joseph says, I'm 1-0 up on my predictions. Horsey saying, oh yes, I'm for Edge versus Balor as well. Really am. But overall, I can't wait for Cody being crowned and paying homage to Dusty. Shogun says, how many tag partners has Raquel got? Aaliyah, Shotzi, and Liv now. Indeed. Vegeta, welcome. Says getting the less important matches out of the way. I do feel that's kind of how both matches have been booked. To start with the least hyped up matches and slowly build towards the ones where the crowd are most into it. Chelsea Green and Sonya Deville, clearly no connection whatsoever between them, but what I will say is that they both look fantastic. If we're rating outfits, so far for me in this match, they are winning that particular battle. Stuart also saying, where's the tank? Horsey says, by the way, was I the only one who choked up at the Eddie music last night? I didn't personally, but let's open that up to the chat because I know a lot of people really enjoyed it. Horsey is saying, did anyone else choke up for the music of Eddie Guerrero for Ray's entrance last night? Jaden says, Gia 8 out of 10, entrance 7 out of 10. Absolutely, Horsey, it is definitely manly to admit to crying, and that's not me being sarcastic, even if it sounds it. I want to be clear. I cried at Last of Us so much. I cry at episodes of Doctor Who. Sometimes you just got to flush it out. Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler have definitely synced up, primarily on the basis of having the same person putting on their eye makeup. I'm not going to mess around here. I'm just going to say clearly, I can't imagine a world in which Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler do not win this match. Horsey says, I'm literally using you as a listen along until I get home, mate. I'm absolutely fine with that, Horsey. Are you not watching? I don't want to spoil it for you, mate. I don't want to spoil it. But the listen along is we call it a watch along, but in reality, I don't think many of you actually watch me on screen, and I don't know why you would really focus too much on what I'm doing on screen. I'm not going to do physical comedy and stuff. Like, there are times when I would, when I first started on Twitch, but that's not what we're here for. The idea is that you watch while you're watching the show, so I don't want to distract too much. The match is live. Liv Morgan starting with Sonya Deville. We're starting at very high pace. Big moves from both Liv and Sonya already to start us off. The women have something to prove here. They need to be at least competitive with what the men did yesterday. There is no doubt in my mind that they can, and Liv and Sonya are both starting off very good so far. I really, really am very happy with what they're doing. Horsey says, pumped tonight. Horsey said, I've just done a 2.5 hour stream as well 30 minutes ago. You are a busy man. You are a busy man. Jaden says, Natalya's gear is not cohesive with Shotzi, only the helmet, but still a 7.5. Megan saying, no tractor for Brock and no tank for Shotzi. We are missing out on some of these. Sean boos Ronda as well, which is his want as well. Jaden says, Chelsea and Sonya gear 8 out of 10, but not cohesive. They are not cohesive at all, but they do look fantastic. Steve says, love the Ken and Ryu gi. Fair. I didn't even consider that. Horsey's pumped. Gomar saying Ronda and Shayna have good attire. Stuart says, see, if I'm in the ring and see them two stomping down that ramp, I'm like, hell. Not often we see a Hurricane Rana from Natalya, I tell you that. What I will say is that Natalya's also put a bit of green in her hair. So there is a cursory effort from Natalya, I'll say that. Natalya, afraid of Raquel. Afraid of Raquel here. Mark with the outfit rate, Rhea and Liv 8 out of 10, Natalya and Shayna 7 out of 10, Chelsea and Sonya 6, and Ronda and Shayna 7. Chelsea Green off the top. I don't think you can really say that she hit that drop kick. Awkward. Gotcha, Eric. Shogun says that walkout from Ronda is so special, made me want to laugh. And Shogun likes watching me drink cherry coke. Awkward. Bit awkward, mate. Bit creepy. Just a little bit. Jaden gives Ronda and Shayna a 6 out of 10 for the gear. Horsey said, do you remember the TalkSport Wrestling show, Tom? Yes, I was on the very first one. The very first one of the one Alex McCarthy reimagined. I was trying to support him. Favour was not returned. FBM says, I like that most of the team's outfits are coordinated. A lot of the teams are fairly fresh and they didn't actually know they'd be working together with enough time to get new gear made. So honestly, I'll give them credit for what they've tried. Thomas says, Liv and Raquel 7 out of 10 for attire, Shotzi and Natalya 7, Sonya and Chelsea 8, very classy, Ronda and Shayna 7, all get 3 out of 10 for the entrance. Essentially, they did just walk down. Triple team on Shayna Baszler. Ronda and Shayna have targets on their heads for sure. Sure. Horsey says, I was shocked earlier, Tom. Dave Meltzer praised night 1 of WrestleMania. I was shocked. Jordan says, I liked Brock versus Omos. Me too. Thought it was a good match. Lauren says, most of these outfits hover around 6, but Liv and Sonya are 100 out of 10. Christian says, I know this is just fantasy booking here, but can you imagine Gunther versus Brock versus Braun in a match? That'd be amazing. Shotzi on the top rope. A crossbody. So there's a bit of top rope stuff. So far this match has been good. It's been a good pace. The heels have been taking a few beatings. Everyone's really committed. We're not doing rest holds. We're not slow paced. Shotzi diving through Natalya's legs there into a suicide dive. Not sure why Natalya was in that position. It doesn't really help the move, does it? We're up on the top rope. So far so good on this one, I will say. Horsey says, I remember the John Tentner interview before he sadly passed. Aye. John says, don't care what anyone says. Brock almost was entertaining to me. I think we're all basically in agreement that we actually did enjoy it. Eric says, what's the actual reason Mella was taken out of this match? If you already answered this, I'm sorry. I don't know. She's not being punished, but I don't know. Bailey says, other than Ronda and Shayna, this group seems so random. It very much does. Raquel picking Liv up into a powerbomb, and over the top rope she goes. Okay, that also was not a very good catch. Chelsea Green essentially grabbed hold of her late. And is still getting hold of her now. She's not okay. Kevin says, Dominic Mysterio could become something special in WWE, and I very much think he will. Sean says, I have respect for Logan and Bad Bunny because they respect the business. Ronda not so much. She definitely knows how to make people hate her, I'll say that. Megan says, I want Shayna to win, don't care at all about Ronda, to be honest. It would be a good moment for Shayna. Raquel Rodriguez is getting a lot of positive attention. She's definitely playing the Braun Strowman role. But I do feel Shayna and Ronda are the choice for this one. Ghost says, welcome Ghost, seeing the alleged order of the matches tonight, I'll say this one does seem to be in a good position, but this is definitely a slower start than last night. I agree, but I do think they're working pretty hard on the match. I'm pretty happy with what they're doing so far. They're keeping up the pace, they're delivering. I would say they're doing about as well as they can in the position. Sonya taking out Raquel Rodriguez, whose top looks to have broken. Is it her? Oh, no, it's one of her armlets has come off. She is just getting demolished in there. Good teamwork overall. Jaden says Ronda never gets new gear for Mania, and not even when she main events. It's kind of disappointing. CCC is asking for my thoughts on Triple H's creative style. I'm happy with it. I think he does a very good job. I like the fact that quite often wrestlers have to take losses pretty much immediately after joining. A bit of teamwork there from Shotzi and Natalya. Horsey says, I'd save Jay White for tomorrow, to be honest. Just my opinion, but I wouldn't say no tonight either. You're a legend. You have 3 or 4 hours tomorrow, plus spoiler warning if it goes ahead. Spoiler warning will be going ahead, so we will be doing 4 hours tomorrow, minimum. But yeah, thank you very much for that, Horsey. I would also save Jay White for tomorrow when I think he'd get a better reception. Says, thoughts on Ango. Seems an AEW fan more to me, maybe it's just me and it's his opinion. I'm not really familiar with him too much. At some point I do need to check out his work because a lot of people are watching his show and my show, so I need to know why that crossover is happening. Natalya going for a typical WrestleMania double sharpshooter. You'll know Chelsea Green grabbing her ankle there to help her into it. They're trying not to tap, but ultimately someone needs to go for them now. Liv Morgan off the second rope into a drop kick. That could have done some serious damage to Chelsea Green the way she landed there. Blue says, why I prefer these to the Battle Royals is each wrestler actually gets highlighted. Battle Royals were a lot of blah until the last 5-ish wrestlers. A very, very fair point. Sonya Deville holding her leg as well on this one. This match has been very high paced, but I don't feel the crowd is into it as much. Liv Morgan certainly doing well in the showcase. Fans are getting into it as I speak. Shotzi and Liv in the ring now. I've not seen much of Ronda and Shayna for a while. Liv Morgan actually kicking Shotzi in the face there. Lots of people getting hit in the face. Oh, okay, that was a knee. Liv Morgan taking a beating. Shotzi's going strong style here. I don't know if Liv Morgan's trying to go strong style, but she may have accidentally done so. Shayna Baszler, a brilliant tag in. Shayna Baszler seems to have lost a shoe. She's lost a boot completely. Why has she lost a boot? Ronda Rousey is legal. Shotzi is prone in the ring. She's waiting for the fans to boo her. She's really soaking this in. Shotzi's got her hands together. She's countering it. Oh, she's not. She's tapped. That's up. That was a very disappointing finish. Now, Ronda Rousey was never planned to be in the match for long. As I've said, she is still carrying an injury. You can see the strap on the arm. So she was never going to be in the match for very long. Also, it looks like Shayna may have hurt her ankle in the process there, which is why the shoes come off. But the match was supposed to be continuing the build to a tag team championship match between Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler against Becky Lynch and Lita. Ultimately, I think the 6 women in the match outside of Ronda and Shayna did a great job there. I think they did absolutely fantastic work and really helped to showcase what they could do. But ultimately, yeah, Ronda came in, stole the win. Stole the win. Go says, I know this isn't spoiler warning and you don't have to answer, but did you happen to see, pardon me, the news about the sale circulating around today? Yes, I did. We actually, at the beginning of the show, did do a bit of an impromptu spoiler warning for the first half hour because I did have news to share on that one. So yes, I did see it. I will have a lot more to share come spoiler warning, of course, on this one as well. So what did people make of that match? As I say, I enjoyed the work that was done there. I feel the women outside of Ronda and Shayna did great work, but it was brief, and ultimately Shayna and Ronda picking up the win kind of hurts it. What do we think? Rate it from 1 to 10 and let me know. Stuart apparently does know and goes, okay. Shogun says, Codebreaker, they finally use Jericho's old finisher name that needs to face. Justin says, kind of weak finish, was having fun. It's a 5. Dom gives it a 5 as well. Blue is asking if Shayna hurt her ankle. I was watching the same thing you were. I didn't spot anything, but the boot has come off and she was limping. Thomas says 5 out of 10 for the match. Patrick with a 5 as well. James says, what a strange match. Bailey gives it a 3. Doesn't even compare to what the men's team did in the match in match 2 last night. Peter saying Baszler is injured. She was limping. I don't know if she's necessarily injured. Eric gives it a 7 out of 10. Shogun says, I'm sorry, not even a 5. It's a 4 out of 10 for me. First time since last night. That may be, unfortunately, the worst announced match of the show. Jordan gives it a 6 out of 10. Timothy says the match was great. Finish gets a 2, but the match gets a 6 out of 10. C-Max says, we know that championship match is now on hold, unfortunately. I expect Backlash, we may get back to it. 456 Casino is here, gives the match a 5. Sai says 4 out of 10, inoffensive, but yesterday's 4-way set such a high bar that I was hoping for a tiny bit more. Ross gives the match a 7, Ashley gives it a 5. Jaden says the match was good, but the ending I did not like, 7 out of 10. Gomar says was going to say a 7, but the finish brought it to a 6 for me. Andy gives it a 7, Stuart gives it a 6.5, C-Mac gives it a 4.5 as well. Traffic giving it a 5, SBM giving it a 4.5, said it felt basic. Shogun says Finn time? Nope. Bruce Phillips is here. Welcome, Bruce. Gives the match a 3 out of 10. Ross saying definitely problems with Ronda and Shayna there. Yep, definitely carrying some injuries that limited what they were able to do or willing to do. Mark says 6 out of 10. Did what it needed to do, but just blah. Blue gives it a 6. Virginia gives it a 3. Joey says, yikes, that match was boring. Ronda barely did anything. I don't think it was boring per se. The match certainly was not very good. I liked what the other wrestlers were doing though. It was high paced. There was lots of top rope stuff. There was some flipping, some flying. I really quite enjoyed most of the match. It just, unfortunately, the finish was bad. I'm giving it a 6 personally. I'm giving it a 6 out of 10. As I say, what the women did outside of Ronda and Shayna was very good, very fun and very enjoyable. The crowd were getting into it, but they had no time and they had no real chance. Jordan says, worst match of the weekend for me. Ed saying that was fun till Ronda got in there. Dom takes advantage of the fact that it's a commercial now, says, well, it's a commercial, so don't forget to hit that like button. We have 5 words for you. You just made the list. Yesterday, we finished the show on 72 likes. Today, we have already reached 23. Every thumbs up does help, so if you've not yet done so, please consider hitting that thumbs up. What we have, in order to help us grow here on YouTube, is the opportunity to hit like and the opportunity to chat. So, if you have an opinion, let me know. If you have a question, let me know. If you have a rating, let me know. And be sure to hit like if you haven't already. let me just do an update on our subscribers. If you've not yet subscribed, please consider doing so. We have 2,271 subscribers, meaning we have gained 12 so far. Bobby Lashley is on his way down to the ring. If we're going to have an open challenge, now's the time for something big to happen. CCC saying not a great start. Ghost says that was a 5, personally worst match on the entire card so far. Bobby Lashley is not looking like he's dressed to fight, but he's carrying a massive trophy. The other 6 tried to carry it as much as possible, but the teams had no chemistry and the ending was very Ronda. Yes, it was. It was clearly designed to piss off the crowd. Megan says the women had a lot to live up to after the success of the men's match last night. I applaud them for trying, but it just didn't work for me. 4 out of 10. Bailey says the best thing about that match is that 2 of the 6 scheduled matches are done in the first 35 minutes. It does mean there's some surprises coming. Gomar says the matches are going by quick. To be fair, from here, we have the Intercontinental Championship triple threat. We have Bianca Belair versus Asuka. We have Hell in a Cell with Finn and Edge. And we have the main event with Roman and Cody. I don't think we're going to rate anything this low as he did the last one now. So we're getting a show from Shanghai in China. I've been talking about China in the WWE recently, haven't I? Shogun says, hope they're not signing a new deal with Ronda and need to move on from her. She is still in the WWE. She will be continuing on after Mania. Shogun says, Bobby. Timothy says, here comes Bobby. Stuart says, here's Bobby. Thomas says, here comes Bobby. Gomar says, Bobby. Eric says, LA Knight, yay. Thomas says, it is Jay White time. And Ross says, here comes Lashley. Lashley seems to be going down to the ring. And we're getting up, up, down, down once again. We've rotated the people involved. Nikki Cross, Tegan Knox there. We have Angelo Dawkins, Hit Row. And I didn't get a good look there. Who's on the right? Madcap Moss. No Tyler Breeze this time, which is a shame. Thomas says, no open challenge then. Well, I mean, they've cut to something else. Justin says, at least we got Tegan. Stuart says, is he getting involved in the triple threat? I don't expect so. Timothy saying, no open challenge, I guess. Ghost says, it's time for Tom to lose his mind. This is going to be a short vignette. Bobby Lashley will likely be in the ring by the time we get there. Eric says, BFAB there too, a member of Hit Row. Anthony, how you doing, mate? Says, Tom, for me, I believe WWE will probably put Bron Breakker on Raw. But for you, what show makes more sense? I would also put Bron Breakker on Raw, and what I would do is pair him up with Paul Heyman. And Ross says, Bobby not doing anything. That's disappointing. He was there. Omega! Didn't put you... well, to be fair, you were here right. You were the first comment. So Tegan Knox. You're right, Omega. How you doing? Oh no, we forgot that Nikki Cross is crazy. It's not a good character. So we are 40 minutes into WrestleMania and 2 matches in already. We are now starting the build to the Intercontinental Championship match. I can't imagine this one's going to be short. I really can't. And yeah, it looks like Bobby Lashley is not going to be involved in any way. It was just a celebration of the win for the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. Shogun says Lashley will do something later in the night, I'm sure. Why have him involved twice? Doesn't make sense to me personally. Doesn't make sense to me. Dominic Perez says, is Drew McIntyre leaving? No, he'll be entering shortly. His contract lasts another year. I'm not worried. Omega's happy to see Tegan make it onto the show at least. Thomas says, that's a shame that Bobby's not doing anything unless he comes out again. I don't know whether to, rate the Bobby Lashley segment. It's going to be 0s and 1s, so let's just skip that one. Anthony says, Tom, question. Did WWE completely scrap the Mae Young Battle Royal for the women? Yes, they did. They're open to a return to it eventually, but now's not the time. And Joe says, kind of lame. I expected him to do something. What I'm going to do now, one more time, is look at the quote tweets that we've received. And retweet one of them to help advertise the show. Ross, your quote tweet is the final one, so have a retweet of that. Much obliged, everyone. Sean says, so much for the open challenge Bobby was going to have. There was never a report of an open challenge from Bobby Lashley. Megan says, I may have Gunther retaining my predictions, but... And then she has a lot of Scottish flags. Go says, we have 5 more matches. The celebration of the Hall of Fame inductees. Dom will probably interrupt. What I hope will be surprises along the way. They need to have surprises, otherwise it's going to be like an hour a match. I don't think they can afford an hour a match. Doesn't quite work for me. Sai says, fuck's sake, I left the room for 2 minutes. Heard Tom yell Omega. Way to bait your audience, Thomas. Well, that's not my fault. There's someone in the chat called Omega who's enjoying Tegan Nox. Titus O'Neil is commentating on this match as well. I do feel that he added a lot to the last one, so I'll take it. He's also got a can of a drink, so I'd imagine the sponsor on this one again. Eric says, as regards Nikki Cross, it's better than a superhero gimmick, but yeah, I don't like it. Patrick says, we might need to check on Tom during the IC title match. You may, I may just burst. Eric says, speaking of Nikki, do you think Sanity will get back together? Yes. C-Max says, wonder if tonight will end earlier, since it's 6 matches tonight and not 7 like last night. I don't expect it to end earlier. Maybe slightly, but nothing significant. No significant deviation for me. So, Corey Graves and Titus O'Neil are harder. Drew McIntyre and Sheamus are apparently harder. This is a long section of promotional material and vignettes before we actually get to the match. Surely they're just going to destroy each other. Dominic says, are you having a watch party for Raw? Yes, I am. We will be live for the entirety of the Raw after WrestleMania. Ross says, I'm fine with 3 hours tonight. I've already been online for 2 hours and 45 minutes. So that would mean all the matches in the next 15. I wouldn't hate it. Anthony says, Tom, was Dominic Mysterio walking out of his father's Hall of Fame speech just to further into the storyline? Yes, it was. Ed says, more Titus World Slide, which, by the way, is why he gets a job as entrance. Thomas says, Titus is back in commentary. I wanted to be on Raw instead of Kevin Patrick. And Andy says, why is Titus doing so much commentary? The reason being that he is considered to be an ambassador for the WWE, and part of doing that is being an ambassador for him as well. Drew McIntyre is the first one on his way down in some brand new gear, holding the classic sword of Vince McMahon. I expected bagpipes, but the match is simply on too early. The man has new gear, and that's basically all we can expect. Go says, I've already read that one. The shortest match remaining will probably be Bianca versus Asuka. I see the vast majority of matches being somewhere between 15 to 20 minutes, with the exception of the main event. Ghost, I completely agree. I'm confident the main event will get at least 45. My prediction is 46. Anthony says, I'm predicting Drew McIntyre wins the title and turns on Sheamus. Personally, I have Gunther retaining the Intercontinental Championship here. So far, I am 2 for 2 on my predictions tonight. We didn't actually do a check-in. Having Ronda and Shayna won the Tag Team Championship match, how are people at with their predictions? And yes, Thomas already. Drew's attire, 7 out of 10. Entrance, 6 out of 10. Drew is harder. 23 Fresh says, what is Tony Khan's announcement this week? A disappointment. Shogun's on 2 out of 2. Ashley's on 2 out of 2 as well. Thomas 2 out of 2. The first 2 matches I feel were fairly predictable. And Jordan says, really looking forward to this one. I am very, very excited for this match. Stuart is on 2 out of 2 as well. Mark says, I'll cry if Gunther doesn't win. People might need to check on me if he doesn't. Jaden is also rating gear. Says Drew's gear is 8 out of 10. Entrance 7. And Jaden is 2 out of 2 so far. Lauren, how you doing? Says I was right for everything last night. A very good night for you, Lauren. Eric is 0 for 2 so far. Shogun, a very interesting phrase, saying Drew is really a huge specimen. And Jaden says I'm going for Drew. Thomas says I've got Gunther for this one. Lauren is doing well so far as well. All the Fight Night represented in the entrance. Sheamus, Ridge Holland and Butch, all there. Pardon me. I apologise for yawning, but I have been awake for basically my entire weekend. Anthony says, Tom, I come to your channel because you give fair assessments of both AW and WWE. You're not a fanboy of either. I appreciate that, Anthony. I try and be as clear as possible. Lauren has Sheamus to win this match, which could be the first one to go wrong on this one, so let's see how you do. And says night 1 will be hard to beat, which is fair. Mark says we need a Pete Dunne match at Mania soon. The day will come, I'm sure. Eric says his announcement has to have something to do with London, please. I find it fitting that they've gone with the harder sponsorship for a match which is going to be a banger and really hit hard. Lawrence says it's 2 a.m. there. It is 2 a.m. Well, it's 10 to 2, and we'll be going live until about 5 in the morning for the second night in a row. Thomas is rating Sheamus' attire at 5 out of 10. The entrance 5 out of 10. Would have been better if it was darker, which I think is very fair. Ghost says being sponsored by a hard seltzer isn't very PG. Omega is happy to see the old Hell in a Cell back, and Hector says, I don't care what happens on TV. I guarantee Drew and Sheamus are the best of friends, and I bet they have a bunch of cool drunk pub stories. They do. That is absolutely correct. We're building towards something with Gunther. Ludwig Kaiser has a microphone. Imperium will be introducing him. Lauren says heel McIntyre soon. Patrick says Drew's white gear is fire. Lauren is asking about Titus as an ambassador role. 456 said it was so hard to wake up today from being up so late. That was great last night. Jaden is rating Sheamus' gear and entrance a 5 out of 10. Yes, Lauren, I'm exhausted. Vanini says I want Drew to win, but I don't think it's going to happen. Shogun is saying Gunther time. I'm interested to see if Gunther gets cheered here. Gomar says I wanted Sheamus to walk out, written in my face. And Anthony says, Tom, I kind of wish WWE would bring back the Insurrection pay-per-view, specifically for the UK and the Republic of Ireland. Instead, we're getting Money in the Bank, which is a pretty good toss-up. Now, I'm kind of excited for the main event, Lauren. It's not the match I'm most excited for. The match I'm most excited for is this one. Not a huge entrance for Gunther. Kind of disappointed, if I'm honest. Looks good, though. He looks very good. This is, of course, Gunther's first WrestleMania. And he is going to make a big impact. Anthony says, is there a swerve you want to happen during the main event, Tom? Nope, I just want to get the belts to Cody and then we can all move on with our lives. I wouldn't mind, Eric. I reckon I'd be good as a manager. I reckon I could make that work. I'd be pretty happy with it overall. Lauren says, any surprises tonight? Yes. Megan says, he put the alcohol sponsorship on the matter of an Irishman and a Scotsman in it. Bit rude. I mean, I think they just focused on the fact that the word is harder. I didn't really care about anything else, because after all, what more do you want? You just want it harder. We have already hit 81 likes, smashing the record 72 that we did yesterday. We are just four views away from 1,500, and we have gained 13 subscribers. We are now on 2,272. It is a very good time to be Tom Colohue. WrestleMania has really delivered as regards the growth of this channel, and I want to say a big thank you to all of you for your generosity, for donations, super chats. We've got 2 new members during this show already, so I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone for joining me as well. Thomas says, Gunther the tire is a 7, like the colour, and the entrance was 6. Very good, but a tad standard. Traffic thinks it's a 10 out of 10 entrance himself. Mark thinks Gunther has it. Lauren says, what do you think of the Hall of Fame? It was long. Do heels and faces really matter? Yes, they do. Shogun says, love the Gunther entrance and the music. Symphony number 9, then the Gunther theme. Oh, yeah. Jaden is rating Gunther's gear a 7 out of 10 and the entrance 7 out of 10 as well. Lauren says, what surprises do you have tonight? Some. Anthony says, Tom, this is an honest question coming from an American. I watch a lot of British shows and news channels on the BBC. They say a bit rude. Why is that? I don't understand what you're actually asking me there. Lauren says, I was worried this Mania was going to be bad, but it's really good. Yes, it is. And SBM says, yes, I love Gunther's entrance. We are away. Gunther has new gear. It's not the black that he usually has. The crowd showing some support. They're taking their time before they get together on this one. Lauren says, this feels like a Triple H Mania. And Shogun says, Ring General. Gunther is suggesting that McIntyre and Sheamus should get into it. I think that was supposed to be a Claymore. There wasn't enough momentum to really call it a Claymore. Thomas thinks it's going to be good. We are starting with McIntyre and Sheamus. I believe personally that this could be the best triple threat in the WWE in their entire history. I believe it's got that potential. What I don't want to see is a typical WWE style triple threat where they do a singles match, someone swaps in from the outside, they do a singles match, someone swaps in, they do a singles match, they do a couple of freeway stuff, back to a singles match, another different singles match, back to another singles match, a couple of freeway stuff, and then they finish. Lauren thinks the surprise will be Orton in the main event. Lauren, I don't know if you've spotted it, but I did post a video about Randy Orton's return schedule on YouTube that you may want to check out. Says, are you excited for Raw after Mania? Yes, I am. Girl says, I think the big entrances will be in the next 3 matches. Drew's gear is a 7.5, Sheamus is a 5 since it's virtually the same as any other time. Gunther is a 6, thanks to the trench coat. I do think Bianca, Belair and Asuka are going to have some very good gear, very worth checking out. Hector says the match is literally gonna slap. Gunther is back in the ring. Knocks McIntyre down. He's going to roll to the outside. So we started with McIntyre versus Sheamus. We're now going to be Gunther versus Sheamus. Pretty standard. Lauren says if Drew had invested in natural kilt and not a utility kilt, his white gear would be 10, but his look now is a 7. Lauren says Charlotte versus Rhea was definitely match of the pay-per-view so far. Different people think different. I personally am going with a tag match. Do you think Alexa is there tonight? Yes, Alexa Bliss is there tonight. I don't think, I know. Eric says, any call-ups tonight, do you think? No. John says, great pace to this match already. They are starting relatively slow, but like all of the matches, they will continue to build to it. McIntyre kept on the outside. Typical Drew McIntyre, he's not selling, so he's getting involved as much as he can. Ooh, ow. I think Sheamus just got a real firm blow there. And not in the good way. Titus O'Neil is essentially selling the chops himself as well. And I can't blame him for that one. Gunther's just having a great time. Sheamus seems to be in trouble at this point. He's just taking a sustained beating. The fans are cheering for Gunther though. I've got to say, they're behind the guy. Sheamus starting to rally. We know Sheamus and Gunther is a match worth watching. Gunther versus McIntyre was the new element in this one. Gunther with a Boston Crab. He's got his back to where Drew McIntyre was though. Lauren wasn't too happy with Stina versus Theory or Omos versus Lesnar. Eric says Sheamus' chest is already bright red. McIntyre's back in the ring. He didn't come round behind. He walked straight up to Gunther, face first. Sheamus at this point, I'd imagine, is going to roll out of the ring because now we have our third one-on-one match between McIntyre and Gunther. Lauren, that's typical of WrestleMania. Heels getting cheered. Drew McIntyre delivering his own chops. We're going... Oh. Oh. You can tell they are both in a lot of pain right now, and so am I. Drew McIntyre seems to have got the lead here. The fans in attendance really into that one. As Mark says, big men slapping meat. Andy says, did anyone order chops? Apparently so. Lauren, the bloodline are splitting. Judgment Day, not so much. Sheamus has got in. We've had our 3 singles matches. We're now about to have a brief triple threat. Yes, Lauren, Gunther at the moment is the only heel in this one. Go says someone needs a slap counter for this match. I just have the thought to hold my chest as if I'm the one in danger whenever I see Gunther. Yeah, next time I interview Gunther, I'm just going to sit there like that. Just protect your chest. Always protect your chest. SBM says I could feel the chops through the television. At this point, we're going harder. Michael Cole with the call of the night there. The thing is, these 3 men enjoy this. They do. They like this. Guys, I've got to say it again. They like this. These men are insane. Once again, harder. Like, I get it. I get that you're a fan of harder. Like, I get the pun. It's a good pun. I respect it. But calm down. Hector says, yep, Sheamus' chest is bleeding. Ouch. Oh. Gunther's about to start bleeding soon, I'd imagine, after this. This is amazing. Megan says, force for those doing a drink for every chop thing right now. Is that a thing? Is that genuinely a thing? Because it's not possible to keep up here. It's simply not possible. Lauren says, in your opinion, will Orton return as a heel or face? He'll be a face, I'm sure. Says, if Roman loses, will he step away for a few months? Likely, yes. Eric says, is Rhea the quickest Grand Slam champion? I don't believe she's the quickest, but I do believe she's the youngest in the women's side. Shogun says, amazing. Yes, there are rumours of Logan Paul versus Cena at SummerSlam as well. No, I'm not going to Money in the Bank. Bloodline says, Corey Graves is borderline uncomfortable to watch, which is what we like. The triple threat part has now concluded. We are back to where we started. Sheamus versus McIntyre in the ring. Gunther will recover and then come in, will rotate again. To be clear, I know I sound cynical, and I am being cynical, but I am also not exactly disliking what's happening. The fans are on their feet for Sheamus. Someone who has earned this respect, who has earned this spot. Joseph says, Tom, I said Ronda to win and Drew to win this match. Cool. Gunther is in play. Hits Sheamus. Drew McIntyre rolls out of the ring. There's a German suplex, and we are now in the second one-on-one match. Sheamus and Gunther one more time. That was a brutal clothesline. Shogun says, crowd really involved. I love this. They did start moderately slow. They're building a nice pace, but I like how they're doing it. Bit of a group, bit of a one-on-one. It's formulaic. It's obvious. That doesn't make it bad. Megan says, as regards drink for a chop, you never know with wrestling fans. Sounds like a what culture thing. Go says, watch these three large men cause each other immense pain. Sponsored by Mike's Harder Lemonade. This match is harder. We barely even started as well. There's still plenty to go. Gunther did just check in with McIntyre, interestingly. Another brutal clothesline. Sheamus kicks out again. Sheamus is staying with it. Lauren with a donation. Thank you kindly, Lauren. That emoji definitely seems to fit the bill of what we're seeing at the moment. Drew McIntyre comes off the top to attack Gunther. Sheamus at this point rolls out, meaning that we are now in our third singles match rotation one more time. Oh, we may be going to the triple threat part. Oh, Sheamus thrown into Gunther. Lovely spot. Joseph says there would be 3-0 on predictions. You wouldn't be free. There's only been 2 matches so far. You wouldn't be free. Cool, Lauren. Enjoy. And C-Mac says, to me, Sheamus is already a Hall of Fame. The man is himself a Hall of Fame. So when they say they want a physical Hall of Fame, that's why they can't have one, because Sheamus already exists. McIntyre went for the Claymore. Gunther survived it. Drop kick into the corner. Gunther has looked amazing here. Going for the powerbomb on Drew McIntyre. Almost too easy. Gunther is looking amazing. Whenever it's a one-on-one situation, this is the story of the match. Whenever it's a one-on-one situation, Gunther is in complete control. Complete control of everything happening. Gunther is going up to the top rope. He does have a pretty good splash on him, I'll tell you that. Go says, luckily for Drew, chest hair is hiding just how much his chest looks like ground beef right now. Ground beef. I can't argue with it. I can't argue with it. Sheamus has got Gunther on his shoulders on the second rope. Looking for the white noise. And hits it beautifully. Sheamus now going for something. Crucifix powerbomb. He's going for the crucifix powerbomb. Oh, they call it the Celtic Cross now, do they? That's not his finish. Gunther kicks out. The fans were sold on that. I cannot begin to describe how disappointed the fans are now. They were sold on it. They want Sheamus to pick up this win. I don't think there's a bad option here. It doesn't really matter who wins. They are all fantastic. This is a great match. Thomas says, Wendy from the Pete Dunne gimmick will return. Around SummerSlam time, I reckon, personally. Sheamus with a clover leaf. Gunther selling hard for it. Shogun says, nice way to avoid the Claymore by Gunther. Sometimes just falling over is the right choice. In a triple threat, the ropes don't matter. Gunther is off his game here. This is not a match for the ring general. This is not a match for the ring general at all. McIntyre coming in from behind. Gets a sleeper on Sheamus. Oh, it's just a chin lock. They're just calling it a chin lock. He's trying to put sleeper. Moxley wants tables and ladders in this match. I don't think that's how we go. I think long term it'd be a good idea, but I don't think that really suits any of the men involved. I think fighting for the crowd, maybe. We are now entering the end game of the match. We're going full triple threat. Sheamus is mugging for the crowd. He knows this is his moment. He's worked for years for this. He has never been this over. You enjoy it. You enjoy every second of it. Jason says, I'm worried if Gunther loses, this is the last we will see of him. I've really enjoyed his IC title reign. Why would this be the last we see of him? His future is immense. He's going to be one of the top guys in the company by the end of the year. Sheamus beating his own chest here. Bro kick on Gunther. They sold that. They weren't convincing because Gunther was still trying to get near enough to the ropes that Drew can pull him out. Sheamus needs to blow his nose. We're scrapping on the outside now. Drew McIntyre and Sheamus. Gunther isn't necessarily the key part of the story, but he does have his own thread going through it. I liked the bro kick. Because of the way the pin actually happened, I wasn't there for the false finish. Sheamus knocked out of the ring. Gunther and McIntyre inside. Oh, no. Gunther's already gone. McIntyre over the top. No attempt to catch him by Sheamus. No attempt to catch him at all. Titus O'Neil with a great call. Michael Cole says, you've never done that. And Titus O'Neil says, and I never will, Cole. McIntyre getting the love now. He's going for the Claymore. We've lost sight of Gunther. Bro kick that I believe actually hit McIntyre there. McIntyre kicks out. Of course, McIntyre would not protect anyone's finisher. Stuart says, doesn't need tables and chairs, doing enough damage without them. Jason says, I hope you're right. Gomar saying, this is awesome chance. Couldn't agree more. Mark says, I don't like the idea of chairs on commentary, but my God, he is good. And Justin says, okay, that got me. I've lost track of Gunther entirely. The fans are just on their feet for this one. Mark says, fight forever. Thomas saying this match is so good. Wow. McIntyre and Sheamus are back up. Glasgow kiss. A knee. No one's going down. Claymore to Sheamus. Drew McIntyre with the opportunity. Sheamus kicks out. I take back what I said about Drew. I take it back. It's WrestleMania and both men are kicked out of each other's finishes. Shogun just says, damn. Mark says, oh my God. We knew this was going to be good. We knew, and we have not been disappointed. Hector says, Titus O'Neil is feeling the harder lemonade. He's great on commentary. He's feeling it. He's feeling it harder. I'm gonna need to just lie down in a dark room after this one. So do all three of the wrestlers. Mark says, my heart is going. See Max saying, what a match and not one drop of blood. And Thomas is really enjoying Titus O'Neil on commentary here. Gunther is literally just having a proper recover. Drew and Sheamus just laying into each other. The referee occasionally reminding them to keep the palms open. Patrick says, I'm sorry for the match that follows this. I think they've given themselves the best chance. It's Bianca versus Asuka, and they should be able to deliver. I don't know if they can deliver this, but they should be able to deliver. We've gone full on strong style again. Another bro kick. Surely this is the opportunity for Gunther to get back involved. We've had our one-on-one match once again. Sheamus going for the cover. I think the cameraman just got thrown out of the way. Got knocked out of the way because Gunther was on top. I think this is it. Going for the powerbomb. Sheamus onto Drew McIntyre. Picks up McIntyre as well. Powerbomb there. Goes for the pin. A proper pin. I think that's it. McIntyre takes the pin. Gunther retains. McIntyre takes the pin. Statement win. Incredible match. Incredible finish. Everything I wanted delivered. That was fantastic. The commentary team are on their feet applauding this one. Gunther's chest has been brutalised. All three men have been brutalised by that. Top that, these men have said. Top that. Hector says match of the year already, calling it. Ghost saying Gunther's just recharging stamina meter, don't worry, and that very much paid off. We're getting a harder replay of just the brutality that just happened. Wow. A focus on Sheamus and the respect he got from the crowd as well. Claymores, bro kicks. We got a Brock Lesnar style match breaking out in the middle of that one as well. Stuart says, does anyone think I might see more of Titus at the table in future? Absolutely, after this. Shogun says 3 out of 3 so far. Same for me, 3 out of 3. Jason Watkins just says yes. Vegeta says shocking. Sai gives it a solid 9. Stuart gives it a 10. Gomar says awesome match. Jason gives it a 9. Gomar a 10. Thomas is 3 out of 3 for his predictions. 10 out of 10 is giving it best match at Mania. Calling it now. Justin is 3 out of 3 as well. Vegeta gives the match a 9. Justin tries to give it a 20, which counts as a 2. Because it's a fraction, mate. Andy says, wonder if a powerbomb, not his current finish. No, but that's Gunther. I called that way back on an NXT watch party. Gunther under Triple H does not have one dedicated finisher. He wins with clotheslines, he wins with splashes, he wins with powerbombs, he wins with whatever the hell he wants. C-Mac gives it a 10 out of 10. Eric is now 1 for 3. John says, what a match. My favourite the whole weekend. 10 out of 10. Bailey also a 10 out of 10. Shogun says, the splash was amazing to stop the pin and then 2 powerbombs. Peter says, awesome. 100 out of 10. Eric is trying to give it hundreds. SPM says 30, 10 for each of them. Jaden says 10 out of 10. Shogun trying to give it 11. Blue giving it a 10. Greatest IC title match ever. Jaden is 2 out of 3 for his predictions. Blue says accurate. Sponsor for this match. Mark just screams yes. 456 Casino gives it a 9. Andy gives it a 10. Mark just shouts the Ring General. 10 out of 10. I want to make it more. Don gives it an 8. Patrick gives it a 10. Ed says give them all the stars. Jason says unless something incredible happens in the last few matches, that will be the match of the entire weekend. Bruce gives it a 10. Mark says match of the year, best triple threat match ever. Blue says Gunther has 6 finishes and it makes his matches better. It does. You don't know when the actual finish is coming, so you pop for it. Andy says I love that Gunther wins in different ways, which more matches end like that. Shadow Ron gives it a 9.5. Teflon Don says good evening, just tuning in, perfect match. What a match to tune in for. What a match to tune in for. And Ross gives it a 9 as well. Moxie's giving it a 10. Megan says that was amazing. I'm 3 for 3 of my predictions. A 9 as well. Ghost is 3-0 as well, so giving it a 9.5. And Moxie also says best triple threat match ever. Shogun says that's how you make the IC belt relevant. A champion like this and contenders like this. Bravo. And Blue saying Triple H making it hard to replace him. There is no intention, to my knowledge right now, to replace Triple H. I know a lot of people are terrified of that happening. To my knowledge, there is no plan for that to happen. For me, that has match of the year written all over it. Written all over it. And honestly, I don't think anyone can really argue. It's everything you want to hear. It's everything you want to see. It was everything I expected as well. I'm very happy with what we just got. Very happy. Gunther versus McIntyre versus Sheamus. Delivered as one of the best matches I've seen, let alone best triple threats. Match of WrestleMania so far for me, beating out last night's tag team championships. Join the show below. Sean says, Tom called it. Both mid-card titles didn't change. Put that in the win column. Thomas says, feels like this is going very quick. Almost too quick. We're halfway through the card, but we're only an hour and a quarter in. I don't think it's going to be a 2.5 hour show. That main event might last for the rest of the time. Joey says, best night of the match. Best night of the match so far. Ed says, for those saying there's never been a better triple threat, please watch Joe versus AJ versus Daniels from TNA Unbreakable. I am saying it's the best triple threat WWE have ever put on. The dude says 10 out of 10. Kudos to all three of them. That was incredible. Vegeta saying that was great, Ed, but this was better. Shogun says already 3 matches done. Already 3 matches done. Asuka versus Bianca Belair has big shoes to fill, but I do have confidence that they can deliver. They can perform, and they can show us what they are all about. Also, to be honest, I think we're willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, having followed what they just followed. You have to give them the benefit of the doubt eventually, and do what you can with that one. Asuka's entrance is first. We have multiple Askas. Asuka, as we know, as I reported on Spoiler Warning, does have a special entrance planned. I'm going to refer to these as the NXT Askas, or the NXT Askas. It's all very kabuki. All new gear, all new outfits, all very insane. In years to come, we will hear a lot about those 4 women. A big pop for Asuka from the crowd. That was a big pop. People want her to go over, I feel, on this one. Thomas says something big must be planned either for the main event or we are seeing Bobby again. Or neither of those is happening, but something else is happening. Vijay says it was great for real. Dom says commercial break. So don't forget to hit that like button away forwards for you. Are you not entertained? We are currently on 85 likes, which is a very good place to be. Hopefully everyone is enjoying the show. Let me know if you're enjoying the watch party so far. I'm pretty sure we're all enjoying WrestleMania so far. The last match absolutely slapped and banged. But are we enjoying the watch party so far? Because we are 32 views away from 1,600. And I do feel like this has been a very good show, at least for me. I'm feeling very good about what we're doing so far. Ghost says, I will say that was quite possibly the best triple threat match for solo competitors I've ever seen at WrestleMania. Ed says, maybe we get Pat versus Corey tonight. Eric said she has a Kana face paint. She has her Asuka face paint. This is not the Kana character. She is leaning back into what she was, but she's a new character. Thomas says, as regards the attire, Asuka's attire, 7 out of 10. Entrance is a solid 7 out of 10 as well. Mark says, my heart hasn't recovered yet. Loving the party. Patrick says, seems like Asuka is having so much fun now. She very much is. Vijay says, I want the EST should win. To me, she should never lose unless it's triple threat or Asuka cheats to win. Bianca Belair also with a special entrance. Can I just say, they're not all in sync. They're getting there. C-Max says, definitely. Andy Barr saying, very much enjoying the watch party. Jordan says, great WrestleMania, great watch party. And Ross says, the watch party has been excellent. I'm very much, very glad everyone is having a good time. It looks like we're about to get 3-hour-long matches. So that could be fun. This is a long entrance for Bianca Belair. This is a very long entrance for Bianca Belair. She's not even there yet. I wonder if anyone else is going to use the Cody Vator. So far, Sarah Logan's the only one to actually take advantage of the fact that they're the Cody Vader in play. Austin Theory is the only one to make his entrance from the left, where they have a special screen that opens. So why aren't they using it? Blue says, wonder what NXT talent dressed up as Asuka. Gonna be fun trivia in the future. And Ed says, I mean, they got time to burn. Right as well. That's a fair comment. You might as well. If anything, this long entrance is giving Bianca and Asuka the opportunity to let the crowd calm down from what they've just seen, so that the start of their match is not ruined. And Ed says Roman's entrance is going to be 45 minutes. Patrick says Tom is going to sleep for a few days after Monday night's Raw watch party. I am. I've got all of Tuesday booked off, and I plan to enjoy every second of it. You might not even get your daily wrestling rumours. I got to be honest, you might not. Sometimes I might just need a sleep. I'm sure no one blames me. Sometimes you got to sleep. Ghost says this gear is a 7.5, chaotic per usual. This is as regards Asuka, but this does seem to be the most Americanized I've seen Asuka look so far. How are we rating the attire and the entrance then for Bianca Belair? Thomas is the first one with an answer. Bianca's attire, 9 out of 10. Entrance is definitely an 8 out of 10. So I says that's the best Mania entrance so far. Watching kids perform hits me every time. Patrick saying, rest up Tom, you deserve it. We are over halfway through, but we're not quite finished yet. Ed says, send me the info and I'll do the wrestling rumours Tuesday. Do you not know how I got that news? Do you not know my trick? Blue says, Gunther, Finn and Asuka potentially winning tonight. The most Triple H night in the history of the WWE main roster. Well, if Cody's going to win, absolutely. Jade, not imagine that's supposed to say Bianca's gear, 7 out of 10. Bianca is, of course, in WrestleMania colours, but she's also representing her own championship. Asuka, very much the same. The women do that a lot. They actually use the WrestleMania colours. Red, gold and black. In many ways, it's NXT colours. I'm expecting a very big pop here for Asuka. And they did not disappoint. Fans are behind Asuka on this one. Bianca Belair still taking off her earrings. I'm interested to see this reaction. You are correct, Ed. I usually put the link in the description as well. A mixed reaction for Bianca Belair. Cheers and boos. I do think now's the time for this championship to change hands. Eric says entrance 10, gear 9. Khalid says, Tom, is Demon, Finn Balor and Brood Edge in the next match after this one? Yes, it is. There are only 3 matches left, this being one of them. Vegeta says, every night is Triple H night now. Jaden's loving Bianca's gear, says 10 out of 10. Bianca starting hot. We are starting high-paced here. Simax says, anytime I get to see Bianca, it's a 10. And Bruce gives it a 9. Ghost says, Bianca literally finished her attire this morning. The entrance is 7, the gear is an 8. Nice reference to her NXT look. I know that Bianca still makes her own gear. A lot of the wrestlers are now making enough money that they can get gear made for them. That kick was bad. We didn't need a second kip up. Possibly, Andy. I mean, I get what you're saying. I can't imagine she's not really used to being booed. And I can't imagine she's too happy about it. I think as much as anything, they know what they've got to try and overcome. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all to match up with the match we've just had. They're starting hot, and I think it's helping. But when you start hot, you know you're eventually going to slow down. Shogun saying Bianca is angry. Lawrence says Asuka's makeup was a 10. Bianca's fit was a 10. Good work, ladies. Thomas has Asuka for this one. I do as well. For me, Asuka wins the Raw Women's Championship here. Bianca Belair needs to spend some time on the chase. It just doesn't make sense to me that she'd be the champion for as much time as she has. Especially as a face, you need that rotation. We are still really high pace. Asuka hitting move after move here. That was an interesting cover. That was a very interesting cover. Kelly says night 2 of WrestleMania has been great so far. The first 2 matches disappointed. Brock vs Omos Was better than I expected, but I still wasn't expecting much. But the last match was fantastic. This match should be good as well. It's certainly starting good. A dueling chant from the crowd. Heavily for Asuka. Still strong for Bianca, but not as strong. Vegeta says Bianca might have to go heel after this, and C-Mac wouldn't mind a heel Bianca. We're on the top rope already. We're about 2 minutes into the match and we're already on the top rope. They know they've got to show out when they are doing so. The crowd are with them. Mark says a mixed crowd reaction, which is accurate. Bianca going for some sort of... I thought she was going for the flip there. Pat McAfee's already done it. Strong spinebuster from Bianca. Very strong cover as well. We are seeing much stronger covers than we used to, and I imagine the main reason is Rhea Ripley. Justin, welcome, says Belair needs a heel turn to freshen up, in my opinion. I would love to see Bianca and the Street Profits, all three of them, turn heel. I would just really enjoy that. Oh! Straight into a submission. Can't get the arm, can't finish... Oh, she's got the triangle in, but it's not quite locked up. That was a very good reversal. Trying to get the armbar, Bianca's fighting it off into a cover. Shoulders are not really down. Oh, okay. This is good. This is a very good start. Get the ropes, Bianca. Get the ropes, Bianca. Just stick your foot out. Thank you. Go says it's day 365 of Bianca's reign. You could tell the crowd has been slowly turning against her for the past few months. It could be the lack of cohesive booking, or what many call the Super Cena effect, which is only winning / presenting strong when it counts. Which is very fair. I think she has been pushed a little bit too hard now. And also, to be fair, she hasn't really had a great storyline for a while. Good reversal for Bianca. Asuka going for an armbar on the outside. That's not going to work out for you, Asuka. You're the challenger here. I'm not entirely sure what's happening here. Oh, Bianca's deadlifting. Is she trying to put Asuka through a table? Nope, just... Oh! A sit-out powerbomb on the outside. I think she was going for a pin there. I think she forgot where she was. Khalid says the Empress of Tomorrow, Asuka will be your new Raw Women's Champion. Bianca covers. Asuka kicks out. Justin says, feel bad for these two trying to follow that freeway, but these two are really good. They're following it. They're not just following it, they're delivering. VG says, I've never seen the crowd turn on. Not the whole crowd, but there is a section. Khalid says, Tom, last time Asuka lost the Raw Women's Championship, it was to Rhea Ripley in Mania 37. I think Bianca actually did go shoulder first there. Gomar just says, ouch, as regards that powerbomb. Asuka with the cover. Bianca does seem a little bit distracted by her attire. I don't think it's staying up as she would like. The crowd are all they're not on the feet, sorry. They are applauding the showcase. These women are delivering a quality match so far. The pace is tremendous. Went for a glam slam. Bianca took down. She's got a knee bar. I don't think that's an ankle lock hole. She's going for a knee bar. Bianca gets out of it. Justin says, what did you think of the women's showcase match? I liked it until Ronda Rousey and Bianca Belair got involved. I thought they started really well, but they weren't able to maintain that momentum. Eric would love to see Rhea and Bianca in action movies. And SBM says, it's just that if Bianca loses both of the matches where kids came out, the heels would win. Then why not? Why not do it? Now Asuka is going for the ankle lock. Asuka's got an answer to everything now. Something's happening with the crowd right now. Go says, I think the crowd is due for a surprise after 4 straight matches. Well, we did see Bobby Lashley turn up. That was a thing. Drop kick from Asuka. Again, a lovely reversal. This is quality. Another cover. And not this time either. I keep waiting for the moment when they start to slow down, but they are not slowing down. The pace is just maintaining. They're going to be exhausted after this. Oh, she's just kicking her chest now. Bianca reversing, still gets kicked. Asuka has an answer for everything she's doing. She's on the outside, she's on the apron. Again, everything she does. Khalid says, Tom, glad you're doing these watch-alongs. A great man, my friend. Come on, Team Cody. Thank you, Khalid. I appreciate that. The fans are trying to get a chant going again. The fans seem a little bit restless now. I don't know if something's happening in the crowd. But they do seem a little bit less invested suddenly. Justin says, over-under on surprise returns on debuts tomorrow. 3.5. I'd take it. I would take that 3.5. I'd go over. Go says, I think Asuka ripped her pants. Did she? It's hard when you're also covering a watch party, you know? It's hard to keep track. I don't see anything as of yet. Kelly says, maybe we might see Bray this Friday. Well, he's fit. He's part of the company. He's there at WrestleMania. He's literally at WrestleMania right now. Bianca's trying to get into the match. Throws Asuka into the ring post. We slowed down a little bit. I don't think they could maintain the pace that they set. Justin says, Jay White and 2 call-ups, FTR at the draft for his surprise appearances. Gomar says they're probably burned out from the last match. True, but they started out certainly with the women, and I think the pace that they've set helps. But it's true, it's a difficult spot to take. Oh, she nearly didn't get the rotation she needed there. That was a risk. Asuka has ripped her pants, you're absolutely right, on the left thigh. Incredible strength, but she didn't quite get the rotation she needed. Asuka kicks out once again. Megan says there has to be another match on this card. There's only 2 after this, and while they'll be long, surely not that long. Absolutely. We also have the Hall of Fame thing. So, sorry, one sec, I need to... We good? I think we're good. I think it's also worth pointing out, Edge has history for having an hour-long matches. We've got the Hall of Fame as well. Let's say that takes 20 minutes. We still then have an hour and 40 minutes for 2 matches. I think the main event takes 40, but that's still an hour. There's definitely got to be at least one more match. There has to be at least one more. Thank you, Mark. I don't know, Khalid. I don't know, and if I knew, I certainly wouldn't say. Oh, lovely from Bianca. Into a cover. Reversal. Asuka's entire outfit is falling apart right now. The pace has quickened again. I didn't even know they could. Justin says, will Endeavour impact the Twitch or OnlyFans situation in WWE? Yes. But probably will just keep it as is. They'll probably just keep it as is. If they're in charge, they'll set the policies, so that will have an impact. But I don't see them changing it in any meaningful way. The crowd are cheering, they are clapping, they are getting behind Asuka right now. They're trying to let the wrestlers know, we've got you, we're enjoying it, keep going. Another attempted cover. Another dueling chant from the crowd. Go says the Hall of Fame segment never exceeds much over 5. Even if Dom does attack Ray, it still won't last long. Surely there has to be something else, right? Yep, absolutely there does. There has to be something else. Lovely, a new move there from Bianca. I feel like we're heading into the finish, but I don't see Bianca winning it. The moonsault. Asuka just kicks out. Bianca needs to leave Asuka a bit more room to kick out there, because the referee could have called an audible on that one. Andy says, I love the chain wrestling. Ross saying the match is quality. C-Mark. C-Mark. You're going for Taiwan. Although we can't really say that because, as we know from John Cena doesn't think that Taiwan's a country. The fans are laying into Bianca Belair a bit here. Making it clear that Asuka's their pick. Asuka is not really in control of this one. Neither woman has really got the foot on the gas. We have started to slow down a little bit, and that's absolutely fine. I get it. Like, I get it. You've been real hot from the start. You can't always be doing so. Asuka still has answers for everything Bianca has. But Bianca is starting to gain some momentum. She's destroying her own gear. She's untaped her wrists, which is always a risk. Asuka is up. We're going to the top rope again. Mark says 17 wrestlers that wrestled on night 1 come from NXT. The vast majority of them by now should be coming from NXT. Both the women right now, after all, came from NXT as well. James says there's got to be some surprises after this. I agree. And I imagine it'll be right before the main event segment. There'll be a 20-30 minute bit with lots of big names. Thomas says Asuka has to win, as I don't know who Bianca could go against after this, as she's beaten everyone then. I agree. Asuka got the hair. Technically, you can't argue with that. Code breaker to the face. Asuka has used that as a finisher, but I don't think that's the one. Bianca's shoulder is not down because she is checking her gear. Good sell from Bianca as well, the fall straight flat. Mark says 12 wrestlers that wrestle night 2 have come from NXT. There's very few who don't. I'm looking at, for example, Ronda, Sheamus, Cody as examples there. There's very few who don't at least have a little NXT time under their belt. Megan says, what do you think will be higher, Cody's pyro bill or Vince's legal fees? It is still going to be Vince's legal fees. Asuka taking that right to the face, which is of course what happened to Charlotte yesterday. She seems okay. She's checking on Bianca. Checked in with the ref there. The referee just said something to Bianca as well. I don't know what that was, but I don't think Asuka's feeling okay. Are we going for the finish here? Bianca's going for the kiss of death. Asuka has the ropes. Are we going? Don't do a ref bump. Don't do a ref bump. We did not do a ref bump. We nearly did a ref bump. Asuka missed the mist. That usually means Asuka's missed it. Asuka's losing. Asuka's losing. Asuka's going to lose. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, no. No, that's it. Armbar. She's got her. She's got her. She's got her. There's no way you can go. Oh, she's powering out of it. She's powering out of it. Oh, that had me. That had me. They had me twice there. They had me twice. Bianca's trying to reverse it into a KOD. The fans are not into it. Gomar says, damn, this is it. It is the kiss of death. Asuka loses against Bianca Belair. Hell of a match. Honestly, a fantastic match. Certainly up there with what Charlotte and Rhea Ripley did yesterday. But I can't help but feel that that is the wrong call. Ed says, wow. James saying, what the hell? Shogun says, ooh. Gomar says, no. Great match, but no. Bailey saying, Bianca, Cena. Shogun saying they didn't pull the trigger to change champion. C-Max says, wanted Asuka, but great match. 9 out of 10. Jordan gives it an 8 out of 10. Stuart Ridley says utter pish. Justin is not loving Super Bianca. Eric says Bianca retains. Thomas says that's the wrong decision in my opinion unless someone comes out now. Traffic saying 4-0 clean sweep so far. That is the first one I've got wrong. I am 3-1 on the night. What do we rate the match as? Out of 10, lowest being 1, highest being 10. What do we think? Ghost says good match, but I see Bianca losing more and more crowd support after that. Asuka got screwed at Mania twice. And Wiggly says, I am outraged. Outraged. Thank you for sending that tweet about Sheamus. I appreciate that. Moxie just says L call. L call. I don't think Bianca got much of a warm reception after that, I tell you. Dom says 8. Andy says 8. Justin says good match, wrong winner. Justin says 7.5. There, Sai says I'm okay with it. 8 out of 10 match. Bailey gives it an 8. SBS says on Shotzi retained, but the match was amazing. A 9. Bruce gives it a 9. Vijay says Bianca doesn't lose at Mania. Ed gives it an 8. Thomas says 3 out of 4 in his predictions. Shogun gives it an 8 out of 10. Patrick gives it an 8 as well. Eric says now Asuka might never get her Mania win, unfortunately. Yeah, it kind of seems that way. Justin gives it an 8. Thomas gives it a 9. Horsey says, think we just got Mania 13 moment face to heel switch completed tomorrow. It seems so at this point, yeah, because how do you survive as Bianca after that? Ross says 9 for me. James says, who will beat her now? No one. Let's do it. Let's turn her heel and let's keep her going. Jaden says, great match, 10 out of 10. Bianca's never struggled that much. I think Bianca is going to turn heel soon. Kelly gives it an 8 out of 10. Stuart giving it an 8 out of 8.5. Not liking the winner. Avijit says 10. EST means BEST, y'all. Steve says, what do you mean it's the wrong call? Bianca's a better fit as champion and you don't have the EST lose at Mania. Keep the streak alive. Now 3-0. I still believe that is the wrong call. I think they need to rotate. I think the fans are not behind Bianca anymore. Thomas says, Kyrie coming out of the Raw after Mania to confront Bianca. I wouldn't hate it. Traffic says 7 out of 10. Horsey says 8.5 out of 10. Blue saying the crowd wanted Asuka, which is absolutely correct. Shogun is 3 out of 4 for his predictions. First wrong choice. And Mark says 9 out of 10. Would have been 10 if Asuka won. Gomar gives it an 8. Virginia an 8 as well. Jason giving it a 7.5. Jaden is 3 out of 4 on his predictions. And Gomar says Rhea versus Charlotte still a better match. What I will say is you can have a fantastic match. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's the best match on the card. I do believe that was an incredible match. Well worth our time. Doesn't quite live up to the triple threat for me, but was still an incredible match. Megan gives the match an 8. Ghost says Bianca is now on track to be the longest reigning Raw Women's Champion as she approaches Becky's record of 373 days. Moxie gives it an 8.7. Ghost says the match was an 8. Wrong winner. Great match. And Moxie thinks Bianca turns heel, then loses to someone like Liv Morgan at SummerSlam. Joey says, I think this was the wrong outcome. Asuka's character is ruined now. Again, ruined is a stretch, I feel. I feel that's a stretch. Bailey says the only way this works is if they turn Bianca heel, but Asuka deserved her moment. She's a generational talent. I agree with that. I do think if she turns heel, they can certainly make it work. But so far, not quite for me. Miz and Snoop Dogg are in the ring. If we're going to have a surprise, now seems as good a time as any, or this may be the Hall of Fame section of the show. Shogun says new challenger needed from outside WWE for Bianca or a heel turn is obligatory. Maybe this is where we call it Roxanne Perez, and Roxanne is the one to defeat Bianca Belair. Kelly says Hell in a Cell next, Tom. Not quite. There's something to come first. Hogan says, really? Haven't seen any indication that many have turned against Bianca. Maybe some of us chronically online folks, but the fans seem to consistently give her positive reactions. When she was introduced, she had a mixed reaction of cheers and boos. The fans definitely weren't 100% behind her. Admittedly, that's not telling the whole story. I believe fans are starting to turn. I don't believe the fans have formally turned. The full attendance, both nights combined, 161,892. The Miz announcing it. Let's see if we get a surprise at this point to find out what happens next. Traffic says hopeful for a heel Bianca versus Becky at SummerSlam now. Then you're not thinking about Trish versus Becky anymore? Kevin says, what was the reason WWE changed Asuka's character only to lose? Once again, under Triple H, big names will lose more often. The character has to be able to survive a loss, or he's not really going to book it. Joey says, I bet Vince changed the outcome. I'm very confident that did not happen. 456 gives the match a 7. I give that match a 9. I 100% give that match a 9. I thought it was fantastic. Ross suggests Roxanne. Stuart says, gotta say there was less than polite exclamation of disapproval. Patrick saying Tom knows something. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. You'll never know. Eric says maybe we get Sasha versus Bianca 2. We won't, and it would not be 2. Jaden says I hope Bianca loses the title to Sasha later on in the year if she returns. Book says Asuka just got buried. Not buried, once again. Great match. Really enjoyed it. Did not get buried. Joey says it's sad Asuka didn't get a Mania win yet. Miz is picking a fight with Snoop Dogg. I'd imagine someone is going to come down and defend Snoop Dogg. I can't imagine it's going to be Bray Wyatt, I'll say that. Kevin says WWE don't have Charlotte beat Bianca. That's a fair comment. Charlotte Flair versus Bianca is in the near future. R-Truth? We're cursed. Ed, this is your fault. Ed, you have some explaining to do. Mark says, what? Patrick says, oh lord. Shogun saying, oh no. Stuart says, FFS. Jason saying they had to ruin the night. Shogun is saying, give us LA Knight, not him. Also he says, that's a Vince move. Has to be. Bailey would have preferred LA Knight. Blue says, Shane is there. Gomar saying, no. Jason says, got Vince all over it. Ross saying, Shane O'Mac. Ghost says, Shane has been summoned. Ghost saying, everybody run. Moxie saying, no. Hector laughing at this. Shane McMahon's back. Shane. The dude just says, meh. Jason says, boo. Doris says, no. Jason's giving this particular segment a 0 out of 10. Ed's hype. He's hyped for this. We could have had Jay White and you're hyped for this. So he says, I don't care what went before or what's next. This show just tanked. Dom says, why? Well, we knew something was coming. Joey says, what is this garbage? Mark says, Shane is there to say he bought WWE. Shogun says, what's this? That's a surprise? Joey's saying, literally nobody asked for Shane McMahon. Nobody. Nobody wanted this. Nobody wanted this. Vijay says, why does everyone hate Shane? Many reasons. Many reasons. And he says, maybe Shane's a swerve. Steve saying, love Shane. Is Miz going to have 2 matches at WrestleMania? The Miz is having 2 matches at WrestleMania. Patrick says, hopefully this doesn't last long. Ed's saying, we summoned Shane McMahon. Lauren is not about this. James says, I thought you said he would have nothing to do with WWE. I did say that. I didn't know about this. I didn't know about this. He was fired by the WWE. He was literally fired. He made it clear several times that he had no intention. He bust his knee. He bust his knee. Who's going to come out in his place? He bust his knee. Who's going to come out in his place? Who's going to come out in Shane McMahon's place? James says, I thought you said he would have... Oh, I've already read that one. Snoop Dogg just called an audible and punched Miz in the face. That was an audible. I don't believe he was planning to do that. So who else have we got? Who else have we got? Another punch. Joey said, I bet Shane had to beg Vince to get him on the card. Ed, how dare you? How dare you? Shogun saying Snoop for the save, which is absolutely accurate. Sai saying, I mean, I don't believe in karma, but yeah. Snoop Dogg's going to do a people's elbow, it seems. Ghost says, not a good surprise at all. Whoever did this needs to go in the corner for a timeout. And Megan says, it was all going so well. Nope, no sign of LA Knight. Wow, Snoop Dogg running the ropes here. The elbow drop was good. And a cover. He's not the legal man. He's not the... C-Max says, I think this is off script. It is. Snoop Dogg called an audible there with the punch. Wow. Snoop Dogg calling an audible with the punch on The Miz there and taking over the match. What on earth just happened? Why is there always the inevitability of Shane McMahon at WrestleMania? Answers on a postcard. Please, somebody explain it to me. Ghost says, people wanted The Rock, we got the dog instead. Hector says, can't believe I'm saying this, but I feel bad for the Miz. Moxley saying, 20 seconds in the match and Shane busts his knee. Omega saying, worst performance, Bobby or Shane? Bobby wasn't booked to wrestle, so you can't really blame him for it. Well, that happened. At least now it's less than 2 hours until the finish. What was that? Gomar saying, Botchamania. Bailey saying Shane of an homage to Vince tearing his quad. And Sai says, never let us speak of this again. Mark says, I don't know why, but I enjoyed that. Thomas gives the segment a 0 out of 10. And Patrick says, that's the closest we're getting to The Rock for this WrestleMania. They just wheeled Shane out. SBM says, only at WrestleMania. Ed says, Dwayne the Snoop Johnson. The dude says, well, that happened. Steve says, that was amazing. I'm sorry, but that was perfect comic relief. I am laughing. That was funny in the end. But if Shane McMahon had beaten up The Miz, I'd have been furious. Gomar says, that was awful. Stewart thankfully missed all of that and gave it 5 stars. Shogun says, welcome back, Shane. Goodbye, Shane. Ed says, Miz tells Snoop to cover him. He literally did. Billy says, it could have been worse. Shane could have appeared from Endeavour headquarters. And SBM says, Snoop Dogg with a save. 6 for good effort and the comedic relief. Yeah. Moxie says, should have been Riddle. There's a reason it's not Riddle. And Go says, which is worse, Vince tearing his quads or Shane busting his knee? Shane busting his knee, though I will say, Vince tearing both of his quads when he came down to get involved in a Royal Rumble was fucking hilarious. Jason says, I stick by my pre-match rating of 0 out of 10. Ed says, best segment in Mania history because Shane was here. Ed, this is your fault. Your fault. Steve says, oh god, you're right about Corey's suit. It's actually blinding. Is that the first time you've seen it, Steve? It is bright. Patrick says, I want somebody to erase that from my memory. We need to get one of those Men in Black style, yeah, just to help. Buck says, still reeling about Asuka losing, so stupid, and I know you think she wasn't buried, but she was. We are free to disagree on this one, Bucks. I know you're obviously quite passionate about that, and you make some compelling points. I personally disagree. We are going to move on, but we are free to disagree on this one. And I personally, I think it depends what happens next. What happens next will be very telling. Peter says, as regards Corey's suit, my eyes, my eyes. Blue says, at least we won't be seeing Shane for a while. We barely saw him there. Andy says, who did Miz piss off? Good question. And Gomar says, Triple H and Vince must be fuming right now. Triple H will have found that absolutely hilarious. He will be laughing his arse off. So I said, I guess Fightful's call of a women's tag isn't happening, or whatever it was vague. Yeah, there was vague talk of a potential women's tag just being thrown in there. Who would it be? Shogun says no Bobby or LA Knight for this, and sadly Shane got injured. Yeah, Bobby Lashley versus LA Knight did not happen, but hey, we got Shane McMahon. Joey says you're telling me they couldn't get LA Knight and Bobby Lashley on the card but give us Shane. James is just saying how long left. Just under 2 hours. So we've got the Hell in a Cell match, the Hall of Fame. I'd imagine something after the Hall of Fame, however brief, and then the main event. The main event, I'd imagine, will be a full 45 minutes to an hour, so I'm not really worried about that one. Ross says, I'm a Shane fan. Also, although he stole a LA spot, I'm still furious. And Jason says, is Kofi injured? Why no New Day? They just weren't booked for this show. Big E's injured. Kofi was carrying an injury. They just weren't booked for it. And Shogun says, Edge and Finn to save us. Gomar saying LA Knight was robbed. Sean says, I wouldn't be surprised if a debuting Roxanne Perez takes the belt off Bianca. I believe it's time for the Brood entrance. What I will say is that it's not even dark yet. They have screwed up these match timings massively. How much better would these entrances have been, and you're about to see why, if it was fully dark? Ghost says, I'm going to need another surprise for the absolute tomfoolery that we just witnessed. Are we going to use the phrase tomfoolery? Because I kind of like that. Use the phrase tomfoolery. Is this match sponsored by the Pope's Exorcist? That's awkward. Stuart says, the music kicked in, I went straight to the kitchen for coffee, got back when it was done, so not had to see that, thank God. Yes, Bailey, Kofi was carrying an injury, but they weren't booked anyway. Jason says, no Kofi, Woods, LA Knight or Lashley. Joey says, two mainies or Asuka got screwed over. You've already said that one, Joey. And Thomas says, these entrances are going to be so good. This may be why we have so much time for it. The Hell in a Cell is descending onto the ring. We have a new variation of the theme they were playing. Russell Crowe is giving us a voiceover, which is not what I was expecting. Kevin says The Miz makes history at WrestleMania 39 by having 2 matches. Sai says they don't help themselves. Anyone who isn't booked on the card has a valid question when they can find time for Shane. Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss. How about that? AJ Styles could make an appearance. Nothing. Absolutely nothing for him. Mark says at least Shane and Vince have a thing in common on blowing their knees in the ring. They know how to blow. Jason says nothing says PG like Pope's Exorcist. Russell Crowe's genuinely trying here. I don't know if he actually knows. He won't be watching. I don't know if he knows what he's actually used for. Blue says I like how Miz had 2 matches that had no rules whatsoever outside of Miz must lose. Pretty much, yeah. Steve says, what do you mean they screwed the entrance times up? Local sunset isn't until 7:30 p.m. Pacific. It wouldn't be proper dark until the end of the main event. It'd be darker. I just feel these entrances would have been much better if it was dark. We have new music for Edge. It literally says Brood Edge. Mark says there's a pic on Twitter about after the triple threat of Sheamus and Drew hugging in the ring. They do love each other. Gomez says surely it was a WrestleMania moment but not a good one. And Joey says I like this Russell Crowe hype package. Okay, I'm loving the music so far. By the time they're actually in the ring and wrestling, it'll be at least 10 past. There's a point at which you're doing surprises for the sake of surprises, though. And Shane McMahon is that point. What the... Well, Edge is using the Cody Vator. Which makes sense. If that is in fact Edge. I'm confident it is. What the hell is that? We've gone full Terminator. And wings. The music's amazing. It sounds like we're about to hit Enter Sandman. I'd love it if that kicked into Enter Sandman. No sign of Gangrel, not as of yet. Oh, they have an elevator in the ring. In the ramp. I'd imagine Finn Balor comes up through that as well. Mark says that is very cool. The man knows how to stand out. Oh, here we go. I thought we were about to get Gangrel. But no, Edge has taken off the mask. And he's reminded everyone that he's a little puppy who goes absolutely mental. Ghost says, I call it tomfoolery for Shane's appearance in the first place. What happened may have been karma in a way. Luckily, we're about to get extreme in the next one. It's a palate cleanser. We're going to forget. Hector says, that's so damn impressive. And says, for anyone wondering, the song is South of Heaven by Slayer. A.k.a. it's expensive as hell. No pun intended. Kervin says, I hope WWE plan to do another rematch between Asuka and Bianca. I do kind of expect this feud to keep going. I do expect that one. So I wasn't certain as regards Asuka winning. I do think this particular feud will keep going. But I still predicted Asuka. James says, that's actually sick. Ed says, I'm not feeling the wings and mirror mask. As regards the attire, Ed is giving it a -4 out of 10. Ed also is happy to see Shane McMahon back and doesn't like Jay White. Ed, you might be the most wrong person here. But no, we agree to disagree. Thomas says the Edge attire 8 out of 10, the entrance 10. I love the entrance. The attire for me is a 6. I think the mirror ball head, not quite for me. The mirror ball, not quite what I was looking for. Mark gives the entrance 10 out of 10, the attire 9 out of 10. I like that we're doing the attire ratings. I like that. This, of course, started with the Hall of Fame. It actually started several years ago with the Hall of Fame. But I'm very, very happy to see it catching on. Jason says, doesn't Backlash basically run back a good portion of the WrestleMania matches? Usually, yes. Usually. And Shogun says, we have Christian and Gangrel as an image behind the vest of Edge. That's it. In the end, yes. And here comes a demon with a lot of purple lies. I think something's gone wrong because only the Tillmania sign is lighting, not the wrestle. We have classic Finn Balor. He's not purple, but there is purple involved. They shouldn't have showed that. The smoke has not quite hit fever pitch. I think they went to him a bit too early. He has his own face painted on his back. He's not purple. Bailey says, Twitter message of the hour so far. Why can Snoop call on the fly spots better than some workers? He's not wrong. Thomas says, here comes the purple demon. I think Finn Balor was going to crawl down the ramp. He's just stood up, because why would you? Hector says, so thankful we're getting to see Edge wrestling on the Mania card in 2023, especially after he retired the first time. He doesn't just have his face on his back, he has the word Balor on his back. He also seems really unsteady on his feet today, Finn. Ghost says, the entrance is an 8, could have done without the literal brood Edge in the background, and the gear is a 7, the mirror thing is weird. Yeah, I'm not really there for the mirror ball. Jaden says, Edge's gear 7.8 out of 10, the entrance 7. James says, where's that purple they just missed? They are going slow motion. And Finn has his own smoke. Oh, there is a lot of purple. There is quite a bit of purple. Now we can see it. I wouldn't say he's purple, but I would say he's added more purple to his gear. Jason says, Finn Pinhead Balor. Thomas says, Finn attire 8 out of 10, entrance 8 out of 10. The slow motion was good. I'm not sure the whole... It felt like a glow stick at a rave. And Sai says it's coming out to his face music. He is. I think this is one of those where they think both men are finally at a level where they're simply too big to really care about face or heel. That's a lot of smoke. I've just seen the guy with the high Emmy sign. He's in the crowd by the ramp. Oh, he was a SmackDown. Oh, I'm glad he made it. James says it looked all red at the top. It did. Glad to see it wasn't quite. Eric says, will Asuka ever win at Mania? Find out next time on Mania Ball Z. What a ball it is. As we have a moment, as people get into the ring, I do think this isn't starting until 10 past. As we have a moment, I'm just going to run through the usuals. We will be live tomorrow for Raw Watch Party as well. I implore you to check that out. And of course, our usual 10 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. Eastern time, spoiler warning, which hopefully you will enjoy too. We have gained 14 subscribers so far, and we currently sit at 2,273, getting closer and closer to that 2,300. We are not technically on track for the 5,000, but I knew that was a very ambitious target, and I'm very happy with where we are going. We are on 1,719 views, 86 likes, only 14 away from 100. And we are only at this point in time 600 views away from beating yesterday, with nearly 2 hours left to go. Thank you to everyone who has joined us so far. Edge throws the first punch. Finn Balor habitually doesn't sell, so that'll be interesting. Stuart says he was a stand-in deliverer as well. Didn't know that. And Jason says, do they figure they'll cut the whole Shane segment out of the replays? I bloody hope so. I hope so. Joey says Edge's entrance was amazing. Are they both going for weapons? Okay, there are purple and red chairs. They've gone too far. They have colour-coded weapons. They literally have colour-coded weapons. There's a purple kendo stick. They're colour-coding weapons. Mark says I want them on the top of the cell. Maybe not, maybe not. Just like, maybe not. I don't think either of them will survive it, personally, if they fall off. Good luck, Peter. I wish you all the luck in the world. Jason says, anyone who hasn't clicked like on the stream, what are you waiting for? So what you waiting for? As we're talking about that, I think I might eat myself a snack. Just going to have one of those Malteser truffles, because I need some sugar, guys. I'm starting a flag, and there's still 2 hours left of show. Hector says, I wish this menu was on the East Coast, because it's still daytime essentially in LA. In a closed arena, Finn's entrance would have been that much better. Ghost says the entrance is a 7, the smoke was cool, but you could tell he was really thinking hard about it, and the gear is an 8 since the paint is cool. I do like the purple tongue. I wonder if he finally got some help with this one. Ghost says, is it just me or does the cell look smaller in this environment? I actually think it is smaller. I feel like there's less room on the outside. Like Finn's about to be flowing into it. I feel, yeah. I'm not sure if I agree with myself there. I don't like the colour-coded weaponry. That's what's confusing me. Ed has a good laugh at colour-coded weapons. Mark says Edge is bleeding a bit on the side of his face. Okay, even the kendo sticks are colour-coded. What is going on? James says this match should be the one match where loads of blood is allowed. I wouldn't be against it. Let's go full John Moxley. Let's do it. There's only 2 matches left. Go nuts. Did they refer to Edge as having a brutish past? Now, we could still potentially see Gangrel. We could still potentially see Christian. But I would imagine that will happen if and when Judgment Day get involved. Damian Priest is, after all, available and looking for stuff to do. The fans screaming, we want tables. Edge has locked the Demon King in the corner. I do feel a lot of wrestlers, particularly anyone in a Hell in a Cell, has learned a lot from the New Day and the Usos. And then followed up by Becky Lynch and Sasha Banks, who really gave us new and interesting things in Hell in a Cell. Stuart says, new Hell in a Cell rule, you can only use your colour weapon. Zimax says, no red Hell in a Cell, but a red chair and a red kendo stick. That, by the way, as I mentioned earlier, is why there's been a change to the Hell in a Cell. They changed it from the red because they knew both men were going to heavily use the colour red. Jason says, Moxley is in a first no blood match on Wednesday. Do believe so much of all become immune to it. Ghost says, if Finn loses, kill the demon character for good. Is that a purple that is a purple table. Even the table is purple. I don't know whether I love or hate the colour-coded weapons for Finn Balor and Edge. Edge is hell in a cell match at WrestleMania 39. My OCD would love it if they only used their corresponding weaponry. It's not what I expected to take from this match. And I'll add some WrestleMania tags as well, because why not? Ghost says, who took the time to paint all of this stuff? What is the point? They're literally going to use the weapons regardless of the colour. Yeah, it feels kind of The Fiend. It very much feels kind of... Do you remember when The Fiend... Impaler DDT? Gangrel's finish? Go for the spit. The Impaler DDT apparently did nothing. Steve says, why are people so upset about the coloured weapons? It's WrestleMania, let them take risks. Maybe it's a traffic light system. Use the red one when you're on actual danger. James saying there's like no room outside the ring. Shogun saying no red cage but coloured chairs, kendo stick and tables. Bailey says I think the Shane fiasco took a little out of the wind out of this match for the fans. Horsey saying the match is too slow. They are just starting. I expect, as it's Edge, this match is going to last forever. I can see it lasting more than 30 minutes. They will be able to build to a crescendo. Plus, to be honest, they have so much time. They kind of need to. Edge just went through a table and the table just broke onto his face. Gomar said it looks tacky in my opinion. It doesn't look very professional at times, yes. Steve says, how is this match not sponsored by Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? Steve, that is a winner right there. Winner. Keeler says, seems like they're expecting it to be darker out than it is. I definitely think the entrances would have benefited from that. Traffic says, hey boss, we got all this paint for the cell. You want it to go to waste? Of course not. Paint the weapons. That's technically a head over chair from Finn Balor there. Admitted he's through it. That's a black chair. That was a black chair. You can't use black chairs. You have to use your chair, your purple chair. Umpadu saying, for once I'm grateful that I'm colourblind. Me too. I struggle with purples and blues, and I've got a bit of the red-green. So I said looks cartoony, which is the last thing you want for Hell in a Cell. It does look cartoony. That I think I've been struggling to find the right term, but that's it. Cartoony. It's all very unnecessary. I think we can all agree on that one. Late Talk, how you doing, mate? Says Triple H going back to the regular cage. Vince, fine. Give me coloured weapons then. Colour-coded weapons. Colour-coded weapons. We should be talking about the wrestling match. Instead, we're talking about the weaponry. Which I admit, that's almost entirely my fault. Like, I admit that. But we are where we are on that one. And you know what? I'm just going to embrace it. Okay, we're going further. We're introducing ladders, but they're not allowed to use it because it's not colour-coded. I don't care if you got a ladder, you're not allowed to use it. It has to be colour-coded. Okay, at some point you've got to stop just throwing things at each other. They're not shielding themselves. It's just hitting them. Mark likes it. Lauren says WWE can now sell a red and green ring furniture set. James enjoying the fact that we saw the kill switch. Gomar says, like they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yes, or red and purple. Traffic, I'm where you are, Traffic. I'm just confused. I don't hate it. I think it adds an extra element, but I'm just very confused by it. Very confused. C-Max says, next up is red weapons for Raw, and Finn definitely took that right in the face. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Wait. Has he? He's bladed. Has he blade? Is he bleeding? The cell door is open. That means opportunity. Jason says the crowd seems out of it. They'll get him back, don't worry. Stuart says Bray's fall after that luminous gubbins at the Rumble. Okay, give me a good angle. He's fine. He wasn't hit. If he's bleeding, he bladed. James says I asked for blood and I definitely got it. I mean, you're not wrong. Just in check. Not necessarily a fan of the blood. Okay, we've used all of the purple and red weaponry. Now we're just getting actual kendo sticks. Ghost says Finn is busted open. He's bladed. He is 100% bladed. Traffic said, he's Moxley. I mean, blading. It's been a long time since we've seen a blade job. Finn Balor knows what the fans might want. Oh, no. Finn Balor knows how intense this particular match needs to be. I still can't see any blood. I don't see any blood. Yeah, exactly. As Ghost says, what's the point of blading if you have red on your face? You can't see it. Late Talk says, do you think there's another small segment after this before the title match? Yes, I can confirm there definitely is. I can't imagine Finn Balor winning with a roll-up. It just doesn't... Not as a Demon King. The fans are into it now, I tell you. So he says, I think it's his leg. And Traffic says, I wonder if there'll be a fine for that. Why are the fans booing? The fans were booing. There's definitely blood somewhere because the referee's putting gloves on. See, Max says he wiped his face with a towel while the camera stayed off him. Well, if he's bladed intentionally, why would you do... There is a lot of blood on that mat. The main event is going to be marred by blood on the mat. Shogun says Shane got injured, Finn bleeding. They weren't expecting all of this. Ghost says his blood is on the mat. I think it may be at the top of his forehead where the red paint is. Edge kicking out of the coup de grace. There's blood on the back of his neck as well, but that might be from the cover he's just done. It's not the right person for it. That's a fair point, Gomar. They did move to the sponsor, didn't they? Might be right there. James says his face, I think they're both bleeding. Edge has a small cut. Oh no, I see it. The actual paint has come off where the blood is. An Edge match usually goes forever at WrestleMania. I don't know if they can afford this one to keep going for too much longer. No, it's fine, Si. I'm as confused as anyone else. We're still trying to work this out because he's covered in paint. So it's not really working. Impaler DDT from the top rope. He looks a mess now. It is the top of his forehead. And Finn kicks out. Definitely a blade job. They are building Finn Balor as unstoppable. That's what he was as the Demon King anyway. Match has been good so far. Very intense. Everything I've wanted, really. Okay, we're a bit slow motion now while we set up for a bit more carnage. Edge is bringing a table in. I'd imagine this is a red table. Which I never thought I'd be saying, that there's a red and a purple table, but we are where we are. Horsey says his forehead is he bladed too deep. I wouldn't say so. The actual amount of blood seems relatively small. I think if anything, he's bladed too shallow. Eric says, now that Asuka lost, who do you think beats Bianca? I still think Asuka, to be honest, but unfortunately, Charlotte Flair's right there. James says, I think they might change the ring mat after this. Damn. To be fair, after this is Hall of Fame, so they will have time. Because you're not supposed to blade, Andy. You're not supposed to blade. Counterfeit. That's not your place to say. If Eric has a question, he can ask a question. And why would it start racism? Like, I don't know what on earth you're talking about there. There's a platform on the cell purely for Finn Balor to stand on as he goes through a table. He didn't come off the wall of the cell. There was a platform made for him. Balor's not doing well at all. I don't care if some people are upset. There's no racism happening in this chat. People are entitled to ask questions. I will police the chat. Sai, Lauren, Ed, they're all here. They can police the chat. It is not your job. Edge with a spear. Finn kicks out. We are still live. Thomas says this is actually getting really good. I told you they get them back. They are kicking it into gear again. Something like a Hell in a Cell, you don't need the highest pace. You can afford to take a little more time. There is still a red chair and a purple kendo stick in there. James says, I think someone needs to go through the cage. I don't think we need that in every Hell in a Cell. I really don't. Sai says we're back in the groove. I would say so, yes. Eric suggests maybe live post-draft. Steve said, my ankle's hurt just looking at that mismove in the table. Edge looks like he's going for the old-fashioned concerto. If we're going to see Judgment Day, guys, now's the time. Is he going to do a red and a red? He's doing a red and a red. See, that's why we do colour coding. Maybe the chairs are tricked. That is a concerto. I don't think Finn's winning this one. I think that's it. I think that's it. Well, the Demon King's not quite what it was, is it? That was just Finn Balor. Edge with blood on his nose, similar place to where Charlotte Flair was cut open. Sigh. As in, I am sighing, not you, Sigh. You're good. Thomas says, this is how a Hell in a Cell match needs to be used. I agree there. I completely agree. Canifis says, so far, what's your favourite match? My favourite match, unquestionably, is the Triple Threat Intercontinental Championship match. Justin thinks that's the wrong winner. Sai says, oh wow. And Counterfeit, you're being muted. You're in timeout. You can bitch to no one. Nobody cares. Justin says, Edge winning makes no sense. Shogun saying wrong winner. C-Mac saying, damn, Finn should have won that. Gomar giving a sigh. Sai says, Edge giving back once again. Oh. Edge doesn't give back. Nick and I said it when Edge first won the Royal Rumble and started competing with Roman Reigns. Edge does not give back. He just doesn't. And we see it time and time again. Thomas says the demon is dead. Vegeta is surprised. Edge winning, didn't see that. Stuart says, really? Why does he need to win this? Honest to God. Now, once again, we will ask the question, how do you rate that match? I think the match itself was very high quality. How do you rate it out of 1 to 10? I would give that a 7.5. I think there were some slow-paced sections. I'm not particularly happy with the finish. And the colour coding took it out for me. It looked a bit cartoon, as I quite rightly said as well. But I would give that a 7 out of 10. Jordan gives it a 7. Eric says Rhea is the only one in Judgment Day to win. SPM says it was good, but the Demon needed this one. Gives it an 8. Mark says I enjoyed that. Thought it was a great match and to end the story. Ed says the match finishes are baffling. I suppose what happens next is going to be the most telling part. Horsey says other than Rhea, the Judgment Day have flopped sadly. Wrong choices. C-Mac says 7. Blue says there's the right winner all weekend until these last two. Now I'm worried about Cody. Thomas says is the feud over now? I believe so. Traffic says glad to see the young talented Edge get a push finally. Jaden gives it a 6.8. Thomas says it doesn't feel like the feud is. Steve says I had Balor winning, but that's a real shame. Eric says surprised no Judgment Day or Brood. Dom says what's the point of Edge winning night 1? 2 is a head scratcher. Steve says, do you think too many babyfaces won this weekend? Bad or good sign for Cody? It has no impact on Cody. There is a very separate situation happening there. Moxie says, Finn should have won in my opinion. Megan says, my prediction is taking a bit of a hit with Bianca and Edge winning. Moxie says, why would they have the Demon come back from being killed by Roman just to lose to Edge? And Moxie gives the match an 8.8. Thomas says, 8 out of 10 for me. Vegeta gives it a 7. Eric an 8. Sai gives it a weird 7, so I'd imagine a 7 that's like confused and maybe not entirely sure of who it is. Bailey says, who does Edge think he is? Bianca Belair? Shogun gives it a 7, Andy gives it a 7.5, Mark gives it a 9, Bailey a 6, Gomar a 7.5, Jason Watkins gives it a 7 out of 1, interesting, a 7 out of 10. James says, do you think they cut it short? No, not at all, because we're nowhere near the end of the show yet. The dude says 8 out of 10, fun match, but the wrong guy went over in my opinion. Ed says an hour and a half for Hall of Fame and the main event. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Not quite enough time for Roman's entrance. Ross says Edge just not willing to put anyone over. Does he not give back because he was forced to retire? I don't know, but he does not give back. He doesn't do it. Hogan says all the other results made total sense. This one, I don't know. I get one in the babyface to win to end it, but I feel like Finn needed that. I agree. A feud still ends when a heel wins. That can still happen. Joey says, good match, not happy with these winners. Ross gives the match an 8, Traffic a 7. And C-Max says, wouldn't be surprised if Roman wins now. Stuart says 7.5, but ugh. Horsey's at a 6. Maybe I expected more on some of the classic Hell in a Cell matches. The match itself I feel was good. It's not a Hell in a Cell match I can see myself going back to. But the finish wasn't what I was looking for. Gomar says it was a good match, just not a fan of the winner. Judgment Day is looking a bit weak. Bianca Belair is being interviewed backstage by Kayla Braxton. A bit of a cheer. Who's there? I'd imagine we're about to find out who her next challenger is. Thank you, Charlotte. Ghost says the match was an 8. Wrong winner again. Kill the Demon character. It's the second time in a row that character being added in a match that didn't need it and resulted in a loss. And Moxie says, not going to lie, they should never bring the Demon back again. Finn didn't want to. Finn Balor did not want the Demon King to be involved here. Bianca is putting over Asuka, suggesting that we're not going to see a heel turn. Sai says, you said beforehand it could be overbooked. In the end, they just overfought it. Branding the weapons took me right out of it. Same. Shogun says, Judgment Day looked better after this WrestleMania. Oh, wait, yeah. Very true, very true. I have been told, and I stand by it, a year of Judgment Day is coming, but this certainly isn't how you start it. Okay, so we had a backstage interview, surely to say how great Bianca is. That seemed pointless. Blue says, could still have LA Knight Vegeta says Edge does have a great WrestleMania record. Blue is saying Bianca getting some boos. Some boos, yes, there's still plenty of cheers in there as well. And Bailey says that was a time killer. Buck says so many people are clearly riding for you, which is a quote from Kayla. Not the crowd, or did we not hear those boos? When they say things like that, it suggests to me that they are sort of feeling sorry for her, which is not great. James says Roman is advertised for Backlash. Is he? I did not realise that. That's a new one for me. I mean, they showed a picture of him. I don't necessarily think he's booked for Backlash, per se. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to reset my stream because I think I'm behind you guys a little bit. And Mr. Stumble says, when can ex-con Dom beat Finn for leadership of Judgment Day? Technically, there is no leader of Judgment Day. Finn Balor said this quite openly. There is no leader of Judgment Day. They're all equals. In much the same way that The Rock was not the leader. Yeah, I know. Okay, our PS4 is having some issues, so I'm just going to restart that. I think it's just having some issues. I think it's dying, to be honest, my PS4. It's not working. Hogan says, advertise or just in the video package? At the moment, just in the video package. No book basement. I still won't. Why is it important to you that I say that Asuka has been buried? Why is that important to you? Joey says, night one has been way better so far. I don't know. I think the match quality has still been fantastic. It's been a bit less feel-good, I feel, but the match quality has still been fantastic. It's just a lot hinges now on the main event. So we'll have to see how that one plays out. Go says it feels like they're wasting time in between the matches. The interviews have been meaningless and there hasn't been a genuinely exciting WrestleMania moment outside of the matches so far. Well, Ghost. Clearly, you weren't watching when Shane McMahon returned. Imagine saying there's been no big WrestleMania moments when Shane O'Mac is back. He's Shane O'Mac. Okay, something's definitely going wrong with PS4. He's Shane O'Mac. Hogan says, if Bianca beat her in 26 seconds, I might say she's buried, but even then. Bucks, we'll see what happens. Moxley says, I don't know who even beats Bianca. And Ghost says, Tom, listen to me clearly. That is a strong no. The money can go away. Ghost. Here cometh the money. In this direction comes riches. Money. Sai says, there goes the money. There goes the money. Money. Joey says the main event must be going for over 30 minutes since they still have a lot of time. 46, I'm telling you. Mr. Stumble says, with Shane getting injured at work, who the hell knows? At this point, who the hell knows? Bailey says, Shane McMahon, the shockmaster of 2023. Mark says, people need to learn even if the person you picked didn't win, they can still have a great match. And it was a great match. Buck says, as far as why I would like you to say Asuka's buried is because it's a brand new character, brand new gimmick, brand new theme. First big match and she loses. That's the definition of burial in my opinion. Personally, I disagree. There are ways to lose which don't see you buried. Kieran says, we are in Hollywood. A lot of the movies, the sequels are never as good as the first. Dom says, I know it may not be true, but I feel Triple H planned night one and this is Vince planning night two. That is not true. Joey says, did Shane have to beg Daddy Vince to be on the card? I swear you've already said that. Right, here we go. We're back in. SBM says, honestly, I feel Asuka really does gave her one of the best matches. I think Charlotte will be the one to take it. Yeah, I do think Bianca versus Asuka was an incredible match. I really enjoyed it. Gomos says, an hour for Roman's entrance, 30 minutes for the match. Fair. And Vegeta says, Vince had nothing to do with this. I don't say nothing. I wouldn't say nothing. He is involved. C-Max says, Snoop came up to Shane and said, you alright, OG? Thomas says, surely there's got to be something else apart from the Hall of Fame and the main event. If there is, it'll be coming. Mr. Stumble says, will a barricade be broken before Mania ends? Why would it be? Now that I agree with, Bucks. Hello, Stacey Keebler. The fact that Asuka still hasn't picked up a WrestleMania win is a blemish and not something I'm particularly happy about, which is why I wanted her to win. Again, doesn't mean she's buried. I mean, she's at least on the WrestleMania card and she's not in a random tag match. Jason says 30 minutes for Roman's entrance, 15 for us to acknowledge him, and 15 for the match. And Mark says this has been fun so far. We do have just over an hour, so maybe an hour and 10 minutes at this point. I'd imagine there's going to be something between the Hall of Fame and the main event. That's what I would personally expect. I don't know what it might be, but still imagine it's going to happen. The Great Muta has already spat his mist. That was his call, but he hasn't taken it. Rey Mysterio about to be celebrated as he should. Mark says, it's been fun so far. I've enjoyed it. I think Night 2 still just about edges it, but it does depend on the main event. I really do think the best match is the Intercontinental Triple Threat, which doesn't surprise me. Jason says, damn Stacy Keibler. She knows how to be stylish. Thomas says, I can't see this lasting as long as night 1 at this rate. Stumble saying that Asuka's on a reverse streak. Kinda, yeah. Kevin says, Kana, Asuka and Demon Finn lost. Mr. McMahon booking. Nope. Triple H is booking it. Mr. Stumble says, can ex-con Dom beat up Ray during this, please? I don't think so. Given what's happened to Judgment Day, particularly in the last match, let's all just move on from it at this point. Blue says, the chance that Bianca and Asuka running back at Backlash, or is it potentially a call-up? I've said a few times, I think this feud does continue, personally. I still think Asuka's the one. We need a clear heel turn first. Ghost says, if it's money coming into my pocket, I want no part of that, sir. You don't want Shayna in your pocket? Moxie says, you know what, maybe Shayna beats Bianca down the line around Survivor Series. And Moxie says, is Ray wearing a helmet? Pretty much, yes. Pretty much. I like that he shakes hands with everyone. Eric says, Judgment Day will look better tomorrow when JY shows up to take over. And Stuart says, as regards Ray, he's in an Adidas suit. And they're away. Bailey says, Stacey's 43, still got it. She looks amazing. She looks absolutely stunning, as ever she has. Rey Mysterio is literally wearing an Adidas suit. I mean, well done. You do your thing. Each their own. Who am I to judge? We have just over an hour left of WrestleMania. Roman could take that hour up. Roman could make that happen. Mr. Stumble, I definitely see Great Khali going to the Hall of Fame one day. I see it. It's a fair point, Vegeta. Kane did lose most of his first matches. He lost to The Undertaker in his first serious match. He beat Vader in his first actual match. Beat Steve Austin and then immediately lost to Steve Austin. Kane was defined down pretty quickly, to be fair, so it's not the best example. Blue says, maybe, just maybe, they'll plan to Asuka never winning at Mania. Give her the victory at 40. The benefits of having 2 titles, plus the ones ending in X, always put over a worker. James Kemple says, hour 20 for the main event. Let's go. And Mr. Stumble says, Great Khali is a Hulk Hogan of India, and that's why I can see him getting into the Hall of Fame. We have the announcement of WrestleMania XL, which will be WrestleMania 40 in Philadelphia. And we have gone to Philadelphia to look at some people who are happy to be in Philadelphia. I'd imagine this is why I got asked, is it going to be ECW themed? It's not, but that was a question. He did, yeah. I was wondering when someone was going to say that. C-Max says, I'm considering going to WrestleMania 40. Biggest factor is the weather. We have one match left of WrestleMania. We are recapping the night before at this point. I think they're killing time, guys. I think it's just the main... I think they're killing time. It seems a bit unnecessary. They're showing Seth in the full attire, which Becky Lynch was apparently very jealous of. Ghost says, no Dom ambush. Seems like we're fully transitioning into the main event. And in many ways, I think Dom versus Ray has been fully transitioned away as well. Bad Bunny, after all, is the guy who stopped the win. And Bad Bunny is the guy who might just deserve the blame. My back is starting to get a bit stiff. I'm looking forward to going to bed, guys. I'm really excited. Really excited. Mr. Stumble wants to see Sylvester Stallone versus Logan Paul at WrestleMania 40. Well, there's going to be celebs, and there's going to be plenty of them. The WWE never quite gives up on those. This is a long... Are we just getting the match again? Jesus Christ, they're killing time. They're backstage right now trying to work out something else. Maybe this Shane McMahon match was supposed to be longer. Maybe all the matches were supposed to be longer. They're literally just showing the footage. It's the exact same footage. Oh. Megan says wheel spinning. Do you remember when they had Seth Rollins versus Cesaro? They were clearly trying to convince Cesaro to sign a new deal because they were giving him big moments against Seth and then against Roman. And they did the airplane spin. And they showed it like 15 times over the course of the week. I feel like that's where we are right now. They're not even talking over it. That's just killing 3 or 4 minutes there. Ghost says, so far I think night 1 was better, but the triple threat tonight stole the show. I do feel like the best match has been on night 2. But I definitely think night 1 has been better so far. Bailey says Sunday's card had a lot of Vince vibes. It is still a Triple H booked show. Sai says, are they showing the whole match? Not quite. And Thomas says, are they actually killing time? Really feels like it. It really feels like it. Kieran says, Bobby and LA Knight must be so pissed. Gomar wanted Carlito to return to spit in Shane's face for not being cool. Traffic says, if I'm a wrestler left off the card, I'm pissed seeing this. Me too. Me too. What are they doing here? James says, what was the point in showing that? They're killing time. Mark says, while we wait, apart from the IC title match, what was everyone's favourite match? Good question, Mark. Let's open that up to the chat so far. Removing... In fact, no, not removing. Not removing at all. Because different people have different things. What do you think has been the best match of WrestleMania so far? Before we get to the main event where things may change, night 1 and night 2, what for you has been the best match of WrestleMania so far? Answers in the chat, let me know. Jason says, I'll say it again, LA Knight, Bobby Lashley and just about anyone else who wasn't on the card could be doing something right now, rather than watching Seth's entrance again. We also have not seen anything of Bray Wyatt, have we? Shogun says, IC is the only match that really delivered for night 2. I really have mixed feelings for night 2. So let's find out what people think has been the top match of WrestleMania so far. Shogun, I've already read that one. Thomas says, IC title, best match of WrestleMania, easy. Joey's saying, could have had Bobby and LA Knight match right now instead of 100 ads. And he says the IC title is a top match. Stuart says the IC title as well. There's nothing else. We're going straight into the main event with an hour still to go. Eric says, over or under 4 Crossroads? Under 3. Mr. Stumble says, Omos versus Lesnar by far. Omos has the grace of the Young Bucks and the power of Cesaro. Eric says, the IC. Justin North says a triple threat. Traffic like Snoop versus The Miz. We have our first deviation. Jaden saying the Raw Women's Championship match. Bailey says Gunther, Sheamus and Drew. No doubt Horsey also agrees on the IC Championship. If I pop over to the Twitch side, Ghost is saying top 3, triple threat, tag title, and then Ray versus Dom. Moxie is quite confused, saying Alexa versus Belair, which has not happened. Moxie says, have Corbin come out and complain then just get RKO'd? Well, we're in the main event now. Ghost says it seems like they tossed all the promos in right before the main event. They did this last year. Last year they had a clear separation between everything that came before and the main event. A very clear separation. Moxie says this is about to be a 1-hour match. Once we get through the vignette, we'll have just under an hour. We'll then have the entrances, which will take about 10 minutes. I think it'll be a 46-minute match still, but my God, are they messing us around here. Mark says IC title overall, but to pick another would be the Usos versus Sami and KO. Thomas says, is this match going to be an hour long including entrances? Apparently so. Jordan says triple threat. Gomar saying triple threat. Sai says, honestly, I enjoyed Ray and Dominic the most. FBM says Usos versus KO and Sami Zayn. And Vegeta says Rhea versus Charlotte. So, by and large, most praise for the IC Championship, but there are still some contenders in there. Kieran says, who even reported there was a Bobby Lashley Open Challenge? I don't believe anyone officially reported it. I think the fans just decided there would be. Mark says, well, for WrestleMania weekend, another match that has been excellent is a fatal 5-way stand and deliver or Grayson versus Waller. And Blue says, feeling a lot like last night ran long. It did run over by 15 minutes. Mr. Stumble says, Omos has the in-ring charisma of The Rock and technical work rate of Kurt Angle, 8 stars. Dave Meltzer. Joey says the entrances are going to take like 20 minutes. They need to. Moxie says, my favourite was Asuka versus Belair. Oh no, you're saying that was second best. So you're saying triple threat. It's hard sometimes to work out what you're saying, Moxie, because you say so much of it. Ghost says it may just be because I was there live, but they had more segments in between to fill space last year, especially at this point of the show. At this point of the show, to be fair, Stone Cold Steve Austin was stunning Austin Theory and Vince McMahon. Jason says Jason is reporting that the hold-up in the start of the match is because Cody is holding Vince and Triple H up for more money. That's the dream, isn't it? Our vignette ends with a full hour still to go. Cody Rhodes is making his entrance. The pyro budget is about to be blown out of the sky. And my word, it is dark out. It is dark. And it feels like a WrestleMania main event. Now, which Cody Vetter is he using? Because there's two of them. Stuart says, if they moved the IC match to last night, I'd have been satisfied not seeing tonight, really. Oh, a new coat for Cody. New gear as well. Keeler says, I really enjoyed the men's tag team showcase. I thought that was very fun as well. Here comes the big moment. Wow. That was loud. James says it's actually the main event. Holy moly. Kieran says Peter Insider have reported Balor received a numbing injection and staples at ringside during his match. Ooh, guess I was wrong on the blade then. The man has wings. The man has wings. I mean, you can't say it's not self-indulgent. Ghost says, I want more fireworks, blow the whole damn stage up. I mean, it happened to Jeff Hardy once. Gomar says, the crowd energy I wanted for this match. I mean, they are behind Cody. Also, thanks Kieran for sourcing and bringing that in. Very nice. James says, they've got to be saving some pyro for the winner. Yep. Cody's about to blow the pyro budget out of the water. It's saying Cody went full Homelander. You never go full Homelander. Even Homelander's reticent. Thomas is rating it. Cody attire, 9 out of 10. Loving the eagle wings on the jacket and entrance, 10 out of 10. Lauren says, what in the one-winged angel is he doing with the eagle mess? I love it. Not quite one-winged anymore. Jason says, is he planning on flying around the stadium? Nope, that was already done by Logan Paul. And C-Max says, Cody stole that jacket from Michael Jackson's closet. Cody is going to his child who's wearing earmuffs, which I respect, and his wife, Brandy. His whole family. Who's the kid who has a fake Cody tattoo on his neck? Because I feel sorry for that kid. The kid does not want her earmuffs on. Brandy's immediately grabbed him. I feel sorry for that kid because she's about to watch her dad get the crap kicked out of him for about 50 minutes. Oh, I see. I see. Luke Harper's child to watch. I never thought I'd see him in a WWE event, I'll tell you that. Hector says, Cody is soaking this all in. He knows what's happening next. He very much does. James says, someone's got to time Roman's entrance. Fair. It needs to be long, doesn't it? And Thomas says, wow, respect. When Cody left AEW, he took a lot of that heritage with him. If anything, tonight is a merger. Everything that AEW was built on came with Cody Rhodes. And yes, -1 is in attendance. The fans are making it known that they are behind him. Thomas is going to time Roman's entrance. Horsey wants more pyro. And Mark says, this man is going to make me cry before the match has even started. They have replaced the ring, which is good because he just kissed it. And I don't really want him kissing Finn's blood. Horsey says tonight is a real homecoming. And James saying they did change the mat indeed. Ghost says Kleenex sales are about to increase 1,000% for the amount of tears rather than happiness or anger dropped tonight. Sean is shouting, finish the story. And Megan says that was a lovely thing for them to do. And now we turn to and on Roman Reigns. The fans immediately making their feelings clear. No, Ed, I know. I know. Negative what? I'm aware. Don't you worry. We are getting what may well be the finest entrance in WrestleMania history. I said it and I mean it. Joey says wholesome moment. Shogun says still sad Finn didn't get the win. He really deserved to get this one. Jordan saying nice touch from Cody giving his belt to Luke Harper's son. Horsey's off to read a book while Roman enters. War and Peace I hear is quite fun. Mark saying Samantha Irvin is going to go nuts and can't wait. And Thomas says this is going to be epic. It is already epic. Look at this go. Sean saying Brody Jr. is all WWE. It says Cody's entrance was 4 minutes 30 from start to finish of his music. Roman will be beating that. And in many ways already has, I feel, in spirit. I also respect that they are wearing black and red. A slight bit of red to represent that everyone here, even temporarily, is a member of the bloodline. Shogun says last entrance with the 2 belts for Roman. It is indeed. Oh, the crowd is hot for this. Ghost says Roman had to show Seth up. Seth got a conductor, Roman got a whole symphony of pianists. We understand now why there wasn't actually an orchestra for Seth. Roman pulled rank. Solo Sikoa and Paul Heyman are in tow. There is no sign of the Usos. I'll be interested to see if Solo Sikoa is sent to the back. Sai says, I love that the pianists all stood for Roman. They acknowledge him. Jermaine, how you doing, mate? Says, it's almost a guarantee Cody win. Soon as he got him hugging the kids and all, just like Bianca, just like Rey Mysterio in his match hugging his daughter, and all once they hug the kids, they're winning, with the one exception of John Cena. And Shogun says, red boots. The bloodline represents. Note that he is wearing the WWE Championship, the one that Cody wants the most. By the time he gets to the ring, we'll actually only have about 45 minutes left. So time-wise, I think we're okay. Michael Cole's voice has officially gone. It's happened. Ross says, the IC triple threat, the tag team title and the male tag team turmoil are my top 3 so far. These two will want to and possibly could top anything we've seen. I don't necessarily think that they can. They're both tremendous wrestlers. They both put on great matches. But Roman's style right now is very slow tempo, very slow paced, and very wrestling from the top. Ed says solos in wrestling gear, interesting. Solo's there for a fight. After all, apparently he's not ready. Maybe he's the one to cost Roman without meaning to. Go says Roman has red boots now. That's new. Cody's gear was 8. Roman is a 6. And Sean says with that ramp, Roman will take 3 decades to get to the ring. He's getting there. He's making the distance. It'll be a while before these two really get started. They won't be flying into it like Bianca and Asuka did. Between WrestleMania 30 and WrestleMania 40, it's impossible to argue that Roman Reigns is the WrestleMania main event. He is Mr. WrestleMania. No one has won more main events of WrestleMania than Roman Reigns. And yes, that includes Hulk Hogan. Stuart says 4 minutes so far. James says, did they take the Usos out of the tree? I actually didn't spot that one. And Stumble says, Omos versus Solo Sikoa for WrestleMania 40. You joke, but that actually might happen. So I believe the stage is the best they've ever done. And Thomas says, Roman's entrance is already longer than Cody's and he hasn't got in the ring yet. Yes, Akrianim. The main event is about to start as soon as Roman finishes his entrance. So you got like 20 minutes. It's a banger of a theme. Go says Roman has main evented 7 out of the last 9 WrestleManias. 7 of the last 9. Total losses at that time? 2. Today will be 3. A mention of Cesaro there as well. Celebrating with the crowd. The boos have settled now. Once the music cuts down, they'll come back, but the boos, at least for the moment, have settled. Now it feels like WrestleMania main event time. Now I'm back with it. Now I couldn't care less about everything that's just happened. Roman is here. Daddy's home. I know it's creepy, but I said it and I'm going to keep saying it because Daddy is home. Kelly says, I got my Cody Rhodes shirt on right now to support Cody Rhodes. Come on, Team Cody. So he says, I guess we have an Usos Roman segment on Raw. As if it's the first choice they've had to catch up. It would make little sense to have them come out with him tonight. I agree. Keeler says Roman is taking it in knowing this is the end. And I'd just like to say one more time, this is the end for Roman Reigns. And honestly, looking back over the Bloodline storyline, I don't think he could possibly be any more proud of what they've been able to accomplish. The Bloodline is not finished yet, but the Tribal Chief is in trouble. Stuart says 7 minutes to get in the ring. Mark saying Paul Heyman's face is epic. Interesting, Pastor. Stumble says, will we ever get the full Anoa'i intergenerational acknowledgement ceremony? It was promised for Raw Triple X. I don't believe we will, no. Andy says, what a ride for Roman. What have been your highlights of Roman Reigns' championship run so far? What are your highlights? Shogun says, this entrance always delivers. God damn. Thomas says, Roman's entrance from start of music till end of music, 7 minutes, 19 seconds. Huge pop for Cody there. A huge pop for Cody. James says, I think Roman needs to be in the talk for the greatest ever. And Khalid says, Tom, glad Edge won. I think got injured and had cool face paint on. Justin says, the final boss feel. That's where we are. That's what we got. And I think this is one of the reasons that Cody hasn't quite stuck with me personally. He hasn't beaten all the sub-bosses. He hasn't beaten the mini-bosses. Paul Heyman is really feeling this intro. I just want to say one more time, Paul Heyman loved that introduction. He absolutely loved it. Justin says, at the moment isn't the same without it. James says, why do we think Solo is in his gear? So they can interfere. Mr. Stumble says, highlight of Roman Reigns is definitely when he kicked Bray Wyatt in the nads. Ah, good times, good times. Paul Heyman has a microphone and something to say. I'd imagine he's going to kill a bit more time. Don't say anything. Don't do anything to dampen this atmosphere. Jermaine says, Cody came out of a Homelander colours in the haircut. He totally looks like Homelander now. Makes you want to watch The Boys. There was a Roman chant there. Not everyone's on Cody's side. Lauren says, I teared up seeing Cody get announced by his whole name in the main event of WrestleMania. And Shogun says, funny to see the WrestleMania surprises here. Pat McAfee and Shane. Yeah, not great, are they? Not great. Megan says, this is the first WrestleMania main event to feature the two sons of inducted Hall of Famers. And as regards our ratings, Megan has given Samantha Irvin a 10. There is definitely an acknowledgement of Roman one way or the other. One thing you can always say about Roman Reigns is that they've always been loud. Blue saying both guys getting boos and cheers. Lauren saying I love that little bitch Cody. And C-Max says acknowledge me. Keela says I'm actually from the same town as Roman. I'm at Rikishi at a car dealership in 2001. That must have been an experience. So I said I've said it before, but just because I like throwing spaces in the works. Roman's 1000th day as champion will be May 27th, the day of Spanish. The day of King / Queen of the Ring. And Thomas says that will be the last time we hear that for a long time. The bell has rung. It is 4 in the morning in the UK. The show is scheduled to end at 4:45, leaving us 45 minutes. I expect this match to last 46 minutes. It's exactly 4 o'clock, so we'll know if it's 4:46. We have a stare down in the middle of the ring. They are not going to rush this. They're going to soak in the moment. The decision to put Cody in this position happened in June. And there has been not 1 second of deviation. I don't care what people keep saying about The Rock. I don't care what people keep saying about Steve Austin. There has not been a single second of deviation. Cody Rhodes has never been a backup option. He was always the one. He was always the guy. And no matter how many people make up rumours and make up crap, that is the situation. I reported it in June. I reported it every month since. I reported it constantly because it was always the plan. Girl says Roman's reign has felt like a symphony of destruction, with bodies left in his path on all ends at the island of relevancy. Tonight we have officially reached its legendary conclusion as one epic story ends and a new legacy commences. And more importantly, Ghost, haven't you thought about Intuit TurboTax? Because now's the time to talk about that, apparently. Mark says they haven't touched each other and the crowd is hot. They are just starting now. Stumble says hard to believe he went from Stardust to this. It was AEW, man. The fact that they pulled one of the founders away from that company. He's very much the anti-WWE guy, despite the fact that he's a licensed WWE guy. He's what they wanted CM Punk to be. He's everything they wanted. Sai says they didn't touch once in the whole build-up, I think, and you're absolutely right. Stumble says, only less likely thing was Jinder becoming the modern-day Maharaja. True, nobody saw that one coming. Peter survived the flame-grilled Whopper Doritos. Lovely, lovely. And Andy says this is art. Roman walking away, ensuring further heat from the crowd. We are 3 minutes in, and so far, so good. Paul Heyman hyping up the whole Island irrelevancy thing again. Steve says, I don't know why people want Stone Cold and The Rock. They're washed up has-beens. There haven't been anyone relevant in over 10 years. I mean, did Steve Austin beat Kevin Owens? Pretty relevant. Justin says, crowd is so damn hot. And Gil says, Tom, the amount of money talk tonight is just so much. Roman is money. Here comes the money. Now do my taxes. That's what the WWE want to talk about. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. They want you to hear about it. They want to make it happen. Solo Sikoa is definitely getting involved in this. This is not going to be the cleanest of finishes, one way or the other. But there's a long way to go before we get there. Roman starting to twist the knife. Controlling the match a little better. Plenty of people in the crowd acknowledging him, even though they're actively booing as well, which is always the way you play it with Roman. Roman just pounding Cody in the corner. And nobody puts Cody in the corner. And we have a drop kick. A classic drop kick. Beautifully done. Mr. Stumble says there's Goldust in the crowd. I'm not sure on this one. I'd be surprised if he isn't. James says if Solo helps Roman, who helps Cody? I don't think anyone helps Cody. I think Cody has to do this himself. Jason says if Solo gets too heavily involved, I'd say we could see an equalizer in Sami Zayn. Potentially. We could get this match real overbooked. There is a lot behind it. Cody wearing him down. The pace is slow and methodical and intentional. They're going to build in the same way that Rhea Ripley and Charlotte Flair did. Ghost says it might just be me, but Roman does seem a little more lean than buff. Almost Hollywood ready, don't you think? I think he's fit for WrestleMania, and that's all I'll really say on it. A lot of early kickouts. Trying to make sure they're not expending any energy. I'm not entirely sure what Cody was going for there. Looked like a bit of a flying nothing. We've seen too many flying crotches recently. Ricochet had a big one as well. I don't know, Stumble. I haven't booked this myself. As you'll know, because I was looking forward to a year of Judgment Day. A big year for Judgment Day, you know, would have worked for me. Roman using the referee to stall. The crowd are still loud on this one. They want Roman and Cody to know that they are there. He's got a big fight feel. Again, kicking out at 1. Cody Rhodes making it clear that he will not be covered. He will not take the risk. Bailey says, by comparison, for next year, the weather right now in Philadelphia, 7 degrees C, 44 F. Yeah, that's going to be a different experience, isn't it? Oh, okay, Cody really overshot that suplex and landed directly on his tailbone. That's going to be uncomfortable. I kind of expect that -1's going to punch Roman in the face tonight. Cody's skinning the cat. You have an opportunity to actually do some damage there, and instead you just throw Roman out of the ring. Roman in control once more. This match has got some serious potential. They're not as slow-paced as Roman usually is. They're keeping the momentum up. They're making it clear that Cody is a threat at all times. Sean says Roman's last pinfall match was in a TLC match to Corbin at TLC 2019. More than 3 years ago. And it all ends today. They're going out at least a little bit into the people. Cody slammed on the ramp. Roman wouldn't mind winning by count out, I tell you that. The point they have to prove right now is the resilience of Cody. They have to prove how tough he is. They have to prove he'll come back from anything. Roman has summoned Solo Sikoa. Now, to be clear, Roman would take a DQ win. He's done it before with Seth. Logically, though, Solo's going to do something and get thrown out. Because the ref can throw him out. He probably should. Sometimes the towel Solo wears, it does feel to me a little bit like we're looking at one of those neck pillows you get on airplanes. Cody with a slam on the ramp as well. As I say, they're making sure Cody always looks like a legitimate threat. Solo looks nervous when Cody's around. He looks nervous. Jermaine says, can you imagine Cody wins a title tonight, then tomorrow night on Raw during Cody's victory speech, J-White comes out and beats the crap out of him, which starts their feud. Mark says Roman is bleeding on his forehead. A lot of people getting hit in the face. A lot of people getting hit in the face this year. Joey says he wrestled with a torn pec. A wee tailbone bump, probably not registering as much. No, but still going to hurt. James says Solo looks scared. Mr. Stumble following up with Solo isn't ready. They're really focusing on Solo Sikoa right now. I'm guessing the first phase of the match kind of revolves around Solo. Referee's distracted. This is Solo's opportunity. Solo's under the ring for something. Hits Cody in the rib with a chair. The ref looks baffled and confused. He's not sure what's going on there. Good old-fashioned heel work. The ref is staring at Solo. He's got no evidence. But he's not happy. Drive-by from Roman. Cody's in trouble now. Okay, they went near the Spanish announce table and the Spanish announce team leapt the damn barrier to get away as quickly as possible. I think someone's going through that table. I think it might be Solo. It's a good shot in the ribs as well. I'd imagine at this point we're going to slow down quite significantly for the next 10 minutes or so. Yep, Roman's grinding him down. And this is where, for me, it's going to lose match of the night status. Christian says, why does it seem like there were more surprises last night compared to tonight? There was one surprise each night. One. Not exactly what I was hoping for. Doesn't feel like WrestleMania. Solo once again involved, providing a distraction. Cody should be able to say to the ref, I don't want him here, and he should be listened to. Keem says the chances of Rock's music hitting low to none. Ghost says WrestleMania is trending number 1 on Twitter and is currently dominating the trending topics as 12 of the top 30 trends are related to the events that took place tonight. Also, Shane is trending number 2. Take that as you will. I don't want to take it at all. I'm still upset. I'm hurt. I didn't want it. We accidentally summoned Shane way back when and we've been regretting it ever since, and so we should. It's on us. We should be ashamed of ourselves. There's still a few fans acknowledging Roman Reigns. It's not universal for Cody. Shogun saying, Shane who? Never saw him tonight. He was very brief before he immediately broke himself. Sean says, did anyone notice a small cut on Roman's forehead? It's been mentioned. I haven't seen it myself, but I'm balancing a lot of stuff. Wow, okay, Corey Graves is on screen. Oh, I can't see. Okay, he wants to do something with both tables. I understand now why the Spanish announcer has fled the way that he did. He thought the spot was coming a little sooner than it did. Cody's on the table. Roman is interrupting the count. And completely ignoring the referee. I wonder what he's planning. Ideally, we'll stand on this table to put Cody through the other one. There's of course a possibility that he goes through, but I still think Solo's going to be the one going through a table. Maybe a back body drop here. It's been a little while. This is feeling like a back body drop situation. It's a back body drop. Roman took a while to get ready for that. Cody selling the beating. There is still a count out in play. Cody breaks the count in the ring and back out of the ring. Which is confusing because that doesn't always happen. A good landing from Roman as well. Got enough air. Nice flat landing. It's not always easy going through tables. And I should know. For all those tables that have been put through. Which definitely has happened. Jason says Rock posted a video on Insta from Hawaii this afternoon. Very unlikely he's having anything to do with this night. Not impossible, but very unlikely. 456 says, I think so. Solo is going to mess up Roman's match and the whole family is going to split. Cody is in the ascendancy. We are 15 minutes into the match, and so far, I still feel like we are just beginning. There's our cutter. Roman waited for the second count to start looking at the ref on that one. Mr. Stumble says, do you see the Usos being face afterwards? Eventually, yes. I do feel they were being built up as faces. You just can't be faces against Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens right now. Yes, Kevin, Bobby Lashley did show up tonight. Briefly. Stuart says, new emoji for when Graves is on screen. Get the shades. It's like at the tables, but worse. Much, much worse. We still have an incredibly hot crowd for this one. I can't imagine how many AEW fans are tuning into this one as well. Having Cody Rhodes in this position is certainly cross-promotional. I'll tell you, you're on a forbidden door, here's your match. Cody with a suicide dive, lands on his feet as well. There's the corner for it. There it is. Go says, I guarantee the next time Solo gets involved, he will be ejected. The rest keeping an eye on him. That certainly feels like that will be the end of the second phase here. Cody's in control. There is still the Spanish announce table to go through. Here comes Solo. Did he steal the weight belt from -1? He stole the weight belt. They're saying the official heard it. They're saying the official actually heard it. You're absolutely right. He's been ejected. Solo is out of there. He's having himself a tantrum. Let's get that belt back. I like that. It's a little nod to the fact that referees aren't all ridiculously dumb. He heard it. Stumble said, did the police ever come after Titus called them over 100 times on commentary? And Thomas says, surely if Cody wins this, a lot of AEW heads are going to be turned. One of the many reasons he was promised a hell of a push by Vince McMahon when he first came in. It wasn't just about getting Cody, it was about getting a founder of AEW. Roman has brought the belt with him. It's jangling away. This would be a DQ if it happens, and Roman would retain. Bailey says, would the official eject Heyman as well and leave Roman all alone? Potentially, but not Heyman. First crossroads, first kick out. Again, I see 3 crossroads in a 46-minute match. It says, did he just take the belt from -1 or is there a second belt? He took the belt from -1. I'm interested to see what would happen if -1 said no. Mr. Stumble says, ridiculous, the belt is a legal item, Solo should be allowed to stay. It didn't DQ Ray last night. So I think the ref last night also doesn't like Dominic. Sai says, the ref needs to work and send them to the back windmill. That wasn't nearly gymnastic enough. And Mark says, I know they shouldn't have, but that got me. That's the point. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get you. And they're doing okay at it. I gotta say, they're doing okay. Ghost just says, boom. Jason says, all these people with their phones in their face when the match is happening right in front of them. So silly. I wholeheartedly agree. And Gomar says, would be very unexpected if Paul cost Roman this match. It would be, and I don't see it. Steve says, how did Roman kick out of that? It's a great question, Steve. How is it possible that he was able to do so? They are showing Paul Heyman looking incredibly nervous. I think we're about the halfway point of the match so far. There's another table to go through. And it's going to take a while for Roman to fully recover. You're going to do Tombstone? I feel like Roman's going to do a Tombstone. Roman's not going to do a Tombstone. Uranagi there. Beautifully done by Roman. And Cody kicks out. It is a hell of a Uranagi he's got right there. King thinks a big surprise is going to happen. Ross just says, do. And 456 says, Paul Heyman looks lost. Another kick out. Cody survives. It's a beautiful move, the Uranagi. I think Samoa Joe is still the best, but Roman has certainly found his niche within the brand. Definitely feeling like a main event of WrestleMania, I tell you that. This feels like a big match, the biggest one of the year. Before we kick off whatever may be coming next, Thomas says, I can't work out what the big surprise is going to be. Maybe we get Shane again. Maybe that was the swerve. He wasn't actually injured. Ross says, do you think WWE will go all out for Kenny Omega and MJF? Yes, I do. And I believe they actively are doing so as we speak. Cody somehow reversed a Superman punch into a pedigree, which makes no sense at all. But there's a kick out. We are going full NXT right now. Just stacks of false finishes. And then a while of rest time. The pedigree's not a finisher anymore. Bailey says, watching Paul Heyman on the 2 counts is an added bonus. The man knows how to act. Roman never leaps for the pedigree. I don't know if people have noticed that, but he never actually jumps into the pedigree. Shogun says everyone kicks out of the pedigree now. Used to be that a DDT would be a finisher. Now everyone kicks out of them. That's wrestling. Go says, for the person saying Solo shouldn't have been ejected, Solo is not in the match. If he was seen doing it, the match would have been over. Anything that is a part of their gear does not have grounds for DQ if they use it. Went for another cutter. That is not what it was supposed to be. That's a botch. Cody just took an elbow to the face. I don't think Cody's going to be okay. He'll fight on, but let's get a replay there. I want to see. I think he's okay. I think I read it wrong. The replays are now showing Paul Heyman because the acting's just so over the top. Keane says a clean Superman punch. In the end, yeah, it looked dodgy as hell with that landing, but in the end, it was clean. This is awesome chant from the crowd. Roman is not responding well to it. And Mark says the crowd are on fire. The crowd can make a match. Stumble, the sword is not part of his gear. He doesn't enter the ring wearing it. A figure 4 from Cody Rhodes. Steve says the pedigree is most powerful when used by Triple H. That was why it was his finisher. Cody and Seth don't have the quads or weight to fully drive opponents into the mat like Triple H could. Which is a fair comment, actually. Roman is selling this figure 4 like there is no tomorrow. He is screaming. I go saying Roman does have a scratch on the top of his forehead that is slightly bleeding. Cody is smiling. Roman making the flip. I still don't understand this whole concept of reverse the pressure. The move hasn't actually changed at all. You're still locked in. Your knee's still in position. If anything, it's worse for the guy who flips. Why would you do that? It makes no sense. Cody talking to himself now. Fans trying to get "This is awesome" chant going again. After a figure 4 is a rare one. Keem says the figure 8 is better. That's where Cody went wrong. He should have bridged. If he'd have bridged, he'd have won that championship. Cody's for some reason on the apron. Looks like we're going to be popping outside for a little bit again. We do have, after all, another table to use. I'd say at this point, Roman's probably going through that one too. Shogun says figure 4, then 8. When figure 12? It's a good question. When figure 12? Not what, not who, but when. Cody on the top rope. We're going high risk here. If anything escapes. And spear. That is a spear out of nowhere. That's fantastic stuff. And Cody kicks out. The spear is one of those moves you can just throw it in pretty much whenever. With Sheamus, he tends to do the knee instead of the bro kick, and you're always wondering why. You could just do the bro kick. Roman will just throw himself at someone. Literally, whatever situation, whatever position they're in, he will just throw himself at someone. Go says, I think Cody dropped an F-bomb, not very PG, fees are coming. Few fees, yep. Few fees. So officially they are 1 for 1 on finishes, and they're both kicked out. 1 crossroads, 1 spear. Fans trying to get a Cody chant going to G him up again. Thomas says, do you think this could be the last world title reign of Reigns' career? Honestly, no. But at the same time, I wouldn't be too disappointed if it was. I think after this, regardless of whether he's with the company, we need to start moving on from Roman Reigns. Who's next? Cody. Cody Rhodes is the future. Cody Rhodes is the next generation. They're looking for the people who come after Seth, after Roman, after Becky. They're looking for the next level. Rhea Ripley's right there. Bianca Belair's already established. Austin Theory, Dominic, Cody. James says the crowd is so much better than last Mania. Mark says what a spear and kick out. Oh my god, my heart is going. Keem says Cody goes so fast off the ropes. It's nice. Timothy is very nervous. And Shogun says, is the spear the most used finisher? I think so, yes. I think it's the most popular finisher for anyone to use. Roman going for the guillotine. An opportunity now for the good old-fashioned, is he awake, is he out? Steve says, it's a figure 12 when you slip under their body past the bridge, grabbing their wrist like some sort of inverted surfboard stretch. I mean, it sounds fun. The fans trying to wake Cody up here. Using the power of noise. I didn't realise Cody had a tattoo on his finger. New for me. Cody's dropping. We are doing the drop arm spot. I hope Cody realises they don't do 3 anymore. They just do 1. Jeff Jarrett used to love doing that. Oh. Oh. Roman with the takedown. He's won plenty of matches with this one. Cody's still just about alive. He's literally just breaking the hold. We're 28 minutes into the match. It's already the longest one on the card. 29 minutes, I do apologise. He's out. The guillotine's been broken. That's one of Roman's strongest finishes. That's the master lock moment right there. And a ref bump. And a terrible ref bump. That kick was awful. This then is the time for the Usos. The time for Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Or just Solo Sikoa. But the ref's down. We have a ref bump. This is the time we get to the overbooking. You know it's coming. It was always going to come. Go says, I feel like in that regard, the women's division especially needs more love. Rhea has many more years to go. I can see success for names like Dakota, Io and Liv. Bianca's tricky because she's on record as saying she doesn't want to have a very long career because she wants to start a family. We need more stars to emerge. We do. I think Liv's a good shout there as well, Dakota, Io. There's a lot of opportunities for people in the men's division at the moment, but there are less women there. Maybe a push for someone like Tegan Nox would go a long way on this one. Keen pointing out he kicked his thigh. And Mark says Charles Robinson needs to run down. Little Nate. Cody's still selling the guillotine. Jason suggests R-Truth interference might be the way to go. Cody's looking to finish this. And here, indeed, are the Usos. Sai says they need a dusty finish. Jason saying R-Truth could come down and be confused, thinking he's in the main event. Paul Heyman still looking scared and a bit nervous, but the Usos are there. As a 1D. Lauren said the dusty finish would be right. We know Cody has friends though. Sami and Kevin Owens are here to even the odds. Oh, you're right, James. You're right. Sami making a point of going straight to Jay. He was initially confused because he punched Jimmy and then swapped. Sami and Owens in the ring. They're going for Roman. There's a stunner. They're going to make this hurt. Paul Heyman, he knows what's coming. A stunner and a hell of a kick. Jimmy back in the ring. Jay back in the ring. They're going to brawl to the outside now. I won't go that fast though. They're going to brawl into the crowd and out of the arena. Out of play. Keem says Solo. No sign of him. Which is telling. Ghost says imagine Jay White debuting to help out Cody if Solo comes down. Huge pop. Megan says the closing shot is going to be Cody, Sami and Kevin with the belts, isn't it? I suspect so. Roman's going to kick out. You can see the eyes. You can see the eyes. He was counting the moment. I stand by what I said. I reckon there's 14 more minutes of match. Cody Rhodes seems to have a pretty big bruise forming around his left eye. Was I wrong on that one? Heyman knows what's coming. He knows exactly what's coming. Steve says, why is Cole so angry? He's seen this song and dance a million times. No one's ever done anything about it. Roman's always been able to do whatever the hell he wants. A loud Cody chant from the crowd. Thomas says, I think this might be the best match of Mania. Again, the pace is a bit too slow for me. The IC title is still going to be the one up there. Paul Heyman's about to do something. He's in position to screw someone over. But this is very much a Roman Reigns main event. This is exactly how he likes his matches to go. Keem says a clean Roman finish. I don't think you can call anything clean right now, to be honest. James says, I think this needs to go for another 20 minutes. It's not a standard Roman match unless it goes at least 40 minutes, to be fair. I mean, there are rumours of Randy Orton. And Steve says there's still like 20 minutes left on the broadcast block. On the WWE Network, is saying that the show ends at 1:45, which is in 11 minutes. I definitely think the match goes over slightly. But honestly, you wouldn't think this match has been going for as long as it has. It has not been slow at all. It's carried me along very nicely, I've got to say. Cody is going through the family's greatest hits now. There's the second. And here comes the third. He wants a fourth, but Paul Heyman's providing a distraction. Cody's going into the corner. That's a bad shout. Where's Solo? There's Solo. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. They did it. They actually went and did it. Wow. Roman Reigns has beaten Cody Rhodes to retain the WWE and Intercontinental Championships in the main event of WrestleMania. Turned out it wasn't that obvious after all. Wow. Cody Rhodes, in the end, might not be the guy. Blue says the last 3 winners were the wrong ones. It's nuts. Justin saying day 2 has been a day of WTF booking. Bailey saying Vince booked this. Jordan disappointed with the result. Lot of surprise. Lot of disappointment. Hell of a match. But it was the standard Roman Reigns formula. There's always another Oos. There's always another Oos. There is still 10 minutes left of the broadcast. If there's going to be a surprise, there is time for it. It's a good question, Ross. Who is the guy? Sai says now they have a backstory. Blue says who's going to beat him before 40 now? He's just going to go to 40. Thomas saying there's got to be a surprise. We've heard all this before. We've heard it all before, guys. Roman Reigns is walking out of WrestleMania, thanks to the Usos and Solo Sikoa, still WWE and Universal Champion. Cody Rhodes simply could not get the job done. Go says, I know it's a good thing that this makes me angry, but I'm genuinely disappointed. This should have been Cody's moment. Justin says, what a BS day. Keem's okay with it, says okay ending. Sai also saying, I'm okay with it. He'll have it eventually. They've turned up the heat again. This is fine. Christian says, there's still day 3 of WrestleMania. I mean, Monday Night Raw. Keem loved some Night 1. And I do think overall, Night 1 ended up being the better of the two. It's a good question, Jason. If Cody's not the guy, who is? Give me Gunther. Blue says, Kenny Omega's been promised the win at 40. Only thing I can think of at this point. I don't think Kenny Omega plays into this one. Cody Rhodes distraught in the ring. We were just ending with a celebration of Roman Reigns here. Cody's not the guy, Eric. Not this time. Thomas, Jay White's not going to be the guy. Joey says, I guess they really want Roman to reach 1,000 days. Roman Reigns is Mr. WrestleMania. How many main events? How many shows? He's been simply unstoppable. James says, no way, that's it. And yet here we are. It's over. I know you've been conditioned to expect surprises, but that is not what we had. Not at all. That's it, Thomas. It's over. Justin, it's over. It is over. WrestleMania has concluded. It's worth pointing out and reminding everyone, when it comes to WrestleMania, it's not about what came before. It's about what comes after. So, Raw will give us an indication of where we go next. We are going to wrap it up there. We're on 1,907 views, 89 likes, and we have grown so much this weekend. We started off the show yesterday on 2,239 subscribers. We are now on 2,273. It's an amazing level of growth, and I just want to say a massive thank you to all of you for being the reasons behind it. You've all been a huge help to me and really made this show feel like the biggest we can possibly put on. I'm really proud of what we've done here, really proud of what we've been able to put together. And I just want to say a massive thanks to all of you. I will be live again tomorrow for Monday Night Raw, because I gotta tell you, when it comes to moments like that, they either cushion the blow or make it so much more impactful when you're watching it with other people. If you're in the Discord, by all means jump in if you'd like to talk more on this one. Thank you, Megan, as well. Thank you, Sai. Thank you, everyone. If you'd like to talk more about it, jump into the Discord, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of people seeing you there, but me, I'll be getting myself to bed. So, I've been Tom Colohue. You have been fantastic. I'll see you all very soon.